morning of the King of the Hill, brought to you by Polmac Trailers. My name's J-Mac, and with me on the mic today, Chris Mitchell. It's a beautiful day for some racing, isn't it?
You couldn't ask for any better weather. We've got slightly overcast conditions, and we keep the track relatively cool. But man, 200 entries to race through the next 10 hours here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. It's going to be an insane day of racing action.
The beautiful hills of Wundowie are the setting for the day. We have over 700 metres of track ahead of us and some incredible categories going toe-to-toe.
Yeah, across 11 classes racing today, we have a 36 kart bumper field for the first round of the West Australian KZ Series. 6-speed gearbox, 125cc, gear plucking monsters are going to go at it all day. It's such a big field, we've had to split them for qualifying. They go into an ABC format that's convoluted and hard to follow if you don't have a piece of paper in front of you. But the heat racing is going to play the part in setting the grid for that final. It all counts in the final tonight. The winner then is the winner on the day. Not only KZ though, but 125 Restricted is a feature class for this weekend. They're slower karts, they got a harder tyre, but we've got bumper fields of those as well.
Some controversy in the early stages of today, Chris. What can you tell us about that?
Well, in karting, there's a lot of rules you have to follow, and every class has its own slight set of rules. So there's always one or two drivers that find themselves on the wrong side of the rule book at the early stage of the day. We won't make too much mention of who they are at this stage, but there'll be one driver we expect to see at the front of the field in KZ2 who's going to be at the very back for our heat races. Just watching him trying to carve his way in those heats is going to be another element of excitement here today.
It's all happening right here at the Hurricane Go-Kart track. Hurricane Go-Kart Club, rather. Thank you for joining us if you are watching online on the live stream brought to you by 4Style Media. We are currently with karts on track. We better get you back up into the commentary box because you're going to be running things from up there. I'll be on the in the grid, and we'll bring you all the action from today's racing.
Yeah, watch on, find us online, get around this action. It's going to be happening all day long. 125 Restricted Medium qualifying is on right now. Let's get into it. live broadcast of the 2020 King of the Hill, the 10th anniversary of one of the biggest racing events in West Australian karting calendars. Here from Hurricane Go-Kart Club, this is your race order on the left side of your screen for those watching along at home. KZ2, our biggest class in attendance this weekend. They will be first off the rank in all of the heat races. They will also be the last race of the day for their 25-lap feature race final. Cadet 12 will put on a stellar show from second in the order, followed by Tag 125 Lights. And then the youngest group of drivers in attendance, Cadet 9s, will be on track out fourth in the order. KO4 Junior Light will be backing up from 125 Restricted Light, our King of the Hill category, and a new champion will be crowned here today as last year's Queen of the Hill, Brooke Miller, is not in attendance this weekend, so that'll be an interesting one to watch. From KA3 Senior Championship, got some of West Australia's fastest drivers in contention in that class. From the combined group of WA Open Performance of the twin fire-breathing monsters up against Tag 125 Heavy on a separate grid, followed by KA3 Junior, and then backing it up with 125 Restricted Medium, who you can see on track right now, wrapping up the final few seconds of their qualifying session, and it's Damon Nicoli setting the fastest time with a 36.659. Aaron Chivers goes second with a 36.674. This is your race format for the day's proceedings. All classes get 10-lap heats and a 15-lap final, with the exception of KZ2, which will run 15-lap heats and a 20-lap pre-final, followed by a monstrous 25 laps to make those MG SM green-yellow tyres last in their 25-lap final to round out the day. This is the King of the Hill for 2020. They're proudly brought to you by Polmac Trailers here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. It's currently 9 to 10 degrees outside, overcast conditions, and looking absolutely fantastic. The cloud comes over and keeps us nice and cool. It'll trap a fair bit of the heat in once it does eventually warm up. It may be cool outside, but the on-track action is going to be searing hot. We'll be into racing with KZ2. Race A versus B for Heat 1 will be up in just a moment. Racing today from the Hurricane Go-Kart Club, 753 metres and 11 turns of all action. situated in the eastern portion of the Perth CBD and the hills, and that shot there shows you how grid 32 will start all the way back around that final corner onto the main straight. Some great aerial photography brought to you by 4Style Media, our broadcasters, for this fantastic event and the 10th anniversary of the King of the Hill, brought to you by Polmac Trailers. This track provides non-stop racing action. There is not a single moment to grab a breath. Maybe between grid 1 and turn 1 you can have a little breather for a second. The undulation, quite pronounced as well. The whole track situated relatively on a hill from the front straight to the back straight, but a dive down into turn 5 at the Patrizia course dipper, added in the early 2000s to extend the racetrack by close to 200 metres from its original format. The tyre walls have been foregone for this weekend as we go to a very deep sandbox that surrounds the racing surface. Any driver finding themselves on the wrong side of the racetrack will be caught up there as we go on board with Tony Arapesic for a track preview through the long and hard right-hander at turn 1. Past the canteen corner, we'll see plenty of action there. Drivers trying to go 3 wide into the all-about hoses, S's, and then across the back straight before we dive down the dipper at Patrizia course. Lots of parting opportunities here, but a very hard chance to bog the cart down on the exit and the run down in towards the 34 Motorsport bus stop. Back in the rear end of the cart in under brakes, getting caught up on that rumble strip as we make our way through Chamberlain Auto Electrics. This trio of left, right, right, all the way around onto the main straight can leave you on the outside and getting past just like that before the quick run down the main straight, and that is a lap of Wundowie Racing Circuit here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. And a great shot over the top of the racetrack and from the canteen where everyone will be getting their food and drink this weekend. We've got the Mopoke coffee van over adjacent to the cafe as well. And that is your race order. As the outgrid just starting to fill up with KZ karts, we'll get racing underway in just a couple of moments for the first heat race, A versus B for the West Australian KZ Series. Quick look ahead into the West Australian karting calendar. The WA Kart Championship, September 25, 26 and 27, up at the Midwest Kart Club on the hill, and that newly resurfaced racing track has proven already to be absolutely stellar for some good racing. I'll be looking forward to seeing everybody come up there. We should be bringing you all the action as well. Midwest Kart Club, always putting on some great events. I've got some memories of my own from years gone by, running state championships and those alike up in Geraldton. Should provide a great weekend, so get around it. Find more information at kartingwa.com.au and find the Midwest Kart Club and Karting WA on your social media for more information. I believe the sub-regs are out and entries perhaps are even open. Get your entries in soon if you want to join us at the WA Kart Championship, which is also a next round of the WA KZ Series. To go the next gear this weekend, of course, is round 1 at the King of the Hill. Another look ahead through the rest of the WA karting calendar. These are some of the hot ones coming up very soon. Northern Zone taking place up in the northern part of Western Australia on the 5th of September. And also the Southeastern Zone happening the same weekend. Southeastern Zone trips are always fantastic trips to explore the fabulous southern part of Western Australia. Then we head to Geraldton for the State Karting Championship on the 25th to the 27th of September. In October, we go to the final rounds of the Northern Zone and the Southeastern Zone to wrap up the year of racing. And then we slot in some races which were scheduled for the beginning of the year. The City of Perth titles, 24th to the 25th of October at Tiger Kart Club. Then we head all the way out to the Eastern Goldfields Kart Club in Kalgoorlie for the Dash for Cash in early November. We wrap up the Gold Star Series with round 3 at the Bunbury City Kart Club in the back end of November. Should be a fabulous weekend to join us down there. And the Gold Star Series putting on some awesome prizes. If you join each of the rounds, you qualify for some of those series prizes. Thanks to Fastlane Racing Driver School and Racecraft and patrizicourse.com. And then we wrap up the year in December with the Carnival of Karts on the 5th and 6th. Should be another huge weekend of racing. And we slot in the West Australian KZ Series into several of those rounds as well to fill the amended 5-round calendar for the WA KZ Series. Go in the next gear. As they start to fill up the outgrid, we'll be on with Heat 1 very soon. A look back to the focal point of the King of the Hill. We have the lights and the mediums categories of the 125 restricteds. In 10 years of running this race, this is your previous winners. Notable Queens of the Hill, Kerry Foster in 2013 and Brooke Miller in 2019. Seth Ferraro, 2014 and 2015, and then another back-to-back winner of Tom Boucher, 2016 and 2017. I do have an inkling that Thomas is racing as well in the 125 restricted light category. See if he can make it a 3-time King of the Hill championship for himself. And last year, Brooke Miller scoring the win in a very late charge after Ryan Nicholson and Josh Healy came a crappie. You can find the live footage from last year's edition of the King of the Hill. There'll be some great racing coming at you for their final. Going to the mediums category, this is how they look over the last 9 years of the King of the Hill Championship. Troy Stewart in 2018. Graham Westling famously winning it last year in a big charge in the final race of the day. Would have been a big move. With a brand new go-kart he rocked up with 12 months ago. He finds himself in the field once again for the 125 restricted medium. And a big field of drivers in that group. 29 drivers lining up to have a crack at the King of the Hill here today for the 125 restricted mediums and a mix of all the different 125 power plants you can run in the tag classes. Great chance to look at the previous winners of the King of the Hill before we get set to go racing. He does. King, oh! It's a wild ride and King in the dirt. on track with KZ2 Heat 1. Now, to explain what's happened, we have 36 entries in the class and a grid capacity of 32 drivers. So following their separate qualifying sessions, we split the group up into 3 different battle heats. Heat 1 today is Group A versus Group B. So this is your top 24 qualifiers going to battle it out in the first round of racing. Blake Mills will start from the pole spot here alongside Damon Papasergio on second. The winner from this round 12 months ago will start third in the form of Corey Minton on the number 13 Ricardo Kart. Daryl Henderson putting him surprise into P4 with the 51 Cosmic Kart. He'll start P4. James Mackay from P5. Riley Traeger will start from P6. And a comeback to racing, Louis Sutherland will start from P7. And it looks like the 24 kart, unfortunately, not going to make the start of this one. And Shannon Elliard, unfortunately, standing on the sidelines, and we will be watching over the next 15 laps. Go further back, Daniel Curry, multiple-time KZ Series champion, will start P8. Bailey Mickler and the 97 Birrell chassis will start P9. He'll be looking to not repeat the mistakes from last time. Bailey Mickler from 9, Nicola Middick from 10, and then 14 more lining up behind as we watch them take to the starting grid. And we get set to go. KZ2 in the house for the first race of their series, and the lights go out. Mills stalls at the start. Papasergio goes nowhere. Millsy copped a rear ending. Luckily, it was light because the offending driver behind jumped on the brakes. It looks like Daryl Henderson from 4th on the grid is going to lead the field down into the Patricia Course Dipper for the opening lap of racing as they all slot in behind. Millsy carries on into 3rd. We'll catch them as they come down. And it's the 68 kart from deep in the field. I say the 60 kart of Riley Traeger coming down to 2nd. We'll pick him up. It's Henderson, Traeger, Mills, Sutherland, Nick Middick into P5, Bailey Mickler into P6 in the Birrell Art chassis. From Hayden Patrizzi in 7, Daniel Curry in 8, and then Minton and Mackay rounding out your 10 across the top end of the racetrack up past the All About Hoses S's. One of the BRM karts dropping a wheel as we come down to the 34 Motorsports bus stop. Daryl Henderson from OTKWA. They're taking over the Instagram feed of Tony Kart Australia this weekend to promote some of the fantastic racing we have here in WA. Out of Chamberlain Auto Electrics and down the main straightaway to finish off lap number 2. He holds on to a 0.6 of a second advantage over Riley Traeger into the 2nd. They're starting to stretch out past the canteen corner. KZ2 have a long way to go in racing here today. The drivers will actually only complete 2 of the 3 heat races each before they get into their pre-finals to qualify for the main event. But big moves up further back in the field. And it's all happening, but we follow along with Henderson leading the way from Traeger down the line. Mills right behind as well as we catch him. Louis Sutherland rocking a brand new Ricardo kart. He sits P4 as we follow him along. Look at this big battle pack further behind as well for the remaining placings. Looks like Hayden Patrizzi at the front end of that pack holding onto the P9 spot from Damon Papasergio, who stalled at the line. To the 29. Blue flags coming out for some lap traffic already in the form of Paul Dean, I believe. As we grab a hold of Henderson coming out of the CE Bodybuilders sweeper up towards the All About S's, All About Hoses S's. We'll grab this second group now, having it on down towards the Patrizzi Course Dipper. This is Mills working his way through some lap traffic, and he's backing up Louis Sutherland, Nick Middick and Bailey Mickler. Great battle pack going on for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th on the road as they come out of the 34 Motorsports bus stop through Chamberlain Auto Electrics on your screen. Henderson will have that little worry in the back of his mind. Am I using too much of these MG SM tyres underneath me at the moment? We're 5 laps complete, 10 laps to go for KZ2. And now Traeger is starting to put some pressure on. Young Riley copped himself a bit of experience over in Europe last year, racing in KZ on the much bigger and much more flowing circuits. He's up the inside at the bus stop. Gets it done. Henderson back to the inside to counter. This is going to choke him up, and they're going to fight over it. Mills into the inside. Sutherland goes for another one up the inside as well. Traeger loses 2 spots. Big lose there for Riley Traeger, and he's now going to cop it from the carts behind of Middick and Mickler. Past the canteen caller. Traeger is in big trouble in the All About Hoses S's, trying to counter and hold on to that 4th spot at the moment. Down into the Patricia Course Dipper. Now Middick forces it, runs wide on the exit. They're going to drag race down to the bus stop. Nicholas sitting back there. He's going to go 2 for 1. Gets it done. Traeger punching the right foot up the inside. This is heat 1. This is going to get real messy. Traeger losing out some more. We are fighting over the remaining placings as we go back to the pointy end. Henderson, Mills and Sutherland. You'd be forgiven for almost forgetting about these 3 out front at the moment. Now you've got 2 guys in this group who you could even say they're relatively inexperienced in KZ of recent times. As Mills goes up the inside of Henderson at the bus stop. Henderson slams to the back of him. Sutherland misses a gear and drops back a couple of cart lengths through Chamberlain's. Now Nick Middick is making a charge up to these 3. You can see him slot on to trying to chase them down in the 4th spot as they come down the line. 7 laps to go. That's the halfway point. Heat 1 of the WA KZ series. Going the next gear. This is A versus B. And it's Blake Mills out front now. Started on the pole spot. Struggled off the line. Was very lucky to cop a serve from the front of the grid. And charge on without losing too much ground because Papa Sergio lost out. Big moves happening into Chamberlain's. We're going to go 3-cart battle pack. This is Traeger. Still trying to defend at the moment as they come down the line. Traeger, Mickler and Minton getting involved in this one now. Young Corey Minton and the number 13 Ricardo Kart challenging. And these guys are fighting over 5th, 6th and 7th up towards the All About Hoses S's. Still duking it out. They've got a couple of stacking up behind them in the form of Daniel Curry and Damon Papa Sergio in that group as well. We're going to follow this battle pack down to the 34 Motorsports bus stop. Traeger holding on to the 5 spot now. Minton trying to push up on him as they come up. We see our leaders flash by across the screen through Chamberlain's. Once more and down the straight. 5 to go. Hayden Patrizi just a little bit off that battle pack, but Minton up the inside of Traeger, forces him wide and gets the job done past Canteen Corner. Corey Minton is a youngster on a mission here, moving himself up inside the top 5 in Heat 1, but he's got a huge amount of daylight to try and catch your leaders as we go back to the pointy end. Blake Mills leading the way, and the fight is on behind him as well. We follow these through Chamberlain's Auto Electrics. It's Mills leading from Sutherland in 2 for the semi-retired offshore worker. Manages to catch the stint and gets to come racing here at round number 1 of the West Australian KZ Series here at the 2020 Polmac Trailers King of the Hill at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. And they are drivers further behind. Nick Middick and Daryl Henderson have really dropped off this battle pack, and your top 4 are spread right out around the track. As we are a few laps left to go, they're coming up to lap some traffic in the form of the 24 kart of Shannon Elliard, about to go a lap down as we follow them down the main straight. Elliard, the one out of order in this group here in the 24 BRM chassis, about to go a lap down to Millsy as they come onto the back straight and make the run down towards the Patricia Course Dipper. Millsy slots to the inside and dives. That's for a lap. Lewis Sutherland says, I'm going to go for that too. Thanks very much. And further behind, Nick Middick has been a real surprise in this heat so far. We know he's very quick. There's absolutely no doubt about the young man's abilities. But jumping straight into a KZ kart and having a crack. He passes Elliard for the lap now and stays into the 3rd spot. As almost into the back of him was Daryl Henderson. Fastest on track with a 33.407 is Nick Middick, currently 3rd on the road as we are just under 2 laps left to go. The battle at the front has closed up again between Mills and Sutherland. Lewis Sutherland seems hungry to pick himself up a race win to start off the day. It's all about accruing the points in these heat races. That will set your grid for heats 4 and 5 to fight it out to make it into the main event. Last lap board coming out to pick up. 1 to go for Mills and Sutherland. As they come past the Canteen Corner, this is the final lap of Heat 1 for KZ2. What a way to start the day here at the 2020 Polmac Trailers King of the Hill for the 10th anniversary of this event. Blake Mills has had a stressful one. Starting on the pole spot, completely missed the lights out start. Copped a rear ending, had to race his way through from Daryl Henderson, but he's going to prove victorious. The checkered flag is out, and Heat 1 goes to Blake Mills across the line in KZ2. Lewis Sutherland home for third. Nicola Middick picks himself up in third. Daryl Henderson goes P4. Corey Minton with a big drive to P5. Riley Traeger goes P6. Bailey Mickler goes P7. Daniel Curry, the multi-time series champ, just collecting the points, goes P8. Hayden Patrizzi, P9. And James Mackay coming across to round out your top 10. From Damon Papasergio, who really lost out big time from that one. Second on the grid was Damo, and he got absolutely shafted down the order all the way to P11. Daniel Sugar making an appearance in P12. David Priolo goes P13. Mason Harvey, 14. Scott Mackay, 15. From Alex Rullo, Jai Parra, Melinda Sully, Jason Priolo, and Shannon Elyard. Paul Dean finishing off in P21 as your 21 classified drivers. That, ladies and gentlemen, was Heat 1 of KZ2.
And you may need to come in. Here with Blake Mills. Blake, it was a bit of turmoil there at the start.
Yeah, there was a bit of a mix-up with the lights, so we didn't know if we were starting or not. But we got through unscathed.
First heat down, and tell me, it's a long day ahead of you. You have to keep these tyres fresh. How do you think you fared in that department?
Yeah, not too bad. Once I got back into the lead, I just knocked it back a gear and kind of held a steady pace. I knew where I was quick and where I kind of need to improve on a bit. So, just cruising around and counting down the laps.
Fingers crossed we see you do just as well in the next heats.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
stellar racing to get us started off here at the King of the Hill as we jump on board with Cadet 12 getting ready to go for their first 10-lap endeavour. Category of youngsters, the second tier of competition you can get into. Once you've hit your straps at the age of 9 or 10 years old, you can jump into the 12s. Some stellar racers going to come through this group. And Nicola Stardi and Nash Ferraro will line up on the pole spot here. Young Chase Wildman will start from P3. Jack Webster from the 4 spot in the number 9 Energy Course chassis here for Bunbury Kartworks. And a 21 strong field of Cadet 12s snaking their way around the final couple of corners. We will watch for the red lights to go out, and our stewards there just letting them know to stay in formation and stay in the tram lines all the way down the front straight as we watch them go. Lights are out and we are racing. The heat 1 of Cadet 12's Ferraro to the inside. Starty copping a bit of a hip and shoulder. A couple off from the back end. That's young Lyle and Sachin Smith Way. The 2 flat-out karts entries going backwards at turn 1, race 1. And a big mix all the way up into the All About Hoses S's as we go down to the Patrizzi course dipper for the first time. Young Nash Ferraro from Waruna to the race lead. Nicholas Starty has a peek over the shoulder down towards the bus stop as young Chase Wildman behind him. They're already trying to break away from the field behind. We've got a wheel dropped from our driver in 4th. Jack Webster down to P5 as they come out of Chamberlain's. On lap number 1 of racing. And down the line, we follow along as your field snakes their way around the final corner. Ferraro leads the way at the moment for the Pinjarra Bakery on the OTK kart. Across the back end of the racetrack, Nicholas Starty, only 3.5 tenths of a second adrift at the moment. This young Nick has really hit his straps over the last few months in West Australian karting. Proved very strong up in Geraldton a couple of weeks ago. He'll be looking to continue that form on and carry it into the King of the Hill weekend. He's closing up onto the back of Ferraro through Chamberlain's. Going to try and put a fight on for the race leaders. Your pointy end of the field has really spread themselves out already in this one. We catch them as they come around. There's Ashton Sprague in the Kart Republic chassis, rocking the bright green helmet. He currently sits P6, just ahead of Orlando Piavitas. We follow your leaders up into the All About Hoses S's. The battle pack going on further behind. Yeah, follow that. As we head across the back, we pick up this little battle here. Toby Maiolo, Ashton Sprague, Orlando Piavitas, and Jet McDonald with Connor Radford at the back of that little group. Maiolo is just one step further up the road from these guys as they bring it around Chamberlain's Auto Electrics. 2 by 2 we go in this great little battle pack. Radford at the back of it. We're going side by side, and Sprague is going to push the 18 machine wide onto the final corner. He loses 3 spots. Here's Radford up the inside of McDonald. The young dirt karter will make the number 22 Swiss Cutlass machine very wide, but no challenge for young Radford. Up into the All About Hoses S's. Ashton Sprague trying to build himself a bit of a buffer over this group and trying to hold on to him as they come down the line side by side between McDonald continuing to follow this battle at the pointy end. It got close a few moments ago between Ferraro and Starty. Young Nicholas is a lot later under brakes into the 34 Motorsports bus stop as they bring it around. The battle's further behind going. You can just catch in the back of the frame there. Ashton Sprague sailing up the inside of Connor Radford. fighting over 6th and 7th on the road as Ferraro checks over his shoulder. Notices Start is still behind as with 4 laps to go out of the CE Bodybuilders sweeper. And up into the All About Hoses S's. Race 1 looking like falling the way of your fastest qualifiers as Nash is the quickest on track at the moment to a 39.991. Into Chamberlain's Auto Electrics. Starty trying to close up the gap towards the pointy end of this way. Through Chamberlain's. Last time across the gap was 0.4 of a second as we follow along. Nash has a little check over the shoulder. It's down to 0.2 that time by Nicholas. Had a better run and is only half a cart off the rear bumper of the number 16 Pinjarra Bakery entry. We could see a move for the lead here through the S's and onto the back straight. They'll make the run towards the dipper. This is where Nash is a little bit quicker across the back, but Estati can set him up and have a crack down into the bus stop as they chase each other down that long straight. Starty's super late under brakes and just licks the back bumper of Nash as they come into Chamberlain. Starty tighter on the left-hander, closes right up onto the back as the blue flags come out for a lap traffic coming down the line, but it's the leaders right together. Ferraro covers the inside line. Starty tries to fake him out as they came up to the canteen corner. Ferraro a little bit wider on that tight entry, trying to drive a defensive race because he knows he's got that Energy Course chassis monstering his rear bumper as they head down towards Patrizzi Dipper. Now here's where Starty can make a move. He's close enough this time by. He's going to look to the inside, under brakes. Nice and tidy, but Ferraro's going to try and counter to the left-hand side. They go side by side into Chamberlain's. Ferraro muscles his way past. That really slowed down Nicholas now. And now, here comes Chase Wildman, the 77 Sabre Real Estate Tony Kart machine, starting to close up into this battle. He'll be wishing they fought it out a little bit harder, and he could close up a little bit more. Up into the All About Hoses S's for the final time. Ferraro wider on the way through the S's, opening up the length of that back straight to try and pick it up. Wildman has a big look under brakes. It's going to be very late, they say. And here comes Starty. He's trying to rally cross it through the dirt. He manages to rejoin, but he loses third to Webster. Checkered flag is out, and Starty loses third. Nash Ferraro down the line, claims race 1 for Cadet 12s. Chase Wildman will grab second. Jack Webster will pick up the pieces for third in that one. Nicholas Starty on the final lap. Your heart breaks for the youngster. He goes all the way down to P4. Toby Maiolo parks the number 23 Energy Course chassis in P5. From Ashton Sprague in the 6th spot. Connor Radford goes to P7. Orlando Piavitas in P8. Jet McDonald P9. Benjamin Hall on the number 98 Arrow Kart rounds out your top 10 from Sachin Smith Way on a recovery drive after getting caught out at turn 1 to P11. Noah Byrne goes P12. From Bailey Reardon in the 13. Flynn Booker P14. Ethan Rowitz on P15. Nicholas Razzo, P16 from Max Duncombe. Rocco Kame, Zane Rhodes, Ryan Warner, and Cooper Lyle. Your full order.
We're going to start with Nash Ferraro, congratulations on a great win in Heat 1. Tell me, what's it like battling with these guys out there?
Yeah, it's really fun, and it's really fun to race with them, and it's really good.
How's the car feeling?
At the start, it felt a bit slippery because I spun out and didn't get time to warm up, but it was all right.
Well, congratulations on resurrecting a great charge. We hope to see you do just as well in the next heats.
Thank you.
as we join on track with Tag 125 Light, proudly presented by Snap-on Tools North Perth, a leader in developing and providing diagnostic tools to customers all across Australia and New Zealand and around the world. Operating in Australia since 1988, Snap-on brand has earned the respect and trust of generations of professionals in the industry. There's simply no stronger tool brand in the market to do what you need it to do. Snap-on Tools North Perth, servicing business all the way from East Perth to North Fremantle. Give Troy a call on 0409 700 323. Snap-on Tools North Perth, proud presenters of Tag 125 Light here at the King of the Hill. Luca Nietzsche on the 55 Ricardo kart will bring the field around alongside Stephen Scoble. Can you believe it? 8 years out of the saddle, makes a return to racing, and after 1.5 race weekends, is already at the pointy end of one of West Australia's premier racing classes. Behind him, the KF kart of Kieran Ellis in the 39 machine. Shay Thompson on the 95 will go from P4. Hugh Maguire and Lewis Reed, 5 and 6 on the grid. Looks like Jason Betts in there as well. A couple of KF karts further behind. Scotty Foster in the mix there as well as Ryan Nicholson. The only way you can tell the KF kart guys apart is the colour of their suit and their helmet. As the lights out, we are away. Scoble with a good start. Comes across to close off the inside line from Nietzsche. Through CE Bodybuilder's sweeper already. Scoble in the 34 KF kart, getting a blinder of a start from the front row. He leads out Nietzsche all the way back across the back straight into the Patrizia course dipper. Nietzsche late under brakes, trying to close up the gap. There's Thompson in third as they come down to the 34 Motorsports bus stop. Kieran Ellis in the KF kart back there in P4 from Lewis Reed 5, Hugh Maguire 6, then the twin KS of Kane and Nicholson, then the 77 of Betts, and then Scotty Foster further behind. That's your running order as they come around. Lap 1 is in the books, and Stephen Scoble is going to fight first and ask questions later. Trying to streak away from Nietzsche in the 55, who is your fastest qualifier. Nietzsche's a lot tighter into the All About Hoses S's and is trying to close up the gap on the back straight. Even Stevens under brakes into the Patrizia course dipper that time by, but Shay Thompson in the number 95 machine is going very quick as well right now, right onto the rear bumper of Nietzsche after that start. Ellis drops a wheel coming out of the bus stop and almost loses it. That's going to put him back into the clutches of Lewis Reed in the battle for 4th and 5th. As they appear there just behind your battle pack. Hugh Maguire in that mix as well as they come down the line. Fastest on track in the early stages of the race, Ryan Nicholson on board the number 75 KF kart machine. He currently runs all the way down in P7, just ahead of Liam Kane, his teammate, with the eyes forward and trying to make amends for their qualifying effort. Through Chamberlain's Auto Electrics, we follow this battle for 4th and 5th at the moment. Ellis and Reed, former teammates in the flat-out camp, now standing on opposing sides of the fence line. But at the moment, it's the Birillard manufactured KF kart machine into the 4th spot from Lewis Reed in the flat-out karts entry in P5 as they head across the back straight. We'll grab your leaders. Here's Scoble still trying to break away as he reset the fast lap of the race last time across, a 34.74 to open up the gap to 3.2 tenths of a second over Luca Nietzsche. Scoble a little bit wide through the bus stop though. Going to give away a half a kart to Nietzsche as they come through Chamberlain's. Won't want to make that mistake when Nietzsche gets a bit closer. As they come down the line, 7 laps to go. Heat races for all classes, just 10 laps here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club for the King of the Hill, and a 15-lap final to round out the day. They go across the back straight, follow this battle pack further behind. Reed and Maguire starting to close up with a pair of KF karts behind him as well. Nicholson and Kane, followed by Betts and Scotty Foster, rounding out your top 10. And a big gaggle of the orange and blue, making their presence felt here in 125. Down the line, 6 to go. Stephen Scoble leads the way as we follow along with Lewis Reed in the flat-out karts Arrow X5 chassis, the number 91 machine. rocking the Sam Dicker Motorsports on the back of his suit as well. He's trying to drive a defensive race from Hugh Maguire and just conserve his tyres at the moment. Of course, Lewis was the winner of 125 Heavy at this race 12 months ago, has lost a bit of weight, ripped all the lead off the kart and tried to go racing in 125 Lights, but that's not going to help. You just caught him in the back of the frame there, dropping a wheel off coming out of the bus stop. At the pointy end, though, Luca Nietzsche is starting to make a run. Sets the fast lap of the race at 34.299, and the battle is happening at the pointy end. We go back to this group as we follow along with Shea Thompson. Kieran Ellis right there waiting in the wings as well, as they're almost evenly spaced down the back straight into the Patrizzi course dipper. But Nietzsche starting to try and make a run on Scoble at the halfway point of the race. Last time across, we were 4 to go. Nietzsche really closing up there. The gap less than a tenth and a half as they come across the line. 3 laps remaining. And that time by Steven Scoble resets the fast lap of the race. Responding to the pace of young Luca. 2.5 tenths between them as they head across the back straight. This is a battle we watch. 125 Racing lending itself to the same old of same old. They battle at the start and then settle into an even pace. Through Chamberlain's Auto Electrics. 2 laps to go for Steven Scoble this time by. Just behind Shea Thompson, this battle for third starting to heat up as well as Kieran Ellis is trying to mount a charge. Found himself coming to Cropper in the final at the Gold Star round number 2 up in Geraldton a couple of weeks ago as they come out of the dipper. 1.5 laps left to go. The challenge from Luca Nietzsche has gone away, but the battle for third is on. Ellis up the inside of Thompson. Gets it done, but Thompson counters, slots in behind him, a tap of the brake and a wiggle of the wheel. He goes back to 4th as they come through Chamberlain's. Good move there from Kieran Ellis, the 39 KF kart. The final lap is upon us here for Heat 1 of Tag 125 Light. Kieran Ellis made his move at the right time of the race. And that's all she wrote at the front. Scoble and Nietzsche too far apart to make a battle for the lead here. But Steven Scoble writing his own little book as he makes his return to karting after 8 years out of the saddle. Proved in the mix up in Geraldton. And now he's going to continue that pace as he takes the race 1 win here for Tag 125 Light. Steven Scoble picks it up in the 34 machine. The 14-year-old Luca Nietzsche still proving he's got plenty of pace underneath the saddle. The 55 Ricardo kart home in second. Kieran Ellis parks the 39 KF home in third. Shea Thompson picks up P4 from Lewis Reed, rounding out your top 5. Hugh Maguire in the OTK WA Tony Kart machine goes P6 from Ryan Nicholson in 7. Thomas Shue making a return to karting out of motocross. He goes to P8 from Scotty Foster in P9 and Liam Kane rounding out your top 10. These are your results for Tag 125 Light. We have Jason Betts in P11, Bevan Stone in P12, from Flynn Thompson, Isaac McLean, Freddie Cratchville, Caprice Hall, and Hayden Fraser rounding out your running order. Here's a replay of the action coming at you from 125 Light right at the start there. Some of the action. Here's the move from Kieran Ellis, sailing up the inside with just over a lap to go. You can see Thompson tried to counter, but that start from Steven Scoble really wrote the story of this one. Chopping to the inside and leading it out to pick up the win.
Well, Scoble, congratulations, taking a win in the first heat after 8 years out of the saddle, but Nietzsche was right behind. Did you know he was there?
Oh, I could definitely hear him the whole way, but it was great to have a win straight off the back, qualify on the front row, and the KF kart's working brilliantly, so I can't complain. It's fantastic.
Now tell me, the guy is half your age. Are you worried about him as the day wears on? How's your fitness going to hold up?
Well, that just answers it there. No, but I've been doing a fair bit of fitness since Geraldton to work on that because I drove in a pain barrier at Geraldton. I'm not going to do that again. But I'm definitely feeling fresher after that first heat, so bring on the rest of the day.
Driving smart, not hard. I like it. Thank you.
Thanks, mate. All the best.
As we get set with Cadet 9, thanks to CE Bodies, proud sponsors of our Cadet 9s category for all your bodybuilding needs, supporting the vibrant transport industry, large and small companies, from mining, agriculture, state and even local government. Proud supporters of Cadet 9s and our naming sponsor for Turn 1 here at the Polmac Trailers King of the Hill. We've got Chase Webb in the number 33 machine, starting on the pole spot for the West Coast Civil entry and flat-out karts as we are lights out and racing for Cadet 9s. Webb didn't quite get the start that he wanted, though. William Kalik Chen chops across to claim the race lead through Turn 1. Now Webb is going to have to chase the field all the way through. Is Campbell Thompson in there? Yes, he is. Good to see Campbell Thompson in the mix, just moving through your screen. You can spot him with the bright green helmet. Or the white and green helmet in the KF kart. Deep in the field at the moment for the 51 machine. But he'll have lots of work to do. As we bring it around through Chamberlain Auto Electrics, I should say. Young Kalik Chen getting going right out of the gate and leading this one out. Chase Webb in the second. Riley Curry with a brand new race car thanks to Dad in the third. Joshua Thompson in a P4 from Jaden Razzo. And Leroy Toon rounding out your top 6 at the moment. Campbell Thompson making a move from deep in the field in the 51 KF kart to go P7 on the first lap of racing here from Xander Edgington in P8. Lucas Kalik Chen in P9. Followed by Joel Blackman, Zach Medham, Diago Stewart and Declan Arambisic. William Kalik Chen bringing it around Chamberlains. Continuing to lead this one out from young Chase Webb. Half a second between them as they come down the line. 8 laps to go as we follow along the Ricardo kart. Young Riley Curry on screen at the moment, defending from Joshua Thompson back there in the 4th spot. Fastest on track is William in the number 20 machine out front from the 33 West Coast Civil and flat-out karts entry of young Chase Webb. As we pick up with Riley coming out of the Patrizia course, Dipper, and the run down towards the bus stop. It's a long drive for the Cadet 9s. You can get into karting and doing practice at the ripe old age of 6 and be out there and racing once you turn 7 in the Cadet 9s category. Once you get old enough, you go to 9 or 10, you bump up into the Cadet 12s, and you carry that through until you turn 12 and 13, and you can bump up into the KA4 junior ranks and have a crack with a bigger tyre and a bigger motor. And at the moment, Chase Webb now reset in the fast lap of the race to a 42.274. He's half a second off the back of William Kalik Chen. As they make the run down towards the Dipper once again, that 33 West Coast Civil with the long sweeping NASA panel making a run down towards Kalik Chen in towards the 34 Motorsports bus stop. As the leaders starting to bunch up, we're going to have a bit of a battle here in Cadet 9s as we approach the halfway point. 6 laps to go for William and Chase right behind him as they head through CE Bodybuilder's sweeper up past the canteen corner into the All About Hoses S's. Last time across, Chase with another hot lap of the race, a 41.806. Now Chase putting the pressure on. He's choosing the wrong side of the road, though. William trying to block. He fakes across, and William just shears off the nose cone of Chase under brakes into the bus stop. Young Chase is going to have his work cut out for him here. The battle for the race lead continuing on strong into the second half of Heat 1 for Cadet 9s. Chase Webb peeks up the inside. Young Kalik Chen really making him work hard for it, though. They go side by side through the CE Bodybuilders sweeper. Webb throws a hand out the side, says thank you very much. Riley Curry back there in third to be watching on. Great to see a big move from deep in the field, though, from Campbell Thompson. He started 13th on the grid. He's up to 4th and starting to close the gap onto the back of Riley Curry. Last time across, he was marginally quicker by only about 1/10 of a second. So might have a hard time trying to catch Riley towards the back end of this race. But we are 3 laps to go for Chase Webb as he comes down the line in the flat-out Karts and West Coast Civil entry. New hot lap of the race now, 41.7 for Webb. Really picking up the pace as we grab the 51 KF Kart. Young Campbell Thompson moving his way forward into the 4th spot from 13th on the grid. A big move from the youngster who I believe didn't actually set a qualifying time this morning. So some problems there for young Campbell. But he finds himself making amends for it here in race 1 of Cadet 9s. As your race leaders bringing it down the line. We follow along further back in the field, the 37 machine of Leroy Toon. Spends most of his time racing with the 4-stroke cadets and the Torini 4-stroke sprint motors. Having a crack at with the mini rocks here. Bit of a different change of pace when you throw the 2-stroke motors back in. As we follow Campbell down into the Patricia Course Dipper. Moving his way up to 4th. He's starting to catch Riley Curry. Last time across, they were 0.3 of a second between them on lap speed. But we go back to Chase Webb out front, making his way around as the last lap board comes out. Webb bringing it down onto the front straight. 1 to go for Chase Webb as he comes across the line. A 41.3 that time by, continuing to reset the hot lap of the race. It was just that start that really hurt for Chase. He couldn't get the 33 cut up and starting to boogie in time before William closed the door on him into turn 1. Go back one. Oh! Unfortunate. Chase Webb catching a spun lapped kart. Will end up losing out in that one. William Kalik Chen picks up the win as a result. Chase Webb drag races down the line to hold on to second. Campbell Thompson snuck through right at the end for third as well. Unfortunately, Riley Curry got hung out at the Patricia Course Dipper on the final lap, and he ended up P6 out of that one. Bit of a wild final lap here in the Cadet 9s, shaking up the order, but William Kalik Chen picks up the win for race 1 ahead of Chase Webb in second. Campbell Thompson third from 13th on the grid. Josh Thompson goes P4 from Jaden Razzo in 5, followed by Riley Curry, Leroy Toon, Lucas Kalik Chen, Joel Blackman, and Xander Edgington, rounding out your results.
From Cadet Nines, Campbell, congratulations, mate. A great race there. Run me through what happened.
In qualifying, I DNF'd, so I had to start P13, but I made a huge comeback through field that really impressed, and I really impressed myself.
You didn't just impress yourself, you impressed everyone here, mate. How do you rate your chances as we move through the heats today?
Probably 9 out of 10 of winning.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
We go straight into it with KA4 Junior Light, brought to you by Chamberlain's Auto Electrical Air Conditioning. A big slide job move. Ethan Traeger gets it stuck in the gravel and is trying to get it hopping and off the sand trap. That was a wild shot through turn 1. But it's Noah Lyle in the number 4, Arise Racing, a flat-out karts entry. Going to stretch the legs on the opening lap of this one. James McCucci-Allen into second. And Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer, not who I was expecting. No, he's further down. It's the 33 of young Deckers. Deckers started 6th. Can you believe it? 6th to 3rd on lap 1. He's got Lachlan Adams in the little Tony Kart. Pocket Rocket right behind him, though, the 14 machine, as he chases him down the line. This is a battle for 3rd and 4th already. Up into the all-about hoses, Esses. Adams, monster in the back of the 33. KF Kart of Deckers is going to go for a move up into the dipper. No, he slots in behind. Young Lockie tucking in behind. Right behind them as well sits the 88 of Darcy Benitez. This young lady proving very quick here in West Australian karting as we come down the line to finish off lap 2. Back into it, and the action is hot for KA4 Junior Light. Side by side down towards the bus stop. Davey trying to put a move on Vanitas. Gets it locked up under brakes into the bus stop. He's going to get monstered by the 92 behind. Man, you do not know where to look in these races. This battle pack going through. Lockie Adams, Vanitas, and Davey. They're fighting over 4th, 5th, and 6th as they come down the line. Vanitas copping pressure. Davey goes for it again up the inside into the CE Bodybuilder sweeper. He runs wide on the exit. And they're going to just lick the inside curve at Kanzane Corner, but Davey counters back to the inside and holds onto that spot as they head into the Patrizzi Course dipper. Lockie Adams has a peek over his shoulder just to check on that battle as Benitez goes back to the inside. We've got a drag race on our hands down the line towards the 34 Motorsport bus stop. Benitez, the last of the late breakers, and outbreaks herself. And now Davey getting run off the road by the 92 kart, squeezes back across on Jack Parr, and Wesley Hobson moved up a spot out of that one. Great battle going on. Would you believe it, for 6th on the road? KA4 Junior Light, they do not stop. But out front, doing an absolute runner from the rest of the field. Noah Lyle, worth a strong mention to a 39.14. He's 2.5 tenths of a second per lap faster than the rest of the field at the moment. But all eyes are on this battle pack as we follow him down towards the bus stop again. We're watching Vanitas and Hobson having a crack at it here. The Tony Kart and the Ricardo. Through Chamberlain's Auto Electrics, the triple right-handers before they bring it down the main straight on the 11 turns and 753 metres of racing surface here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. Further behind them as well, Jack Parham and Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer going at it. The Energy Course and the KF Kart having a crack as we come up past the halfway point. 5 down, 5 to go. It's Noah Lyle still out front. We don't even get to look at him. He's well and truly gone. Daylight occupying second ahead of James McCucci-Allen, who we pick up now out of the 34 Motorsports bus stop. Behind him, Aiden Deckers in the 33 kart. There's Lyle streaking across your screen as they come down the line to finish off lap 6. Lockie Adams has managed to secure the 4th spot. This is 2nd and 3rd at the moment. James McCucci-Allen and Aiden Deckers all the way up the road there. You see him just disappearing. The 4 kart of Lyle down to a 38.8. 3 tenths of a second quicker than the rest of the field now. The gap out to almost 2 seconds out front. Down to the bus stop. The lead battle, Lockie Adams having a peek over his right-hand shoulder. Just a check on Vanitas, his Tony Kart teammate behind. And Adams almost running himself out of road, exiting the bus stop. Vanitas still holding up. Hobson and Davey further behind. Mikuchi Allen with the head down, trying to gain the aerodynamic advantage. Lockie Adams doesn't even need to put his head down. He would be the smallest, lightest and shortest driver in the field of KA4 Junior Lights. Does a stellar job behind the wheel though. The story of Lockie Adams is an interesting one. Got involved with go-kart racing after a few sessions down at the kart centre in Canning Vale. Enjoyed it so much, he joined the ranks of Cadet 12s not long ago, and then found himself hitting the age point where he needed to jump into KA4 Junior Light as they come on down. 2 laps to go for your race leader, Noah Lyle, as he comes across the line. We follow these few. Adams at the front of that group there. Vanitas just covering off an inside challenge as Davey has a little look up the inside of Hobson. Through the CE Bodybuilders sweeper and up past the canteen once again. That's your leader. 4. Catching Noah Lyle with 1 lap to go. Leading the way as we grab James Mikuchi Allen past Canteen Corner. Lyle coming up to put a lap on some traffic. Alexa Watts about to go a lap down to your race leader here. Noah has a big look up the inside and grabs it. This kid is unstoppable in KA4 Junior Light at the moment. Dominated the weekend up at the Gold Star Series, and he starts off the account in fine form with a lead of almost 3 seconds. Checkered flag will fly. Noah Lyle claims the race 1 win for KA4 Junior Light, brought to you by Chamberlain's Auto Electrics. And James Mikuchi Allen holds on to second by some margin over. Aiden Decker's in third. Lachlan Adams picks up the 4th spot. Darcy Benedis comes across the line to make it P5. Wesley Hobson goes P6, K Davey P7. From Jack Parham, Jackson Mitchell Rosenauer, and Connor Payne rounding out your top 10. Those are your results as they stand, and look at that. Almost 2.7 seconds, the margin for Noah Lyle out front. Few highlights from this race. That start looked pretty wild. We'll catch here. There's Ethan Traeger, exit stage right through turn 1. And unfortunately for young Ethan, found himself beached in the dirt. Some great battles further back. Here's Cade Davey pulling a big speculator, grabbing a big bite of the curb up the inside of Darcy Benedis, and then trying it again into turn 1 during the race. Great battles for the remaining placings. Heat 1 of KA4 Junior Light puts on some action. Davey using all of the gravel on the run down towards the bus stop. That was KA4 Junior Light Heat 1.
Here with Noah Lyle, just getting the helmet and gear off. Noah, take a step in here, mate. How are you so darn quick, lapping one of the back markers there? You're unstoppable.
Oh, I don't know about that, but it's just good coaching, I guess, from Sam, and lots of practice.
Some tough competition out there. Who do you rate in the field?
I think all the drivers are pretty good.
Good answer, mate. We love it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Time now for our feature categories. Tag 125 restricted light, taken to the track, and a new King of the Hill could be crowned today for the 10th anniversary of this prestigious event here in West Australian karting. We've got some red hot names in the field of 125 restricted light. Want to make a mention. Josh Healy will be one to watch. He was challenging for the win last year. Thomas Bauscher, a 2-time winner of this race, will be looking to make it a third. Eli Tunstall was very fast as well. Caden Manders is a bit of a wild card in this group. We'll see what he can do. We'll check on how they stacked up from qualifying. Josh Healy, the quickest on track with a 36.24. He will start on the pole spot alongside two-time King of the Hill winner Thomas Boucher on second. Daniel Clark will start third from Eli Tunstall, P4. 125 restricted light, proudly presented by Meridio Solutions, the enthusiastic team of experienced and qualified workplace health and safety professionals, proudly supporting our 125 restricted lights. And Tony Arambusik is the man to ring. 0400 058 100 for Meridio Solutions, proud presenters of our 125 restricted lights. As it looks like Healy is not in his grid spot. So from my understanding of the rules, Healy wasn't in his grid spot before they made the control line. So I will guess he will have to actually slot in behind as wherever he got to. That jumbles up the field around him. No, Healy's going to go sliding on by. So Josh Healy, your fastest qualifier. Casting our mind back 12 months, he had a great fight with Ryan Nicholson in the final of 125 restricted light, which ultimately ended up for both of them on the sidelines. And Brooke Miller became the second ever Queen of the Hill in this event. Brooke's not here this weekend to defend the title. So it's Healy on the pole spot here, lining up a snarling field of 22 125 restricted lights as they bring it around. Tom Boucher, the two-time winner of this race, on the outside front row as we watch for the lights to go out. We are racing for Heat 1. Boucher gets a slightly better start, but they're going to go side by side into the sweeper. Daniel Clark right in there as well with the number 50 KF Kart. Side by side up towards the All About Hoses S's. Healy gets the advantage from Boucher in second. Clark is wide and a big Dagala Kart's getting caught up. Keeping an eye out for Tunstall. Looks like he's been dropped further behind and he drops through the grid. Boucher already trying to challenge the back of Healy down into the bus stop as we watch this huge battle pack into the bus stop. Caden Manders is in that mix as well. Trust him to find a bit of bump and grind through the field. 125 restricted light, 22 of them to challenge the King of the Hill this weekend. We join Josh Healy and Tom Boucher, who I suspect are going to be in a class of their own here today. These two are very quick. They put on a pretty decent show up in Geraldton a couple of weeks ago for the Gold Star round. Ultimately, the win going to Boucher on that weekend, and he looks racy to try and put some pressure on. He's arriving with a bit of closing speed, but decides to slot in behind Healy as they head into the 34 Motorsports bus stop. Big carnage back there, further back in the field though. A couple of spinners, the 7 kart of Wade Saunders getting caught up there, and a couple more at Chamberlain's as well. Another kart doing a pirouette, and he is beached in the dirt. Back to your leaders though. Healy and Boucher through the All About Hoses S's and onto the back straight. Daniel Clark in the 50 KF kart, fastest on track at the moment with a 36.91. So he's going to throw his hat into the ring here and say, I'm here, boys. I can have a crack at this. Jay Bunton is just a little bit further behind in the 4 spot with Shane George in P5, from Timmy Gorman in P6 as they come on down the line. 3 laps completed, 7 to go. Again? Watching this battle pack, Boucher, while we looked away for just a second, claimed the race lead from Healy. He's not happy about it. Young Josh, he's got a lot of race pace inside that bright yellow skid lid of his. He's going to have a crack at trying to counter back to Boucher. A nice mention for Timmy Gorman, joining the ranks of the Redline Oil and Oil and Energy Bibra Lake sponsorship, joining the ranks with Ashton Sprague and Simon Gumby Gwilliam with their sponsorship, of course. Oil and Energy joining as sponsors of the weekend here at the King of the Hill. Proudly brought to you by Polmac Trailers and Redline Oil, sponsors of the Cadet 12 category. Tom Boucher down the line. We grab Jay Bunton and Shane George having a little battle of their own, fighting over 4th and 5th as they come down the line. through the CE Bodybuilders sweeper. Having a run at it. The battle at the lead. Daniel Clark sails the speculator up the inside of Josh Healy. Parks his KF card in the second. Now he sets his sights forward, and he'd just be hoping that Healy doesn't try and challenge, but a grab at the curb at the bus stop. Healy serves him in the back, and they almost come a cropper through the Chamberlain Auto Electrics at the left-hander. They're giving away time to Tom Boucher here as they come up onto the main straightaway. 4 laps to go. And Clark, a regular competitor up at Tiger Kart Club's Wundowie International Raceway, having a crack at it here with Healy as they head onto the back straight. And the gap at the pointy end, 8.5 tenths of a second from Boucher back to Clark. Healy now losing a little bit of time and dropping further back into the third spot. He might have to settle for that one as we start to work our way towards the pointy end of race 1 of Tag 125 Restricted Light. The battle for 4th here. Bunton copping a move from young Shane George. Shane picks him off and moves up to the 4th spot here. Jay Bunton in the 9 cart will go down to P5. The JB Patios and Fabrications entry. Beautifully presented Esprit cart turning a wheel in P5. Following along this battle pack between Daniel Clark and Josh Healy. Healy really animated in the seat, looking for a way around to try and gain some time on Daniel. Daniel very wide out of the CE Bodybuilders sweeper past Canteen corner. Healy tags the back end of him up into the All About Hoses S corner and gives away some time on the back straight. That'll reset this. Now Healy's presented with an opportunity to try and have a run at Clark and arrive with a bit of closing speed. When you're right behind the driver in front of you, you don't have a big speed differential into the corners. But if you can come at him with some speed, if you think you're that much quicker, here's the time to shine for Josh Healy. Down the line, 1 lap to go. He's got 1 lap to make it happen, and he's half a second behind him. And don't see it happening for Josh Healy, who might just be settling for 3rd here. Bringing it round into Chamberlain's Auto Electrics for the final time. Thomas Boucher opens up the account, trying to make it a 3-time King of the Hill. He starts off in fine form with a win in race 1. He'll be a happy man. Daniel Clark picks up 2nd. Joshua Healy goes to 3rd. Shane George will be very happy with P4 from Jay Bunton. P5, Eli Tunstall 6. Timmy Gorman for Redline Oils in P7. And Caden Manders, Shane Ratcliffe, and Quinton Stevens rounding out your top 10.
Thomas Boucher, 2-time winner of this race, looking to make it 3. Your kart worked on by only the best this weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Looked after by Flat Out and my wife. She swings the spanners. She makes it go fast, but huge call out for flat outs, the engine and the chassis.
The racetrack actually looking more like a battlefield out there with karts littered all the way around. What were your thoughts in the dying moments of that race?
Just hoping it wasn't me.
That's always a good way to live by it. What are we looking to expect in the next few heats?
I think really, really tough competition. I mean, there's some really fast guys here. I think the top 10 all in contention. Absolutely.
Best of luck.
Thank you so much. Cheers.
We are on for KA3 Senior Championship. At combined weight, getting set to go for their first race of the day. Luca Nietzsche, the 55 Ricardo kart, will start from the pole spot here, alongside Ryan Nicholson, who's been a quick name in this group. And the ever-fast Jake Sawyer will start P3. From Zach Needham in P4, should be a great group of drivers to watch here as we are lights out and racing. Nietzsche going to lead the field down to turn 1. We got, some carnage there back there at turn 1. And all stuck into each other at the first corner. But your leaders through the Patrizia course dipper on lap 1, Nietzsche, Sawyer, Betts is in there as well. The West Australian state champ Nicholson has lost a spot. He goes to P4. Needham back to P5. We'll catch them all as they come through. Michael Jones in there as well. Down the line for lap number 1, Luca Nietzsche, your fastest qualifier. Going to lead the way. Jake Sawyer right in there. Nicholson sends one up the inside of Betts for third. Through the CE bodybuilders sweep as they go. Up into the All About Hoses Asses. Nietzsche trying to break away, but Sawyer is not going to have any of that. The experienced young man in the KA3 senior ranks. Last year was the man to beat in this class. We'll see if he can pull a repeat here in 2020 for the 10th anniversary of the Polmac Trailers King of the Hill here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. Down the line, Sawyer has a check over the shoulder and notices Nicholson in the 75 KF kart further behind. Nietzsche always looks so wide, does that 55 Ricardo kart. It's purely because of the difference in aspect ratio and height difference between Nietzsche and the rest of the field. For the young 14-year-old racing in amongst the seniors, making his presence felt here in 2020 as they come out of the 34 Motorsports bus stop. From Nicholson in third. Bit of a lonely one for him at the moment as Betts and Needham are stacking up fourth and fifth, with Michael Jones in P6. Toby Hobson rounding out P7. Carrying onwards with Luca Nietzsche down the line into the CE Bodybuilders sweeper for race 1 of KA3 Senior. Running at their combined championship weight break this weekend. Brings drivers that wouldn't usually race against each other, but Sawyer goes up the inside of the Petruzzi course dipper. Nietzsche will be looking to counter there. Sawyer goes to the inside into the bus stop. Nietzsche stays where he was and slots into second, seemingly accepting his fate at this point of the race. As we're coming up to the halfway point here in Heat 1 of KA3 Senior. At championship weight, Sawyer's the quickest one on track from the last couple of laps at a 36.1. And down the line, the number 96 machine. The Sarah Driver Development J&A Kart Tuning and the Transcoat entry, Sarah Kart of Sawyer. Leading the way here from Nietzsche in the 55 Ricardo Kart. Back there to second, Ryan Nicholson with the 75 KF Kart into P3 and the Cosmic of Jason Betts in the 77 Sykes Transport entry in P4. Michael Jonesy Jones in the 4th spot for a P5 is actually the fastest on track, would you believe it, from Jonesy on 36.1. We follow Zach Needham at the back of that group, grabbing the 40 of Jones as he's trying to close up the gap to the back of Jason Betts, and Ryan Nicholson fighting over 3rd and 4th at the moment. Last time by for Jones, a 36.1. Fastest lap of the race he clocked over, but he's still languishing. A 10th and a half to 2 tenths further behind the back of Betts and Nicholson. As your leaders come up onto the back of blue flags being held out from Regan Hayden, it looks like, in the 16th spot. On his way to going a lap down. We're following along the battle for 3rd here. Nicholson, Betts, Jones and Needham. Man, we've got some hot names in KA3 Senior. Even at championship weight, these guys will turn it on. But at the moment, it's Jake Sawyer doing his thing out front. Proving he's the man to beat here this weekend at the King of the Hill. Brought to you by Polmac Trailers. Nietzsche trying to close the gap. They're coming up onto the back of this lap traffic here in the 62 machine, as they bring it out of Chamberlain's Auto Electrics onto the main straightaway. Sawyer will pick off the lap, so will Nietzsche. Say thanks for coming as the blue lights get illuminated. Ryan Nicholson trying to go around the outside, up into the S's. Jonesy's going to have a real tight time getting around the outside. Needham goes sneaking through as well. 1.5 laps left to go. The last lap board will get hung out to pick up Jake Sawyer, your race leader. One to go for Jake Sawyer down the line. New hot lap of the race a moment ago from Luca Nietzsche to a 36.0. Go to the lead last lap. It gets tight at the pointy end. Nietzsche looked like he was going to have a crack at it. He was only 0.2 of a second down on Sawyer as they came across the line last time by. He's too far back, surely, to make a move into the 34 Motorsports bus stop for the final time. Ryan Nicholson looking to consolidate 3rd at the moment as they come out of Chamberlain's for the final time. Checkered flag is out and awaiting their arrival. Jake Sawyer opens up today in Heat 1 with a win. The number 96 Transcoat Sarah Kart from Luca Nietzsche into the 2nd spot. Ryan Nicholson picks up 3rd. Jason Betts, the West Australian champ, will go P4. Michael Jones will round out your top 5 from Zach Needham in 6, Toby Hobson in 7, Matt Davis in 8, David Priolo 9, and Holly Patrizzi rounding out your top 10 here in KA3 Senior. look at some of the action from the last race here. Lots of action through turn 1 and that big kart pile up, and then it was all happening further behind as well, with Needham and Jones having a crack at it. And the move for the lead that wrapped up for Jake Sawyer to claim the win from this one, from Luca Nietzsche back there in second, down at the Patrizzi course dip up. But another look at turn 1 there. Where did all of that start? And a wild ride for the 12 entry of Marty King. KA3 Senior Championship wrapping up. We'll get set for WA Open Performance to take it out, thanks to Swiss Hutless, in just a moment.
Luca Nietzsche coming in second in that first heat for the KA3 Seniors. 0.16 of a second behind Sawyer there. When did you know you weren't going to be able to pass him, and how did you feel?
I mean, I knew that I couldn't pass him because I saw last lap board out and just wasn't quick enough to catch. If I wanted to pass, I'd have to go for a dive bomb, but it's first race, doesn't really matter. So,
looking to drive smart, not necessarily right out there on the edge. I think you've found yourself in a good position to consolidate and really put the challenge on Sawyer. How do you think you're going to go throughout the rest of the day?
I reckon pretty good, running 2 classes, so it's tough going between 2. It's different tyres, different engines, so hopefully we can stay at the front of the weekend.
People are definitely standing up and taking notice, mate. Best of luck.
All right, thanks.
Jumping back into it, and a quick check on our live broadcast on Facebook Live. Some cool names popping up in the comments. Hello to Benny Bishop, watching from wherever you are. I think you'd be up in Darwin for the Supercars. Daniel Rochford, now there's a name a few of you out here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club would recognise. Thanks for joining us, Daniel, and everyone else for jumping in and watching along. Make sure to share the stream if you're out there in the pits. Share it out to all your friends and family. Send it to your brothers, co-workers, girlfriend, sister, I don't care. Send it out there. Get the news across that we are having a great time here at the Polmac Trailers King of the Hill, the 10th anniversary of this event here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. And we are on track with WA Open Performance, presented by Swiss Hutless, in a consolidated grid, along with Tag 125 Heavy, brought to you by Kart Mart. So 2 of the staples of West Australian karting promoting the classes here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. It looks like our WA Open Performance field are away and racing. I'm not sure whether our 125 heavies are going to go for a great start, but they are off and running. Ryan Barron will lead the field out for that group. So we've got two groups to watch here as we follow the 125 heavies up towards the All About Hoses S as we just catch the Open Performance coming out of Chamberlain Auto Electrics. So WA Open Performance, greatly put to me through the Behind the Sport podcast by Brent Peters of Lux Performance. He says it's like the sports sedans of karting, which it really is. Anything goes, anything that can go will go in WA Open Performance as long as it fits within the certain boundaries, and they're very loosely placed boundaries of what will work. Different weight breaks for different engine combinations. They go racing on the MG SM medium tyre that they get to use here. That's the green or yellow compound. Very similar to the MG FZ Prime, the yellow tyre that the 125 classes are using. And when I say 125, they are not the restricted classes. This is where all comprehension of karting goes out the window. It's Ryan Barron leading the way in the 125 heavies, who is on pole for that class and stretching this one out. But in Open Performance, it's Chris Elliard leading him out at the moment as he comes down towards the bus stop corner. We follow Barron on the way past the canteen. As we follow second place in 125 heavy, Brett Sheriff. Sorry, third place in 125 heavy. We go back to Ryan Barron leading the way for the 125s. Just ahead of Shane McPherson in second. As they come around out of Chamberlain's onto the main straightaway. Barron opening it right up here over McPherson as they come down the line with 7 laps left to go. This is the only consolidated class we have here today, with the Open Performance coming out of the bus stop into Chamberlain's. Chris Elliard and Caprice Hall fighting it out with the twin-engine fire-breathing monsters that they get to put the power down with. And down the main straightaway in the crisscross exhaust, the telltale sign of a WA Open twin. We go back to Ryan. We'll follow him for a moment as he leads it out for tag 125 heavy. Last lap board being brought out to pick up your open performance leaders as they come down. Chris Elliard and Caprice Hall still fighting over the WA Open Performance lead, the category that brings so many different variations of engine and kart combinations with different weight breaks into the play. But Elliard still holding on to the lead at the moment as your 125 heavy leaders come on through to start their final tour of the circuit. Elliard in the number 4 Praga kart with the twin Vortex engines, power plants. Brings it around Chamberlain Auto Electrics for the final time. The checkered flag will fly. Elliard will claim the win for WA Open Performance. As we catch the leaders of 125 heavy coming down the line, Ryan Barron will pick up the win in that group from Shane McPherson in second. And Brett Sheriff due to bring it around from Mark Melosi to pick up third and fourth in the 125 heavies. So that was your consolidated field of WA Open Performance and 125 heavy, proudly presented by Swiss Hutless and Kartmart for those categories. And we'll take a very short moment and a check of the results. Now this is the results. It's not quite indicative because we're looking at two different classes here. So Elliard and Hall and Howe, first, second and third in the WA Open Performance category. Then Barron, McPherson and Sheriff, fourth, fifth and sixth across the line on the track. They are first, second and third in order for Tag 125 Heavy. We'll take a short break. We'll be on for KA3 Junior Heat 1 coming up very soon. We're on for KA3 Junior Heat 1. Brought to you by TuneTech Auto Service Centre, the family-owned and operated mechanical services located on Farrell Road in Midvale. Adrian and his team can work on all makes and models, from regular car servicing to unexpected repairs, and provide an honest and reliable service that you can count on. That's TuneTech Auto Service Centre, presenters of your KA3 Juniors. And 16 of them lining up and getting set to go racing. It's Caleb Sumich and Noah Lyle on the front rows. The lights go out and send us racing. A great battle pack is going to take place over the next 10 laps as we go 2 by 2, side by side, 3 wide past the canteen for lap 1, and it's already happening. Up into the All About Hoses S's, down the back straight into the Patrizzi Course Dipper. Caleb Sumich getting out front in the 14 machine. Alex Stefanovic slotting in there with the 22 OJG Engineering Sarah Kart. Noah Lyle loses a spot back to P3. See what he can do after he dominated race 1 of KA4 Junior Light. Down the line for lap 1 in race 1. Lyle darts to the inside and tries for one. Ah, no, into the start of Stefanovic. Alec off the track. Stefanovic going to go down to the back of the train, unfortunately, for the young driver on board the number 22 machine. Luke Sawyer is going to replace him into third at the moment. Behind him, Robert West in P4. And Jack Kaiulo in P5. James McCucci-Allen P6 as they bring it around. Out of Chamberlain's once again. It's Caleb Sumich leading the way. Noah Lyle going to try and close the gap and put some pressure on. As we follow Lyle and Sawyer, second and third. Past the canteen corner. Oh, we got a couple more off at turn 1. The 27 of Bree Rhodes. Unfortunately there from 7th on track. She'll be facing the wrong direction and buried into the brown dirt. The battle going on between James McCucci-Allen and Jack Haulo further behind as well. As we grab your race leaders once again through Chamberlain's. Sumich, Lyle and Sawyer. Couple of new names having a crack at it here in KA3 Junior. The fastest category you can run here in Western Australian state-level competition in WA karting. And it's unfortunate that we lost Thomas Lawton before the start of this one. We'll have big things to see from him in the number 3, Tony Kart, and what he can do in the heats later on. The action in KA3 Junior still red hot as Lyle and Sawyer challenging up into the All About Hoses S's. Lyle grabs a bite at the inside curve on the left-hander. Caleb Sumich is the fastest on track though, a 35.7 last time across. He's 8.5 tenths of a second clear of Lyle in a second already. As we are working our way through the last couple of races in Heat 1 before we rack them and stack them and go to KZ2. B versus C coming up very soon here for their second heat. It'll be the first race for the C Group drivers as well. But James McCucci-Allen down the line defending from Jack Keulo and young Josh Byrne. 5th, 6th and 7th. We follow that little battle pack across the back straight down into the Patrizia Course Dipper. It's the Amiga of McCucci-Allen, earning himself a bit of a break from Keulo at the moment in the number 7 Arrow Machine. And the flat-out karts, number 86 of Joshua Byrne, putting pressure on him as they come out of Chamberlain's Auto Electrics through the triple right-handers onto the main straightaway. We go back to Lyle and Sawyer on screen at the moment into the All About Hoses S's. Young Noah, dominant display from Heat 1 of KA4 Junior Light, still learning the straps and trying to chase down Caleb Sumich here in the KA3 Junior category, brought to you by TuneTech Auto Service Centre. .2 seconds is now the gap for Caleb Sumich out front. As we follow along, we want something to happen here between Lyle and Sawyer. Fighting over it, Lyle checks over his shoulder. Sawyer looks the opposite direction. And you'll know that he has a long gap further behind. It was 3 laps to go as they came down the line. They have completed 7. So 2.5 laps left for your race leaders, Sumich, Lyle and Sawyer. We follow this battle for second and third. Lyle, a little peek over his right shoulder to check on Sawyer behind him as they come down out of the bus stop for 34 Motorsports. Robert West just coming across your screen at the moment, the number 9 KF kart, having a bit of a lonely drive here as James McCucci-Allen on the defensive from Joshua Byrne, who's moved aside Jack Keulo. And look at this though, the gap has opened up for second. Noah Lyle putting some time on him and closing the gap to the back of Sumich to 1.2 seconds. On the final lap for KA3 Junior, brought to you by TuneTech Auto Service Centre, we follow this battle. We go back to the lead. Caleb Sumich down into the 34 Motorsports bus stop. From the pole spot and the fastest qualifier this morning by almost 1/10 of a second over the rest of the field. Showing the field a clean pair of heels. Caleb Sumich takes race 1 for KA3 Junior. Noah Lyle picks up second. Luke Sawyer goes to the 3rd spot. Robert West goes P5. Joshua Byrne, P5. Aiden Decker's in the 6th. James McCuccial in 7th. From Jack Kayulo in 8. Gabriel Balanca in 9. Billy Duncombe in P10 from Deegan Meller in 11. And Tyson Sadler rounding out your 12 finishing drivers. That's KA3 Junior Heat 1 completed. And I want to remind you all again, we are hosting the Lucky Dip raffle. Tickets $2 each or 3 for $5. Got a huge stack of prizes. The Ride of Your Life jet boat experience in the boat subject to finance. The boat is actually called Subject to Finance. Parkerville Tavern vouchers. We got Courtney P photography vouchers, Snap-on tool prize packs, go-kart tyres, hose reels, thanks to All About Hoses, trailer services, thanks to Polmac Trailers, JB Hi-Fi vouchers from Performance Vehicle Warehouse, helmets from OTKWA, Bluetooth speakers thanks to Shannon's, and a knife set thanks to Meat Processing Services. You can grab your tickets from Gemma. She's over just next to the Mopoke coffee van, adjacent to the cafe. Head on over there and grab your ticket for the raffle. It's a lucky dip. You don't have to be here to claim your prize. If your name gets called, someone else can claim the prize for you. $2 each or 3 for $5. And we're doing the Guess the Digit competition as well. If you can guess the last 2 digits on the $100 bill, it's $2 to buy a guess. Your name goes on the number and you could be the lucky owner of a nice, crisp $100 bill tonight. Here at the 2020 Polmac Trailers King of the Hill, the 10th anniversary, as we get set to go into the final race of round 1 of the heats. Tag 125 restricted medium. Coming up next as we catch a great shot overlooking the outgrid. And we'll go down to the in-grid.
Caleb Sumich, congratulations, bring you home in that heat. Run me through how that race went for you.
Yeah, the start was pretty good, stayed out in front, and then we're just consistent times all through the session, got me through. So,
how did the kart feel?
The kart was actually really good compared to the practice sessions that we've been having. Really improved. So,
coming back or coming in a little bit abreast of second place, how do you feel that sets you up as we move through the day?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Like, we get to start from the front in the next one, but we never know. So,
good move. We look forward to it.
Thank you.
Just to mention as well, in addition to the raffle tickets and the Guess the Digit, Gemma is selling the Polmac Trailers King of the Hill t-shirts down adjacent to the Mopoke coffee van. And they're $40, I believe. They look flash too. Might have to get one on my torso. Polmac Trailers King of the Hill. If you catch Amy Sears, although she's parked up in the tower at the moment, if you catch her walking around, she can be the model for you to show you how good those shirts look. King of the Hill t-shirts up for sale down adjacent to the Mopoke coffee van, as we are set for one of the premier classes to watch this weekend. Tag 125 restricted medium is go. And look at them pour on through, 29 of them, and we survived turn. No, we didn't. Oh, I called it too soon. I said we were going to survive turn 1. We got 3 off at turn 1, unfortunately. We get going. Damon Nicoli from the pole spot, going to try and lead the field around. getting stuck into some wild opening laps of 125 restricted medium. Damon Nickley, fastest in qualifying, trying to stretch it out. But this battle behind is what we're watching. Paul King, Jay Bunton, Aaron Chivers, Graham Westling defending King of the Hill champion, and Carlos Del Toro. Down the line, Westy is at the front of that group there in the 13 kart. We watch Carlos Del Toro in the 18, and behind him is the 2 of Paul King, who's just lost a lot of ground on this last lap. We follow along as they head across the back straight into the Patrizzi Course dipper. Jay Bunton in that beautifully turned out Esprit kart, just ahead of Aaron Chivers at the moment. This is second and third. Damon Nickley is GORN gone from this group. 8.5 tenths of a second after just a couple of laps of racing here. Heat 1 for our 125 restricted mediums. 29 karts on track, brought to you by Tech Force, the niche recruitment group with 25 years of experience in supplying qualified and experienced specialist staff to a range of industries across Australia. Their experience is what sets them apart, and there's a few drivers in this group who's got a few years of experience as well. Some of the older gentlemen in 125 restricted medium looking to prove they still got some pace, but it's Damon Nickley out front. Aaron Chivers is now the fastest on track, and he's moved aside Jay Bunton as we hold on to Graham Westling at the moment in the 13 Paralyn kart. Beautifully turned out machine, just coming into frame, the 4 of Aaron Chivers. That's who we're talking about. He's the fastest on track. Go forward to number 4. Card number 2. So we follow this battle between Westling, Del Toro, and King as they come out of the 34 Motorsports bus stop into the Chamberlain's Auto Electrics right-handers. They're trying to close the gap to your leaders, and a huge gaggle of cars further behind. I wish we had about 10 more cameras to capture all the crazy action going on, but the battle is on here. Westling going to lose a spot to Del Toro for the 4th spot. And he lost out here. Now Carlos trying to go forward, to go back to the pointy end. Nickley is starting to fall back into the clutches of Aaron Chivers. Aaron making inroads and is taking Jay Bunton with him as well into the 34 Motorsports bus stop. It's getting closer and closer at the top. It was 3.5 tenths of a second on the last lap through. Following the action here for a 125 restricted medium, Chivers tries to go up the inside of Nickley, who's trying to drive a defensive one. He's going to have a big look up the inside of the bus stop. Jay Bunton parks it on the inside. They're going to go side by side into Chamberlain's. And Chivers goes from second to first to third in the space of 4 corners. And now he's under pressure from Carlos Del Toro, who's the fastest on track. Del Toro putting pressure on. He looks to the inside, fakes back to behind Chivers into the CE Bodybuilders sweeper. Chivers looks to the inside of Bunton and goes up the inside. He tries to park it but can't get up there. Into the All About Hoses S is now across the back straight, down into the dipper. This is all playing into the hands of Damon Nickley, who's able to open up the gap. And if these guys keep fighting, right there, the 13 kart, Graham Westling will have something to say about it as well. If he can buy his way into this fight. Paul King back there in the 2 kart wants to get involved in this as well. And we could have a 6 kart battle pack for the race lead here in Heat 1 of 125 restricted medium. Bunton has a lazy look over the shoulder down the main straight. The premier class of the King of the Hill 125 restricteds. We're working our way towards the end of this one though. Our starter getting instructions to bust out the lap left board any moment now as they come down. We watch your leaders down into the bus stop for 34 Motorsports. Damon Nickley leads away from Jay Bunton in second. Aaron Chivers third. Last lap board out to collect him here. And down the line into turn 1. Last lap upon us. Carlos Del Toro is the fastest right at the end here. But he's running wide and losing ground. He's trying to defend down towards the bus stop. He's going to be on the defensive from Westy. They're having a crack at it. Westy goes to the inside, can't get there. Checkered flag is out though. And Damon Nicoli will claim the win in race 1. That was a nice one. He'll be happy from the pole spot to pick up the win here ahead of Jay Bunton in second. Aaron Chivers in third. This is how they finished on the left-hand side of your screen. Carlos Del Toro was the fastest on track, but only claims fourth from Graham Westling, rounding out your top 5. Paul King goes to P6 from Adam Gandossi in P7. Mark Redmond, P8. Troy Stewart's P9. Paul Hughes, P10. Christopher Strawn, P11. As they continue to wrap them up, this is your official finishing order. We go back Peter Ten Brooker, P12, from Bradley Dean in the 13. Nathan Medham, P14. Nathan Jack in the 15. Then Benjamin Bond and Jake Salamone, Joseph Burgick, Aaron Warner, Tony Arambasic rounding out your 20, followed by Stewart, Nickel, Harvey, Hunt, Dabonnet, Pulatano, John Harvey rounding out 27 finishing drivers. Checking a replay from that start. I was going to say it's clean, and then this happened right at the end of turn 1. The action happening on the exit of the CE Bodybuilders sweeper. Then the action happening. This was Paul King losing a spot for Jay Bunton with Aaron Chivers tucking in behind him as well. And they ran all the way down to the bottom of the bus stop like that. Plenty of action all the way through the field. But Damon Nicoli surviving the challenges that came his way as Graham Westling found himself in a battle with Carlos Del Toro, the fastest man on track, putting a move on the defending King of the Hill champion. And this was the challenge for the race lead from Aaron Chivers. Ultimately, didn't work out towards the very end though. Damon Nicoli from the pole spot managed to counter and pick himself up a race win.
Damon Nicoli winning from pole position. Congratulations. Did you have any idea they were right up your tail?
I knew they would be there. I didn't actually expect to be starting off pole. I would have been happy if I was in the top 15. So it's been about 4 years since I've been in a kart properly. So seat time hasn't been a lot lately. But to come away with this is, yeah, I'm ecstatic. So.
How did the kart feel? And was this kind of what you expected, or you really, really thought it was going to go differently?
I really thought that this weekend, if I was in the top 10 by the end of the weekend, I thought I'd, be really happy with myself. So to be here is really good, and the kart's, amazing. I don't know. I haven't checked my wheel alignment in about 3 years, so I don't know what all this setup stuff's about.
Driving by Braille, that's the way to do it. Best of luck, mate.
Thank you.
Well, it's time to go the next gear. Heat 2 of KZ2 at the opening round of the West Australian KZ Series. KZ2 brought to you by Pro Drainage this weekend. Go see Blake Mills, your Heat 1 winner, for everything you need for drainage. He can do the lot for sewer junctions, sewer diversions, connections, stormwater and soak wells. He's, of course, WA owned and operated. He's a cool guy, and he's great to talk to as well. Go see Millsy or give him a call, 0403 507 245. Send him a text and congratulate him for getting the fitness up to win a heat in KZ. This is Heat 2, which is B Group versus C Group. So the first race for some of our drivers. Haven't seen the track in racing conditions since their qualifying this morning. Unfortunately, it looks like the 19 of Jessica Howe having trouble with the kart. She's parked up on the exit of the bus stop corner, and she'll gain some assistance to get the kart off the track. So we have 25 on the starting grid. For Heat 2 of KZ2, half of them have raced already, half of them are on fresh rubber, or fresher rubber. They're all going to go for it as the karts take to the grid. And that will be a false start, I'm sure of. So drivers copying instructions just to roll it around again. They were sitting there for a little bit too long. So we'll bring them back, we'll rack them and stack them. And this is how they should be starting. Damon Papasergio will be one to watch in the 77 machine. He ran in race 1 from the from the B group, but absolutely had a shocker. He got monstered at the start after failing to go anywhere as soon as the lights went out. He starts on the pole spot from Ryan Bender. He comes from the C group, hasn't raced yet in that beautifully turned out 59 Birrell chassis. He's monstrously quick as well. We'll keep an eye on him. Daryl Henderson in here from grid 3. Jaden Pierce from grid 4. Riley Traeger from 5. Simon William will start out of P6. He'll be one to watch here. From Daniel Curry, P7. Jacob Parsons from the 8 spot. From Nick Middick, Bailey Gretsch, Mace Harvey, Paul Pedrotti, Courtney Goff, Jacob De Jong, Daniel Sugar, Michael Priolo, and a whole bunch of karts all stacking up further behind. And a roll around we get again, because we had another kart stranded up at the All About Hoses S's. So 2 attempts at trying to get a start here for the WA KZ2 series. And hopefully, third time is the charm. So 15 laps on the board for KZ2. Heat 2 of their weekend's format. And we'll bring the field around to try and get a start for the third time here to set them on their way. Blake Mills claimed the win in Heat 1. He does not compete here in Heat 2 as he comes from the A group, being your fastest qualifier. Thomas Sparks is going to be one to watch for the 21 machine, this Charles Leclerc kart from the back of the field. So a notably very early start for Damon Papasergio there. I'll let the KA officials sort that one out. Ryan Bender into the second spot, down into the 34 Motorsports bus stop. Jaden Pierce really late on the brakes behind him. As we follow the big gaggle of karts exiting the bus stop. This one's a little scrappy already. Daniel Sugar doesn't get a start, unfortunately. He parks up the 57 on the sidelines on the main straightaway. But Papasergio leads away in Heat 2. B versus C group. It's Ryan Bender back into the second spot. Jaden Pierce in third. Simon Gwilliam. He'll be one to watch here in the Formula K kart. He's back there in P4. Daniel Curry, P5 from Jacob Parsons in the sixth spot. As they come down, it looks like Curry and Parsons trying to close up the gap to your leaders as you catch them coming all the way through Chamberlain's Auto Electrics. And the 55 of Bailey Gretsch getting hung out to dry on the exit of the bus stop. And down the line, we follow Bender at the moment. from Pierce, right behind him in third. Ryan is the fastest on track at 34.02. And check this, 3.5 tenths of a second quicker than Papa Sergio on the last lap alone. The gap stands at 9.5 tenths of a second last time they came across. So, give it 3 laps, Ryan Bender could be crawling all over the back of the 77 Tony Kart of Damon Papa Sergio, whose story is still unfolding for the youngster. Having some trouble out here, and he's trying to maintain the race lead as they continue away. We follow along Daniel Curry at the moment down the main straight. He's a 4-time West Australian KZ Series champion who will always be playing a very mindful game, keeping those points in the back of his mind as they come down towards the Patrizia course dipper. Last time across, 8.3 tenths of a second was the gap between Papa Sergio and Bender. But a couple of carts off up at the All About Hoses. S's getting caught up there. So we follow Curry down the line. Now copping some pressure from the 47 of Parsons. Oh, they're over the top of each other. No, that's not what you want. Curry is upset. That records a DNF, and that is not what you want for your WAKZ Series standings. Every race counts for the West Australian KZ Series. That's what really matters here. And the defending champion, parked up on the side of the road in his only second race of the championship, will be really hating that. But we jump back on board with Damon Papa Sergio sideways onto the front straightaway with the 77 Tony Kart. From Ryan Bender now, Jaden Pierce in the Praga Kart is starting to make inroads on these three. You can see the gap starting to close up on your screen as they head across the back end. It's Papa Sergio, Bender, Pearson, William. Check this out, Thomas Sparks from dead last on the grid. He's into 7th with the fastest lap of the race by half a second. Tommy Sparks has something to say about getting excluded from qualifying this morning. It's what happens when the kart's too wide, and he started stone cold last on the grid, and he's going to have a lot to say here today, bringing the brand new Charles Leclerc kart to come and play this weekend at the King of the Hill, brought to you by Polmac Trailers. But the battle at the pointy end, this is your top 4. Out of the dipper, down towards the bus stop. Papa Sergio and Bender starting to close up. Now Gwilym is closing up onto the back of Jaden Pierce. The oldest head of the group, Simon Gwilym, at the back of this battle pack right now. He's won so many races. He's been there when it matters the most. Famously won a Senior National Light Australian Championship back in 2004 at Wanneroo International Kartway, when some of these kids were still in Cadet 9s or hadn't even started racing yet. Papa Sergio and Bender, it would have been in primary school back then. Not to say that Gwilym's old, but bloody hell, he knows what he's doing. Back there into the 4th spot at the moment, he's eyeing off the back of Jaden Pierce in the 18 Praga kart as they bring it around Chamberlain's onto the front straight. Can you believe it? We have only just crossed the halfway point here in Heat 2 of KZ2. We follow this one between Pierce and Gwilym, 3rd and 4th. We've got a retiree of one of the comp karts further back. One of the Mackay boys getting caught up there. Oh, I always was going to retire, but he's managed to get it going. He's got Mackay going to drop down to 15th, maybe even 16th on the road. But this battle at the pointy end, into Chamberlain's Auto Electrics here. Papa Sergio. And I spot a very sad little sight in my eyes as Thomas Sparks is parked up on the sidelines of the racetrack. We'll catch him here. If you just pan across the kart on the cut through there, that's Tommy Sparks from dead last, was the fastest man on track. But a DNF here in this one is going to really cost him as well. And it's all happening here in KZ2. Damon Papa Sergio continues to lead the way from Ryan Bender in the Birrell Art chassis in 2nd. Down the line, Papa Sergio looking to make amends for the shocking start he copped in the first heat of the day. Not to say there'll be more, won't be more to come from the start that took place here for Heat 2. Certainly plenty of discussion going to come from this one. Down into the dipper. We follow along with a couple of the guys running across the top of the back straight. That's Traeger copping some pressure, with Nick Middick having a fight of their own through the bus stop. As we pick up with Bailey Gretsch, we go back to the leaders. Papa Sergio and Bender getting closer and closer together. Down the line, 4 laps to go as they came across. Bender is just slowly reeling in Papa Sergio by a tenth, maybe 0.2 of a second a lap is all that he needs to do. He wants to score those points to move further up the field. Their points after the 3 heat races will sort them into a starting order for heats 4 and 5, which will run consecutively. The odd drivers in points go to heat 4, the even drivers go to heat 5. The top 16 from each will transfer into the feature race. That's as far as I understand the way the day is going to shake out for the WAKZ Championship. The battle's still on for 3rd and 4th. Got 2 battle packs going on through your screen at the moment. Through the All About Hoses S's, Papa Sergio and Bender. Then behind him is Pierce and William fighting over 3rd. Down into the 34 Motorsports bus stop. Still racing onwards. 2 laps left to go as they bring it down the line, this time by Papa Sergio onto the front straight. He's coming up behind the 81. One of the Priolo boys, Jason, in 13th on the road, going a lap down to your leaders. 1.5 laps to go. The lead stands as they are at the moment. These 2x2 kart battle packs, Papa Sergio and Bender, and Pierce and Gwilliam looking like they're going to settle in for where they are and just try and conserve the tyres underneath them. They've got to make these MG SM tyres last 60-plus laps of competition today as the last lap board comes out. 1 to go for Papa Sergio down the line. The super cool air conditioning and iZone. Hamilton Hill comes on down to try and claim himself a race win here in Heat 2 of KZ. Bender just sitting back behind and counting out his time with Pierce in 3rd as the checkered flag is out to collect them through the final corners out of Chamberlain's Auto Electrics. Damon Papa Sergio claims a race win here. Ryan Bender in 2nd. Jaden Pierce home for 3rd. Simon Gwilliam consolidates 4th. Nick Middick runs it down the line in the 94 kart, the BRM chassis to go P5. From Riley Traeger and Paul Pedrotti, P6 and 7th. Bailey Gretsch in the 8th spot. Adam McKenzie in 9. Courtney Goff brings the 79 kart sports machine down to P10 from Mason Harvey in the 11th spot. Reese Friend in 12. Jason Priolo goes P13 and Scott Mackay goes P14. And the story out of that one, Thomas Sparks was the fastest man in qualifying, relegated to rear of field following the qualifying sessions this morning. Started stone cold last from the back of the C group. Made his way to 7th, was the fastest man on track, but you can see his name at the bottom of your screen there. Thomas Sparks with a DNF against his name. Classified 15th in this heat race, will still consolidate a few points, but not too many here. So that was the WAKZ Series Heat 2. And it's hard to wrap your head around everything that took place. But Damon Papa Sergio claimed the win from Ryan Bender and Jaden Pierce rounding out your podium. Check out the replays of some of the action that took place here in KZ2 Heat 2. And that was a wild ride through Canteen Corner. This was the action between Curry and the 47 machine getting caught up, and that spelled the end of their race here in Heat 2. Nick Middick putting a move under Riley Traeger. That was a stellar one down at the bottom of the Petruzzi course dipper. But it was these 4 all race long, cruising around to pick up the win. Papa Sergio takes home Heat 2 for the WAKZ Series.
Ryan Bender coming in provisional second place in that second heat. Tell me, you're running in close proximity to P1 for most of the race there. How do you manage the red mist and your tyres simultaneously?
Well, I guess the main thing is to be smooth out there, so no sliding out on track, just, to conserve the tyres. And yeah, just stay with Damon, I guess.
I think one of the big things that we definitely saw from you and the Birrell Art chassis is you were smooth. There wasn't as much bouncing. There was no tail-happy moments out there. Do you feel comfortable in the kart?
Yeah, the kart feels great. The Patrizzi course machine is just on fire. So, yeah, hopefully we can just keep that up.
Incredible machines to watch, and I'm sure they're great to drive. Best of luck.
Thank you.
So if you're joining us live online with a live broadcast brought to you by 4Style Media, here for the Polmac Trailers 2020 King of the Hill, the 10th anniversary of this prestigious race. This is how we're racing today. We are just about into the throes of Heat 2. 10 laps for all classes, with the exception of KZ2, who just ran their second heat of the day, the B versus C group. They run 15-lap heats. And then for all other classes, the final tonight is 15 laps. Premier classes to watch this weekend. Cadet 12 just about to come out on track. They put on a bit of a show in Heat 1 earlier today. They'll be getting ready to do it all again in Heat 2 in just a moment's time, as we take a quick moment to run around with a couple of things out there on track. We'll sort them out and we'll be off and racing with Cadet 12 in just a moment. Well, we're back into it with Cadet 12 getting set to go for their second race of the day. Another 10-lap endeavour for the Cadet 12s, proudly presented by Redline Oil and Oil and Energy Western Australia. Established just in 1999, Oil and Energy WA owned and operated, and an independent oil distributor, marketing one of Australia's most comprehensive lubricants portfolios from two of the world's finest lubricant manufacturers. That's Phillips 66 and Shell Oils. They pride themselves on providing quality products to customers with excellent service all across WA. If you're in the market for any of their quality products, go check out their website, oilandenergy.com.au, or go hit up Sam Owen on 1-800-767-975. Oil Energy, WA and Redline Oil bringing you the Cadet 12s here today as they set the starting grid. 21 of these youngsters will line up there as per they qualified. So Nash Ferraro will start on the pole spot once again. Nicola Stadi will start on the outside front row. Behind them, Chase Wildman and the 77 Sabre Real Estate Tony Kart machine will start P3. Jack Webster in the Bunbury Kart Works Energy Course chassis will start P4 as they line up and get sorted again. There's a bit of last lap incidents happening with this group from Heat 1, their first 10-lap endeavour. And it looks like the instruction is being hung out for one more lap. Yellow lights are illuminated, so we'll not be starting just yet. A bit of bump and grind through the field as a couple of drivers weren't quite aware that we weren't going to start them this one. We'll roll them around once again. We'll continue through your starting order. Orlando Piavitas for Orlando Phoenix Racing, and the number 18 machine will start P5. Young Toby Maiolo, always one to watch, in the 23 Energy Course chassis will start P6. Sachin Smith Way will be looking for some redemption here out of P7. Ashton Sprague will start from P8. Zane Rhodes, P9 in the BRM kart, who'll be seeking some redemption here in Heat 2. He'll start P9. Jet McDonald from 10. Then Radford made some big inroads from Lyle, Hall, Byrne, Booker, Rowitz, Reardon, Warner, Razzo, Duncombe, and Kame. Your 21 kart field set to go. As the lights go out, we are racing Cadet 12 in Heat 2. Nash Ferraro from the pole spot. Oh, it's a bit messy behind him, though. We're going to go 2 and 3 wide. Wildman, here comes Ashton Sprague. Where did he come from? The next suburb back, we've got a couple facing the wrong way up at the All About Hoses S's, but how's the gap for Nash Ferraro out front on this opening lap? He caught the rest of the field napping at the start and he's opening up a gap over Chase Wildman already. Ashton Sprague, though, where on earth did he come from on that start for the 24 Kart Republic chassis, rocking that fluoro green helmet just like his dad as they bring it around. Chamberlain's Auto Electrics on the opening lap of racing. Both second and third there, Wildman and Sprague dropping a wheel. And there's the 23 of Toby Maiolo. I told you he was one to watch, folks. Rocking that Energy Course chassis. He's right with his teammates as well. Nicola Stadi got bumped around at the start and lost a spot. They're going to go side by side through the S's. Maiolo's going to lose one spot to his teammate and another to Webster. Bad move there from Maiolo. He's going to lose a third as well to Zane Rhodes up the inside of the Patrizia Course dipper. They come down the line. Here comes Sachin Smith way up the inside and picks him off as well. Poor Toby Maiolo is getting beaten from pillar to post on the opening laps of Cadet 12s. He's lost 4 spots on the opening 700 metres of racing, but it's Nash Ferraro out front from the youngster from Maruna, sponsored by the Pinjarra Bakery and the number 16 OTK kart. Stretching things out as we watch this battle here is Connor Radford lining up on the back of Maiolo. This youngster making a step into Cadet 12s for 2020. The usual format and the way you approach racing is you jump into a new class, you spend 12 months figuring it out, not expecting to set the world on fire. Young Connor Radford has other ideas. He put on an absolute stellar show up in Geraldton for the Gold Star Series a couple of weeks ago. Now he's fighting his way through, just feeds a bumper to Maiolo, who got caught up on the back of Sachin Smith Way. And Zane Rhodes has problems. Rhodes has a big problem. The kart coming to a stop out of Chamberlain's. And that BRM chassis, he puts a hand out the side and parks it on the in-grid. Zane Rhodes' race here in Heat 2 is done. We follow along Jack Webster at the back of this battle pack for the race lead. He's the fastest on track, the number 9 Energy Course chassis from Bunbury Kart Works. This youngster putting on a show. Loves the matte black helmet and loves to rock it. The blue plate's the number 9 machine at the back of this group at the pointy end of the field as we follow them out of the 34 Motorsports bus stop. Putting on a fight there just further behind, just catching Toby Maiolo dropping a wheel on the exit of the bus stop, and he's a cork in the bottle at the moment. from Radford, Smithway, and Cooper Lyle all stacking up behind him here. As you see on screen, you can see the 3 flat-out entries lining up to take a pot shot at Mayolo at the moment as they come past the canteen. Radford is the first in the queue, but if he doesn't get something done soon, he's going to have a bit of an argument with Sachin Smithway and Cooper Lyle, who will be wanting to get around. Following them out of the Patrizzi course, Dipper, Mayolo pulling all the way to the left of screen. A typical race line. Radford really late on the brakes, checks it up nicely, but still can't make inroads to put on some pressure as they come through Chamberlain Auto Electrics. Radford really sideways with the number 21 flat-out Kart's entry. Seemingly struggling with the back-end grip of that Kart, and this last lap he's released Mayolo by a couple of kart lengths as they come down the line. Out of the CE Bodybuilder sweeper into the All About Hoses S's. The battle on for your race lead. Just coming in and out of frame. We follow Ashton Sprague at the moment, holding off Webster and Stardy. But here's your leaders, Ferraro and Wildman. Starting to heat up here as Wildman set the fastest lap of the race a moment ago with 39.77. Last time across, young Chase is a little man on the mission at the moment. Wants to close the gap to Ferraro out front. Last time across, Ferraro was marginally quicker by 0.06 of a second as they go through the S's. The battle for third is behind him. Ashton Sprague, this kid just knows where to put the kart. At the right place at the right time, but Webster up the inside of Sprague. They're going to go wheel to wheel out of the Dipper. Here comes Nicholas Stardy on the run down towards the bus stop. Sprague up the inside on the brakes and hits the apex beautifully. Webster tries to do the over and under, but can't get close enough. Nicholas Stardy sitting back there and watching this battle happen for third, just hoping he can get involved and have a fight. The leaders still maintaining their little battle, but this is on for third. Sprague, Webster, and Stardy down the line through the CE Bodybuilder sweeper. Oh no! Sprague gets sent off into the dirt. And that releases Stardy into the third spot. Webster will go to P4. Unfortunately for young Ashton Sprague, out of contention here. We'll go back to your race lead. Nash Ferraro leading out from Chase Wildman, having a little battle of their own. Last time across, Wildman was quicker, but we're only talking about a margin of 0.02 of a second on that lap alone. They're separated by 2.5 tenths as they come down the line. 2 laps to go. Starting to come to the business end of Heat 2 for Cadet 12s. Brought to you by Redline Oil. Up into the All About Hoses S's. Wildman just waiting to pick his moment. Sizing up the back end of the number 16 Pinjarra Bakery OTK kart for the youngster from Waruna. Looking seemingly in the tower as he comes down towards the 34 Motorsports bus stop. 1.7 tenths of a second was the margin between them last time by as the last lap board should be coming out to collect them. 1 to go for Ferraro and Wildman. Nothing between it. You could throw the proverbial blanket over the top of them and let them wrestle it out over the final 753 metres here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. Down the back into the Patrizzi course Dipper. Under brakes, Wildman a little bit tighter at the corner, but Ferraro maintaining corner speed as they come down to the bus stop. Final opportunities for Wildman. He's right there, but it's too little too late. Unless he makes a big lunge here, but it looks like this one is in the books. Nash Ferraro bringing it down the line. Takes race 2 for Cadet 12s. Chase Wildman comes home in second. Nicholas Stardy home in third. Jack Webster in fourth. And Connor Radford rounds out your top 5. Checking out some of the replays from the last race of Cadet 12s. How's that? 3 wide into turn 1. Wild action happening These youngsters know how to put on a show, and that was the unfortunate demise of a couple of drivers getting caught up into the S's on the opening lap. But hey, when you force 21 karts to try and occupy the same piece of real estate, sometimes it happens. There was Zane Rhodes up the inside of Toby Maiolo, rocking that beautifully turned out 26 BRM chassis. And Sachin Smith-Way getting one done on Maiolo, who really copped it from the pointy end of the field in race 2 here. And a wild ride there. Cooper Lyle dropping a wheel out of the bus stop. Managed to gather it up and catch the kart. And this was a big move here from Webster up the inside of Sprague, down into the Patrizzi course dipper in the middle of the race while they fought it out for third. And Sprague on the counter, putting on a great display of driving and good etiquette between these youngsters. They always put on a good show. But unfortunately, that was the end of Sprague's race. And young Ashton will have to take a DNF here for race 1.
Chase Wildman bringing home P2 in Heat 2 of Cadet 12's fastest lap out of everybody out there, a 39.74. You are on fire, mate. How does it feel?
Feels great. The kart's fast. And the mechanics are doing a great job on my kart.
There was all sorts of action happening behind you. How aware were you of that?
I had no idea the stuff that was happening behind me. I just focused on the stuff what's in front.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing you consolidate on this position. Best of luck, mate.
Thank you.
Getting ready to send them racing for Tag 125 Light, brought to you by Snap-on Tools North Perth. I mean, who doesn't know about Snap-on Tools? The truck comes by, you get to see all the goodies, and they are the best tools that money can buy. Contact Troy on 0409 700 323 for Snap-on Tools. As this 125 lights are set to go, and just like that, Stephen Scoble again across the racetrack, right in the face of Luca Nietzsche. Your fastest qualifier goes 2 from 2 on being unable to get going off the start. Oh, we got a few together in the dirt. Right at the back of the pack, and they're not happy with each other either. I saw the 22 of Stone in there, unfortunately. He gets caught up. There's a couple more caught up there as well, but it's Stephen Scoble leading the way. He's very wide on the way into Chamberlain's, trying to defend from the 55 Ricardo kart of Nietzsche. Now Nietzsche trying to size one up on Scoble in these opening laps. Shea Thompson right there in the third spot from Lewis Reed and Kieran Ellis. A great battle pack of some very quick names. Nietzsche running super deep into the All About Hoses S's though. Going to lose some momentum on the back straight, and Thompson is going to size him up on the inside. He's going to be careful not to lose one to Lewis Reed as well. Side by side drag racing. Now Reed loses out from Kieran Ellis. And Reed losing a spot. He falls back into the clutches of Jason Betts, who's giving him a hurry up out of the corner, helping him get the kart back up to speed. Nietzsche dropping a wheel through Chamberlain's though. He's under pressure from Ellis now. Onto the main straightaway they go. Ellis is going to size one up down the straight. He decides to stay in behind though. And it's Stephen Scoble, your race leader. Nietzsche! Straight through the paddock, and he's going to go all the way around and rejoin down at the bus stop here. So watch the 55 Ricardo kart will be moving slowly as he will be forced to rejoin before he comes across the start-finish line. He buries the right foot now, but he's still got no momentum, and Ellis is just going to force it past again. Lewis Reed says, I'll take that one too. Thank you, youngster. And Nietzsche stays where he is, right in front of Jason Betts as they come down the line. How is this battle for third, though? Ellis and Reed. A lot of respect between these two. Good mates on Instagram. in the comment section, of course. But Reed sends one back and tries to go for it, but now he bogged it down on the exit. Checks over his shoulder because here comes Luca Nietzsche once again. The 55 Ricardo kart backing up a huge gaggle of karts. He's got Betts, he's got Shu, he's got Maguire. He's got 2 Ricardo karts of Foster and Nicholson. Further behind as well, in the back of that group, Hayden Fraser. And now we're talking about 12th place on the road. This is what I love about Tag 125 racing. Plenty of action happening all the way through the field, but it's the leaders out front. You just see him flash across the screen real quick. Stephen Scoble leading out Shea Thompson. Thompson is the fastest on track, but this is what we're watching. The great battles happening through the middle of the top 10. Tommy Shu copping some assault and a bit of pressure from Jason Betts now as they bring it out of Chamberlain's in this battle pack. We follow the Ricardo karts. There goes Ellis, Reed and Nietzsche. 3rd, 4th and 5th. We follow on this one. Tommy Shu, though, making a return to karting. Decided to take a break. Hasn't raced competitively in a couple of years. Went motocross racing and been doing some action all around WA on the 2-wheeled machines, but comes back to have a bit of fun on the black stuff with 4 tyres underneath him. We go to your battle at the front now. Stephen Scoble and Shea Thompson fighting it out, separated by 0.3 of a second. Kieran Ellis has been the fastest on track of the recent laps. The 34.4, he's further behind in the 3rd spot at the moment. But it's Scoble. I mean, who could have predicted this? Making a comeback to racing after 8 years out of the saddle. He spoke to J-Mac after race 1 and is absolutely stoked to be where he is. He proved his pace a couple of weeks ago up at the Gold Star round in Geraldton. And still soldiering on here. He has Shea Thompson going with him though. And Shea will be stoked to have pace like this in the early stages of the day as the sun really comes out to warm the track conditions up. This will change things up in the conditions for our drivers. But it's Scoble down the line from Thompson. 3 laps to go as they came across. Kieran Ellis still the fastest on track. A 34.2 lap time of eye. He's 1.3 seconds off the race lead. And he's going to have to do a lot of work to make up that ground. He will use a lot of the tyres underneath him. Track conditions here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club can be quite abrasive, with parts of the bitumen getting resurfaced periodically. As you can see, just a look through the corners, the snake lines on the offline sections dictate how bumpy it can be in certain places. But it's Scoble and Thompson, now 2.5 of a second apart. Last time by Scoble, quicker by about 0.5 tenth. Still nothing between them as they head across the back end into the Patrizzi course dipper. And it looks like it will be a race of procession all the way to the finish here. Stephen Scoble on his way to making another mark against his name in the heat format. It's somewhat of a formality though. It's great to have yourself a race win, but the one that really matters will be the 15 lap to round out the day here at the Polmac Trailers King of the Hill, the 10th anniversary here in 2020. As the last lap board collected them as they came on by. Scoble, half a lap from home to pick up another race win ahead of Shea Thompson as they come down to the 34 Motorsports bus stop. Kieran Ellis popping in a frame there in 3rd, ahead of Lewis Reed in P4. Luca Nietzsche will have to settle for P5 here as a flag flies. Stephen Scoble makes it 2 from 2. Shea Thompson home for 2nd. Kieran Ellis in 3rd. Lewis Reed in 4th. And Luca Nietzsche rounding out your top 5. Checking out replays of some of the action from Heat 2. How's the slide job from Stephen Scoble to shut the door in the face of Luca Nietzsche? The action was hot all the way through the field though, as Nietzsche getting shoved around here. There's by Thompson up the inside. Kieran Ellis sending one up the inside of Lewis Reed in that shot as well. And then this was the moment that defined the race for Luca Nietzsche. Managed to carry the speed all the way through the sand trap, skidding across the top and rejoined back where he was. The action was thick and fast, as it is always from Tag 125 Light. Every time we go racing here in Western Australia. Hugh Maguire getting forced out wide at the start. Just punctuated, not a stellar race for him. He ended up all the way down in P12 at the end of Heat 2. He'll be looking to recover and go again.
Shay Thompson starting from P4, bringing it home in second place. Scobler's a hard man to beat, isn't he?
Yeah, he's rapid. I thought I was catching him a little bit in the middle of the race. I thought I might have him. But yeah, just those last couple of laps he pulled away a little bit, and try next time.
Starting to see a little bit of sun peeping out there. What's that going to do as far as your tyre degradation?
I don't think it'll affect it too much. I think the only thing that will change is the setup, GUI track. You don't really... your GUI track, you make a couple of small changes. I think we'll do that for next time. So I think we'll be ready for that.
Thanks for your time, mate. Back to commentary.
You enjoy.
As we progress our way through Heat 2 of racing here at the Polmac Trailers King of the Hill. A check on what's coming up on the West Australian karting calendar. The Northern Zone and the Southeastern Zone running on the same weekend, of course, as they do through September, at the beginning of the month. Then we head up to Geraldton for the West Australian Kart Championships on the 25th to the 27th. Should be an absolutely stellar weekend. It's a picturesque location up on the hill, elevated above the Geraldton Airport, and watching all the scenery as we progress through a big weekend of karting to crown some West Australian state champions. It's also the next round of the WAKZ series, and I'm really looking forward to whether they can bring 36 karts to the grid up in Geraldton as well. The grid's on a hill up in Gerra, so it always makes for an interesting starting procedure. Then we go to the Northern Zone Final and the Southern Zone Final, both again on the same weekend in October, before we head on to the City of Perth titles with Tiger Kart Club, and then we head east to Kalgoorlie at the Eastern Goldfields Kart Club for the Dash for Cash. We head down to Bunbury for the Gold Star final round in the middle of November, and then we wrap up the 2020 season at the Carnival of the Karts with Tiger Kart Club. It's going to be a very busy back end of the year, of course, everything punctuated by the shutdowns brought into place. And I'd love to remind everyone, if you're out there and in the grandstands and on the pit wall, please remember healthy social distancing. Put the distance of 1K Z-Kart between each of you. They're 1,400, so that's still below the requirement. But please spread yourselves out. Don't huddle in too close together. I know we all love each other very much here, and we love to get nice and close, but spread yourselves out. Make sure we look after each other, and if you are feeling ill, go home straight away. Just no questions asked. And if you have not yet, you must fill in a COVID declaration for Karting Australia. You can jump on over to the hurricanegokartclub.com.au website, go to subregs and pages and fill in your COVID-19 declaration just to make sure we have a record of everybody here. And we can keep on having fun here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. We're getting into it with Cadet 9s getting set to go here. And of course, your Cadet 9s brought to you by CE Bodybuilders, the class sponsor. And now there was a bit of action in the back end of Heat 1 that really punctuated the race. We'll see how they go for the next 10 laps as the lights are out. Kalek Chen and Webb drag racing down to the line. This time Webb gets through for the lead on the opening lap. Watch the 51 though of Campbell Thompson just from the rear of field. Made his way through to wrap up third in race 1. Oh, we got a couple around. Oh, and I think that might have actually been Campbell getting caught up in that. So he's going to go way back to the back of the group. We follow Chase Webb in the number 33 Flat Out Karts and West Coast Civil entry down to the 34 Motorsport bus stop on the opening lap of racing. He leads out from young Kalek Chen, and Riley Curry in the 31 kart going to third again. copping a brand new Ricardo kart. Says, thank you, Dad. And he brings it down the line. He's just ahead of Joshua Thompson in P4 as they come down the line. Leroy Toon making a change and switching out the Torini 4-stroke motor for the young Mini Rock powered machine. The Vortex Mini Rock Power being the motor of choice in the cadet categories. Well, 60cc air-cooled pocket rocket machines. Leroy Toon finds himself in P5. Jaden Razzo P6 from Xander Edgington. As we follow along, Chase Webb bringing it out of the bus stop into Chamberlain's Auto Electrics. Leading the way here at the turn of the second lap of Heat 2 for Cadet 9s. We follow along in this battle for third and fourth at the moment. Joshua Thompson and Riley Curry. Sorry, Joshua Thompson and Leroy Toon, I stand corrected, having a crack at it. For fourth and fifth, Riley Curry has gapped him out on the third spot. But as Chase Webb leading the way, we follow along Thompson and Toon. The Tony and the Ricardo karts fighting it out as they come down towards the bus stop. Cadet 9's the youngest category of motorsports you can get your child involved in. You can go practicing at the ripe old age of 6. You can go racing at the age of 7 and start your karting career and proceed through the years. It gets talked about a lot, but it truly is a place where stars can be born and moulded into motorsports legends. Many of Australia and the world's best race car drivers all started at a young age and progressed through their career in those days. If you'd like to find out more, you can get in touch with Hurricane Go-Kart Club. If you want to find out about bringing your child to race here, you can get in touch via Karting Australia and the Karting WA websites. In usual days, they do run the SP Tools Junior Sprockets program. However, that's not really running at the moment due to the current situations of our country. But that has been a great way to get youngsters involved in karting as well. Bring them out, put them in the seat, and bring out professional drivers to coach them along. It's been a great way to get youngsters and families involved in karting over the recent years. Working our way through the halfway point for Cadet 9s, we follow Chase Webb sliding the back end of the 33 Flat Out Karts West Coast Civil entry out of the dipper and down into the bus stop as he leads out from William Kalik Chen. 0.7 of a second between them. Young Campbell Thompson has had a bit of a struggle. He got well and truly off the track on the opening lap of racing, now finding himself trying to fight his way back through the field. He's back up to 9th, but dropping a wheel again through the bus stop. Young Campbell having a rough day of it as we follow along with Leroy and Joshua fighting over 4th and 5th at the moment. Young Leroy in the 37 Ricardo kart finds himself P4, moving inside the Tony kart down to the 5 spot. Don't forget, folks, we got the Lucky Dip raffle going this weekend. Tickets are $2 each or 3 for $5. Huge swagger of prizes you can win by just simply buying a ticket and picking it out. I mean, we got ride of your life experiences in the subject of finance jet boat, We got Parkerville Tavern vouchers. We got photography vouchers thanks to Courtney P Photography. We got Snap-on Tools prize packs. Go-kart tyres thanks to All About Hoses. We got blowgun attachments and hose reels thanks to All About Hoses. A Polmac Trailers voucher thanks to our title sponsor Polmac Trailers. JB Hi-Fi vouchers brought to you by Performance Vehicle Warehouse. OCKWA have put up an RI-SK6 helmet. It's a great little helmet to put on your lid. Ultimate Ears Boom 3 portable Bluetooth speakers thanks to Shannon's Insurance. And a knife set thanks to Meat Processing Services. That's all available in the raffle tonight. You don't have to be here to win it, which is the usual stipulation that brings people unstuck when it comes to these raffles, but you can actually have someone else pick your prize and claim it for you as long as your name gets drawn out. And hey, we got the Guess a Digit competition as well. $2 for a guess. You could win yourself $100. It's that easy. Guess the last 2 digits on the number. It's obviously covered up, so you can't go peek at it. Don't hold a torch up to it or anything silly like that, and you could win yourself $100. As we're getting through the last lap of racing, Chase Webb hangs a hand out to the lap traffic. They just found themselves facing the wrong direction at the bus stop as Webb brings it around to make it make himself a win here in the 33 flat-out karts machine down the line, and the flag flies. Chase Webb claims a win. He's a happy young chap as well. After the incident in race 1, he'll be happy to pick that one up. William Kalik Chen, though, a great drive to come home in second. Riley Curry home for third. Leroy Toon picks up the 4th spot. And Joshua Thompson rounds out your top 5. Chase Webb, congratulations, recovering from a race 1 incident, bringing it home on pole there for that one. How does it feel?
I'm stunned, and the fact that I can actually stay ahead is really amazing.
The competition out there, you talk about staying ahead. It's no mean feat to come back where you did. Who do you really rate in this field?
I'd say Campbell and William.
Great stuff. We're looking forward to more battles between the 3 of you.
Thank you.
KA4 Junior Light getting ready to go racing. Proudly brought to you by Chamberlain's Auto Electrics and Air Conditioning. Give me a call, 936-26772. Noah Lyle is the man to beat here. Can he do it again? Down the line, Ethan Traeger seeking redemption as he got turned around on the opening lap of Heat 1. He's going to slot into second past the canteen corner. But it's Noah Lyle who leads the field up towards the All About Hoses S's on the opening lap of racing. Just catching on, it looks like it's James McCucci-Allen into the third spot here. Lockie Adams into P4, Darcy Benitez in 5. Then Davey, Deckers, Rosenauer, Davey up the inside of Benitez. Adams has run himself off the road through the bus stop, and he's going to rejoin here and catch up the field, and he's bogged it right down. We're going 3 wide through Chamberlain's. Making it happen. A couple caught together at the back end of the pack, unfortunately. But we grab a hold. Ethan Traeger leading out James McCucci-Allen. That's for second and third here. Noah Lyle, dominant in race 1 of KA4 Junior Lights. Trying to open up the gap over Ethan Traeger. James McCucci-Allen back there second and third. Kay Davey sent a big one up the inside of Darcy Benitez. Put her down to P5 as they bring it around again. We're going to follow along. There's Lyle ducking behind the steering wheel. Ethan Traeger having a better run. You can see him pop over the little bump in the middle of the main straightaway. James McCucci-Allen, one of the older drivers at the pointy end of this field. Starting to really put his focus towards the KA3 junior category with a bit more horsepower to play with these days. It's great to follow along the career progression as these youngsters progress out of Cadet 9s through 12s into KA4s, and they get to play with KA3s, and then before you know it, they're 16 years old and playing in 125 Lights. Luke Anici, just a couple of years ago, was one of the quickest drivers in this group, and now we get to watch him tearing it up in KA3 and 125 Lights with that 55 Ricardo kart. And it's a great form of inspiration for these youngsters to watch the drivers before them, their predecessors, move up through the ranks and challenge at the pointy end of the bigger fields and the higher performance karts. But here comes McCucci-Allen up the inside of Ethan Traeger. Traeger counters all the way across the outside and somehow has the legs on the motor to pull alongside. He's going to do the over and under on McCucci-Allen, who had to defend, but Traeger taps the brake and slots in behind him. Now that sequence of corners really slowed them down. Kate Davey is arriving on the scene, but he doesn't have the legs on the motor to pull up alongside him and get into the slipstream as they come down the main straightaway. Traeger back to the inside of McCucci-Allen at the CE Bodybuilders sweeper. Here comes Kate Davey, has a little peek up the inside, decides better of it and slots in behind, and this is now turning into a 4-kart battle. Second, third, fourth and fifth on the road. It's Traeger, McCucci-Allen, Davey and Benitez is this 4-kart group as they come down towards the bus stop. Noah Lyle once again, G-O-R-N, he is out of here. As he stretches it out onto the main straightaway. We're watching this battle pack out of Chamberlain's. Traeger and McCucci-Allen both checking on each other. Davey checks on Benitez as he's trying to defend as they come down the main straight. McCucci-Allen is buried under Traeger's rear bumper as they come up towards the All About Hoses S's. That's the halfway point here in this one. 5 down, 5 to go for KA4 Junior Light. And great to watch this battle come into fruition. We got one of the KF karts further behind, Aiden Deckers. The 33 KF kart right at the back of this group. He's the fastest on track. He's quicker than even Noah Lyle out front, a 39.057. Can you believe it, as he's monster in the back of this group and starting to put some pressure on. Traeger and McCucci-Allen down the line once again. They're maintaining 1 to maybe 1.5 karts ahead of Davey and Benitez. They're starting to really bunch up past the canteen corner. Getting closer here, and Traeger has managed to open up a kart length or two over McCucci-Allen now, who's now back into the clutches of Davey. Going to have to watch that inside line. He gets a good run coming out of the dipper though, the run down towards the bus stop. No one moves yet. Davey thought about it though. Just peeked at the inside with a 75 Wheatbix entry. 3.5 laps left to go. 3 laps to go for Noah Lyle as he resets a hot lap of the race of 38.65. This battle though, it's now turned into a 3-kart with the 2 tacking onto the back here. Traeger, McCucci-Allen and Davey. Just discussions starting to heat up about who wants to be second the most today in Heat 2 of KA4 Junior Light. Who wants it more? Traeger definitely needs himself a good points haul after finding himself on the wrong side of the racing incident in the opening lap of Heat 1. McCucci-Allen jumps over the curb at the bus stop, trying to shorten the corner as much as he can. He probably runs the widest kart of everyone around him at the moment, as he is the tallest of this bunch of drivers as they come down the line. 2 to go. Now Davey has a big look up the inside, but fakes it out. Taps the brake and slots back in behind. They come up past the canteen. Makuchi Allen is looking for a way to challenge on the back of Traeger. Watch for a big move if he wants to pull it off in the coming laps. But here comes Davey right up to the back of Makuchi Allen. I thought he was going to have to force it to the inside here. That's slowed down Cade. Here comes Darcy Benitez getting in this one. They're moving around so much, but no one's really making a move and trying to make it stick. Last lap board. Coming out to collect Noah Lyle. Somebody stop this kid. He's stretching out again in the race lead. After a dominant drive in Heat 1, wants to go 2 from 2 as your next 5. Even Stevens between them all as they come past the canteen for the final time. Traeger, Makuchi Allen, Davey, Benitez and Deckers. That's how they've been the last 5 or 6 laps. And Traeger will be wanting to keep it this way. And it looks like he might have enough of a gap to hold on to it as they come down to the bus stop for the final time. No one makes a move. And it's close, but it's somewhat processional in the battle for second. Noah Lyle makes the race win 2 from 2 in the number 4 Arise Racing and Flat Out Karts machine. Ethan Traeger will happily take second. James Makuchi Allen in third. Cade Davey in fourth. Darcy Benitez rounds out your top 5 with Aiden Deckers right behind in P6. From Wesley Hobson in the 7th spot, Lockie Adams in P8, Jack Parham in P9, and Connor Payne rounding out your top 10. You can see from the results board here, Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer in 11th overall, actually the fastest on track right towards the end of that one. He got caught up on the opening couple of laps and had a lot of work to do through that one. He ended up with a 38.54, half a tenth quicker than Noah Lyle, your race winner. This is a replay of the start. You can see Ethan Traeger had a much better time of it this time around as we follow the field through turn 1, and this is where it was all happening on the opening laps. Deeper in the field, but there's Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer on the inside of that group there, and we know he came unstuck in the opening couple of laps. James Makuchi Allen challenged on Ethan Traeger in the early parts. Well, Traeger countered and managed to hold on over the remaining laps to pick up second. And a good comeback drive for the youngster after he lost out big time in the opening race. And a great race was had KA4 Junior Light.
Ethan Traeger making a comeback, coming home in position 2 for that heat. You get to start the next race from the position you qualified in. How does that feel?
Yeah, it was a really good event of luck because, I mean, I finished the last race in 12th and it was just really lucky that I got to start in second.
A fantastic run. What do you think actually helped you out in that race?
The kart and the mechanics and like the driving coach. And
it's always good to sort of pay homage to the people that help you get where you are. Tell me, what's one thing you think you could improve out there?
Don't blip the throttle.
Always wise words, mate. Best of luck.
Thanks.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire. 125 restricted light. Lights out and we are racing again. Healy from the pole spot. Going to try and make it happen here. Oh, we got a couple caught up back in the field. We got 4 off the track. 2 stuck on each other. Daniel Clark making it happen in the early stages up the inside of Healy. Healy goes to second. Here's Tom Boucher, though, 2-time champion in this class. Looking to make it a third today at the King of the Hill, brought to you by Polmac Trailers. Man, oh man, it's coming thick and fast here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. Daniel Clark from Tiger Kart Club leads the way on lap 1 in the number 50 KF kart. It is the old generation KF kart as well, rocking the blue chassis. So built around the Drew Price Engineering X5 platform, ahead of Healy in second, who I think might actually be on the older chassis as well. making it work for him, though, out front. Tom Boucher into the third spot here. Then it's Eli Tunstall in P4. He'll be a quick one to watch. Jay Bunton in P5. The cream is starting to rise to the top here in 125 restricted light. And the doors are wide open for a new champion to emerge in this class. But Thomas Boucher wants to make it a third if he can as they come down the line. Your top three starting to bunch up. Clark, Healy now the fastest on track, the number 3 KF Kart. Boucher in the flat-out karts machine back there in P3, just waiting in the wings to let these two sort each other out, and he'll have a crack at him as well. Down in the Patrizia course dipper, we follow him on the exit. The run down towards the bus stop. Who's got more legs down the straight? Boucher's got some good motor underneath him. He closed up the gap, braked himself a little bit earlier just to keep it even Stevens between himself and Healy. Watch for a challenge from the 18 to come very soon here. He wants to get a move on, not to let Daniel Clark break away here. Young Clarky, though, this man is an absolute trooper. He's had his fair share of trials and tribulations through his lifetime. Loves to jump behind the wheel and get on going. And that's your top three. You go back in the field a little bit to the battles further behind. We follow along here. This is Shane George at the peak of that battle pack with the Ricardo kart, having himself a good run of it. Jay Bunton right behind as well from Timmy Gorman for Redline Oils. He's back there in P7. Caden Manders still rocking the P plates. Got to shake them off the back of his kart for the Speedway star, making a return to karting. He's at the back of that group and having a fun time trying to chase him down. He's back there in P8 from Wade Saunders and Richard Reynolds rounding out your top 10. The man in the middle, though, all by his lonesome at the moment, Eli Tunstall. You can see him flashing across the frame in that group. Got no one to play with out there on track. We go back to your lead pack here. Clarkey starting to back up between Healy and Boucher. And they're closing up your top three. Clark down the line. Boucher dropped the wheel coming out of Chamberlain's that time by. That cost him. Healy has a look over the shoulder. He's still the fastest young man on track, but he's starting to put some pressure on Daniel Clark now. We're halfway home in Heat 2 of Tag 125 Restricted Light. Across the back into the Patrizia course dipper. Someone's got to make something happen here. Down towards the 34 Motorsports bus stop. It's the 2 KF karts leading from the flat-out Arrow X5 chassis. Boucher starting to monster the back of Healy. Wants to get a move on if he wants to pick up some points and putting in prime position in tonight's final. Healy has to move over to defend. It was a late one as well. Boucher's going to try the over and under. Look at the run he has on him as they come up past the canteen. He has a look to the inside. He can't get close enough, though. They're going to reset and go again. And these two fighting over second is going to allow Daniel Clark. Look at the gap he's opening up just as a result of that little discussion. Clark has opened up a couple of kart lengths, but Boucher hot on the heels of Josh Healy as Boucher's the fastest on track, 36.07. He's 1.5 tenths of a second quicker than both the drivers in front of him, and he knows that he's getting antsy, wanting to try and close the gap. Healy moves over to cover again. Josh Healy is a phenomenal defensive driver. There's that much you can say about him. Recent races where he's had to battle tooth and nail to hold on to it has proven that. Boucher has a bit more of a level head about him as they're still maintaining their gap and holding on to the back of Daniel Clark. Boucher tucks back in behind Healy. Had a little look as they made the run towards the bus stop. Through Chamberlain's. Starting to run out of laps here. It'll be 2 to go. 1.5 kilometres left in this one. Boucher goes early. Healy looks over and goes, crap, he's there. But he moves back onto the race line. They both gave away a little bit of time. Trying to close the gap to Clarkey, trying not to let him go. Starting to really run out of laps, just over 1 to go. Daniel Clark is reaping the dividends of the battle that's happening behind him as Healy and Boucher fighting over second. Clark has a kart and a half, 2 karts maybe as they come down the line. 1 to go. Boucher moves over well and truly a lot more than he would like to try and find a way up the inside of Healy. And actually, through the opening part of the track, they're both quicker than Clark, but he manages to find a little bit more pace in the back half of the lap. Healy really deep under brakes into the hairpin. to break the focus and break the time that he has over Bauscher. And it's a close race. But Daniel Clark is going to pick it up, the checkered flag. Out to collect him. And Daniel Clark claims a race win. Josh Healy comes home for second. Thomas Bauscher makes it third. So Daniel Clark claims a race win here for Tag 125 Restricted Light. Heat 2, and we're starting to shape up a cool story between these three. The battle is on for tonight's final. Dan Clark was 1/3 of a 3-cart train at the front end of that second heat for Tag 125 Restricted Light. These guys really looked to put a run on you in that final run up the start-finish straight. Did you know what was going on?
Oh, I could hear him behind me, man. I mean, I'm half deaf and I can still hear it very clearly. So just try and keep your head in the game, try not to make mistakes. And you make a mistake, you lose 2 spots, easy as that, but held it together.
Tell me, how hard is it to keep your head in that zone when you are out in front with these guys who are so competitive?
It makes you nervous when you can hear them and you can see the nose cone a couple of times up the inside. It is incredibly hard to keep your head straight and keep focused on your lines and your points. And yeah.
Well, congratulations, mate.
Thanks, mate.
We're getting set with KA3 Senior Championship. Ready to go for their Heat 2 endeavour. 10 laps on the board for these guys. Some tight racing at the pointy end, but it's been Jake Sawyer, the man to beat so far. Although Luca Nietzsche has something to say about that after being your fastest qualifier. It's going to line up with Ryan Nicholson on the outside of the front row as the field rolls on by the start-finish straight. And we'll look to get a start next time by Jake Sawyer from 3rd, Zach Needham from 4th, from Jason Betts in P5, Michael Jones from P6, Holly Patrizzi on 7th, from Brandon Duncombe, Matt Davis, Marty King, Toby Hobson, David Priolo from Lucas Gaelic, Jaden Hyde Trent Mann, Bailey Reynolds, and Regan Hayden rounding out your starting order. As we get set, racked and stacked for KA3 Senior at championship weight. The lights are out and away we go. Luca Nietzsche getting monstered off the start, but he's going to force the issue up the inside. And Nishi charges forward. Sawyer right behind him. Almost cops a wheel on the inside from Ryan Nicholson, trying to force the issue up into the All About Hoses S's. It's on down into the dipper. They're stacking up further behind as well. Betts and Needham slip on through. Michael Jones goes around Duncombe. Is it a BRM or it's an X-Spree behind them again? It's Matt Davis slotting into the battle there as they come on out of Chamberlain's for the opening lap of racing. Nietzsche leads away. Sawyer trying to hold him off in second. From Ryan Nicholson back there in P3. Then Zach Needham, Jason Betts, Michael Jones in that battle pack for fourth, fifth, and sixth. Jones up the inside of Betts, gets the job done at the Patrizzi course. Dipper now just counters a little bit on the way down towards the bus stop. The battle at the front, though, almost ripped the nose cone off Luca Nietzsche. Nicholson up the inside, trying to hold onto it. Nietzsche drops to third. That slowed him right down. Now Nietzsche has a rear bumper full of Needham. Down the main straightaway, Sawyer claims the race lead. Nicholson under pressure. Nietzsche back to the inside. Young Luca, you can see how short he is compared to the others. He is only 14 years of age and just out there in vehicular combat with the rest of the drivers. The battle going on further behind. That was Jones forcing Needham around. Now Needham goes side by side with Betts down into the bus stop. It's going to close him off. Betts does a beautiful over and under, using the curb for the inside of the corner. Back to the spot again. Jason Betts fighting over fifth position, the 77 Cosmic Kart. How good is this? KA3 Senior at championship weight, proving the fruit and having some great battles. But it's Jake Sawyer out front. Luca Nietzsche into the second spot. Ryan Nicholson in third as they go down the back straight into the dipper once again. And this is where Sawyer starts to do some damage on the rest of the field. He'll open up a gap and he'll start to just click off the cruise control and maintain that pace at the pointy end. Nietzsche had to fight for it. And it really was a fight in the true essence of the word as he checks over the shoulder on Nicholson. Nicholson now copping a bit of pressure from Michael Jonesy Jones as they come past the canteen into the All About Hoses S's. Jonesy turning it on here with the new hot lap of the race, a 36.07 from the flat out Karts number 40 machine. Is at the back of that group there in the fourth spot, just behind Nicholson. He pushes all the way into the bus stop, putting the fight on. He wants to have a piece of this top three here in race two for our KA3 seniors at championship weight. Down the line we go. That is halfway. 5 down, 5 to go. Jake Sawyer doing his thing out front. And then this battle pack though, Nietzsche, Nicholson and Jones. Second, third and fourth. Now Jason Betts in the 77 Cosmic Kart turns the quickest lap of the race. He's a little bit further behind, but he wants to get involved as they're closing up onto the back of Sawyer. Young Jake isn't having it all his way here. Wants to put on a fight as they bring it out of Chamberlain's onto the main straightaway. Sawyer and Nietzsche starting to work together and push each other along. Luca with a big late move. Shows a nose up the inside of Sawyer, but checked up on the brakes and slotted back in behind. Now he's lost the element of surprise. Sawyer knows he's there. He can hear him, he can feel him. And for a moment there, he could have practically smelt him up the inside of turn one as they're going to go at it again. Down towards the bus stop. Nietzsche has a look. Checks up on the brakes. Nicholson's right there with Jones as well. Catch the inside of the curb. Nicholson wrestling the wheel on the exit of the bus stop. It's going to be on as they bring it out of Chamberlain's once again. 3 laps to go. It is on here in Heat 2 of KA3 Senior. Sawyer knows better than to let Nietzsche have another crack at that inside move into the CE Bodybuilders sweeper. Up onto the back straight. Sawyer just needs a couple of clean laps to let him and Nietzsche break away here. Then they can fight it out on the final lap, but we're starting to run out of them. Nietzsche has a run. He's going to look to the inside at the bus stop. Under brakes, and it's clean and straight. Sawyer with the over and under. They're going to go side by side. Nietzsche checks up. He's going to try it again to the inside of Chamberlain's. That is how you get it done. Luca Nietzsche, he's going to lose ground though. Sawyer's going to drag race him. Here comes Michael Jones to the inside of Luca Nietzsche. He's going to punish the youngster for trying it on for 4 corners in a row. Can Jonesy make anything happen with Sawyer? He's built himself 3 kart lengths as a result of that battle as we are coming up to the final lap. 1.5 to go here. And Jake Sawyer might just have gotten away with that one. Needham throws one up the inside of Betts, under brakes into the bus stop. Who tries the over and under again? They're going to go side by side. Further back in that group, that's a fight for 3rd. Needham holds onto it. Sorry, fight for 4th. As they bring it around. 1 lap to go. Sawyer and Jones, your leaders at the moment. Jones has a little check over the shoulder. He feels like he's quicker than Sawyer, but can he make up 2.8 tenths of a second? These KA karts, he can send it from a long way back. He grabs a bit of the curb through the chicane. Jonesy throwing everything, including the kitchen sink at this racetrack right now, trying to close the gap to Jake Sawyer. But I'm going to say it might be too little, too late, and Sawyer is going to be a survivor. Big moves happening further back in the group, though. Right behind Jason Betts, that's Matt Davis sailing one up the inside. Checkered flag flies. Jake Sawyer claims the win. Michael Jones, though, a drive of the race, home for 2nd. Luca Nietzsche home in 3rd from Zach Needham and Jason Betts, your top 5. What a race. KA3 Senior bringing you the action here from Hurricane Go-Kart Club for the 10th edition of the Polmac Trailers King of the Hill. That is going to be straight to the highlights package, those laps in that race there. Jake Sawyer claims the win, 1.5 tenths clear of Michael Jones in 2nd. Luca Nietzsche, from your fastest qualifier this morning, only claiming 3rd. Zach Needham is starting to come good today. He goes to P4. Jason Betts in P5. Matt Davis in 6. Holly Patrizi having a good fight there in P7 from Brandon Duncombe in the 8th spot. Ryan Nicholson really suffered there. Down to P9. David Priolo in the 10th spot. Toby Hobson in 11 from Marty King, 12. Lucas Gaelic, 13 from Jaden Hyde, 14. Trenner Mann in 15. And then Bailey Reynolds rounding out your 16 finishing drivers from KA3 Senior. A check of the replay package from that one, and there'll be a lot of material to get through here. A great start. We went side by side all the way through turn 1. And the battles were on all the way through the field. But at the pointy end, it was really happening. Great move from Holly Patrizi up the inside there, one of the Duncombe karts. And it was on. Luca Nietzsche was fighting for it and really got forced to suffer the consequences of trying to race 3 or 4 turns side by side in the middle of the race there. We'll catch that one. This move up the inside of Sawyer, though, it could have happened. Sawyer just slammed the door in Nietzsche's face at turn 1. And then he tried it on again, and this was the start of Nietzsche's demise, I believe. He tried one up the inside. Sawyer goes for the over and under, and this is where Nietzsche just started to really struggle. Great action all the way through in our KA3 Seniors. A big move and a big charge late in the race from Michael Jones. Saw him to wrap up 2nd. Man, we are set for some great action from this group later in the day.
Jonesy with a great run there, starting from 6th, bring it home in 2nd. The result came out of absolutely nowhere. These 2 front runners were battling in front of you. You managed to score the spot. How was it?
Yeah, no, good. We got their pace. We just need a bit of track position, and hopefully that'll give us some for the pre-final. But there's nothing between half a dozen guys out there. It's how it should be. It's good fun.
Wide range of ages. Tell me, does a few more years help or does it hinder?
Half these boys, kids, have been racing longer than I have been as well. So I definitely trying to keep your head cool definitely is beneficial, but there's nothing like youth for being quick.
Always great. Thank you.
Cheers, guys. Thanks a lot.
but looking at it, I had a near miss earlier this morning. Maybe that's not a good position to be.
Welcome back. Just a short break for all of us involved, bringing you the broadcast thanks to 4Style Media of the 2020 Polmac Trailers King of the Hill. Big thanks to our title sponsor, Polmac Trailers. And we'll come to you with a 12-month warranty, solid construction, all new rims and tyres. And of course, it's Australian made and manufactured. You couldn't get any better than that. You get a free 100K checkup service. So if you want to get involved, go hit up Polmac Trailers for all your trailer needs. Hit them up, sales@polmactrailers.com.au or dial up 6143-6343. Proud sponsors of the King of the Hill. And we make today 1 decade of racing at the King of the Hill Championship. It's a huge event. We bring over 200 entries to Hurricane Go-Kart Club here today. And the highlight classes, of course, TAC 125 restricted classes. This is what it's all about. And we're on track with 125 restricted medium, proudly presented by Tech Force, a specialised niche recruitment group with 25 years of experience in finding you the best staff that you can possibly get for exactly what you need them to do. That's Tech Force, proud sponsors of our 125 restricted mediums and a 29 kart field for restricted medium. This is the back end of Heat 2 before we get stuck into the third round of heat races. We'll start them off with KZ2. Heat 3 up next. So here we go, Damon Nicoli will start from the pole spot here on the 53 machine. Your fastest qualifier and Heat 1 winner. He survived the battles going on behind him. Aaron Chivers will start from P2. Paul King from 3. Carlos Del Toro from 4. From Jay Bunton and Graham Westling, that's the first 3 rows of the grid. Lights are still red and we are not going racing just yet. We'll keep going through your starting grid here. Mark Redman in the 7 spot. from Nathan Medham in P8. Troy Stewart, P9, from Adam Gandossi in the 10. From Peter Ten Brocker, Jake Salamone, Christopher Strawn, Paul Hughes, Brad Dean, Nathan Jack, Joseph Burgick having a crack at it. He competes in the West Australian Formula 1000 Championship. From Jacob Pudelano, Aaron Warner, and Tony Arambesic. Tall Tony from P20, Rob Nickel from the 21. As the field comes around, lights are out. This time we are racing for 125 restricted medium. Graham Westling was going to be the meat and the sandwich for a brief moment there. Stuck in the middle for the defending King of the Hill champion as he goes firing up the inside of the number 13 Paralyn Kart, trying to make up the ground he lost at the start. But down the back straight, Aaron Chivers leads the way. We've got a pile up, clean up at aisle 3 up at the chicane. But it's Aaron Chivers from the start, going to lead them around from the outside front row, getting things done here over Damon Nickley, back to the second spot. We'll pick them up as they come around. I think Paul King in there, into the 3 spot. Jay Bunton into P4 as they come down the line. Chivers, Nickley, King, Bunton, Del Toro, Westling in 6 from Redmond. Gandossi, Medham, Peter Ten Brooker rounds out your top 10 from Strawn, Salamone, Hughes, Dean, and Nathan Jack rounding out your top 15. How's this? Chivers and Nickley already trying to break away from the rest of the field here. King, Bunton, and Del Toro bunching up for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Bunton's close enough to make a move up the inside of the bus stop. Back there in the 4th spot, but doesn't get alongside. He stays back there in P4 in the number 9 Esprit Kart for JB Patios. The battle at the pointy end, though. Chivers and Nickley going to fight it out down the line. Chivers just slightly to the defensive line. This battle for 3rd, though. King, Bunton, and Del Toro. Bunton to the inside up the PS as he tags the back of King. Got away with it. That checked them both up. Mark Redmond has found his way around Graham Westling as well for the 6th spot. So Mark Redmond from the West Australian Formula Ford Championship finds himself up into the top 6 now. Puts the defending King of the Hill down to P7 in the number 13 Paralyn Kart. But it's the leaders breaking away already. Aaron Chivers building himself up a bit of a buffer at the moment over Damon Nickley as they come down the line. This battle for 3rd, though. Paul King, Jay Bunton, and Carlos Del Toro still having a light discussion over who wants to be 3rd here in their 2nd race. We've got a kart off the side of the racetrack up on the back straight there. Unfortunately, for said competitor, they'll take no further part in this one. Carlos Del Toro, though, sizing up a move on the inside on Paul King. Has a bit of a look and checks up under brakes. Mark Redmond seizes the opportunity in the Epoxy Groutworks number 11 Arrow Machine and seizes that one. Thanks for coming. Redmond now to P5. Del Toro down to P6 here. Aaron Chivers continuing to lead the way here. Is opening up the gap now to half a second over Damon Nickley. So Damon Nickley might have had the hot lap in qualifying to get this day started, but Aaron Chivers is proving he's got the race pace in full race conditions here. Opening up the gap over Jay Bunton back there in 3rd, who's just sitting around after he moved aside Paul King into the 4th spot. Bunton is on a move, though. New hot lap of the race for Jay Bunton that time across into 3rd, a 36.74. He's 2/10 quicker than the race leaders and trying to close up the gap. So watching the number 9 machine of Jay Bunton, just in the centre of the screen back there in 3rd. He's trying to close up the gap to the leaders. He's a 2nd off the back of Nickley at the moment. Last time across, as we hit 4 laps to go. We'll see what the gap is this time across. Well, they all evened out there. 36.7 for Chivers and a 7 for Nickley. 7.8 for Jay Bunton, an 8.5 for Paul King, a 7.6 for Mark Redmond in your top 5. And that's how they'll go across the top end of the racetrack, down into the Patrizia Course Dipper. Aaron Chivers rocking the Rotax Redhead power, leading out the X30 power of Damon Nickley in a 2nd. The Rotaxes just seem to have some sort of advantage in these 125 restricted categories here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club, and that advantage goes either way, depending on which track you go to. They are so close on parity, but there's just the very minor differences between the engines, even with their given weight brakes and given restrictions. The Chivers making the Rotax do the work for him. Out front here, Paul King now has a hot lap of the race to a 36.6 for the man back there in P4, but we follow along. Chivers and Nicoli, half a second between them as they come into Chamberlain's Auto Electrics through the long right-handers, making their way onto the main straightaway. 2 laps to go for Aaron Chivers, this time by for 125 restricted medium, heat 2. Watching this battle for the lead, Damon Nicoli decides he wants it more than Chivers does. Last lap board is out, and either Chivers' tyres are dropped off or Nicoli's just decided to finally squeeze the right pedal. Here he goes for an inside move. Chivers says, "Not today, mate." Slams the door in his face to hold on to the race lead, but he's given it away to Nicoli and slowed it down. Can Damon put on a challenge in the final back end of this final lap of Heat 2 for 125 restricted medium, down towards the bus stop for the final time? Jay Bunton is too far back to pick up the pieces if it comes undone. Paul King further back in the 4th spot from Redmond and Westling, 5th and 6th. Aaron Chivers survives though. He's hopping in the seat trying to get the traction out of the corner. Checker flag flies. Chivers gets a win. Damon Nicoli home for 2nd. Jay Bunton, a tidy race for him, home in 3rd. Paul King in 4th. Mark Redmond in P5 from Graham Westling, Nathan Medham, Carlos Del Toro, Adam Gandossi, and Peter Ten Brooker goes P10 at the line. Yeah. Ask him where he started. I think it was like 8 or something, but ask him.
Mark Redmond coming in the top 5 there. We saw you last weekend at the August race meet at the WA Sporting Car Club in a Formula Ford. Tell me, how does the physicality of these tags compare to something like that?
Oh, you've got to think faster, and everything happens so much faster, and the G-force, the grips, it's quite a big difference, but yeah.
Grabbing yourself a couple of positions in that heat race, are you proud of your performance?
Yeah, the kart feels good now. Struggled badly yesterday. I used tyres from Geraldton, and I don't think that was the way to go, but just gradually getting into it and try to get through some traffic without crashing,
Well, good luck.
Thank you, mate. Thank you.
Well, it's that time again, folks. KZ2 getting ready to go the next gear. This is the third heat of the day for these guys. This is the A group versus the C group. So these guys are yet to have raced against each other. Blake Mills will start from the pole spot after snatching a win in the first heat of the day for the West Australian KZ Series. 24 starters will line up here. And from him, all the way to the back of the field, you have Tommy Sparks lining up on grid 24. Ryan Bender will join Blake Mills at the start line, along with Corey Minton and Jaden Pearce. We got karts stopped, going to get given the roll through. We've got a couple stuck down there at the back of the grid before they take to the starting line. It looks like Mason Harvey, all the way back there, is struggling to get that kart moving. He's asking for a push from Melinda Sully, trying to get the karts running. It's actually Jessica Howe getting stuck there, and Melinda Sully struggling to get her going as well. So there's something going on with the number 19 kart for Jessica Howe. They're unable to keep that kart running. Once it comes to a stop, it either grabs a clutch and stalls out, or something lets go for her kart. Melinda Sully's going to drive on by, and we'll set the grid once again. So let's recap very quickly your starting grid here. Blake Mills on pole, Ryan Mender on second, Corey Minton third, Jaden Pearce on 4. James Mackay will start P5 from Simon Gwillim on 6. From Lewis Sutherland, P7. Jacob Parsons, P8. Bailey Mickler will start P9 with Bailey Gretsch on the 10. And then we'll rocket through these ones. Hayden Patrizzi, Paul Pedrotti, Alex Rollo from 13. Jacob De Jong from 14. Then David Priolo, Michael Priolo, Shannon Elyard, Reese Friend, Melinda Sully, Jess Howe, Marty Dack, Adam McKenzie, Jai Parham, and Tommy Sparks. That is your intended starting order here for Heat 3 of KZ2. 15 laps as they line up on the grid. You can see them reaching back and rolling the tyres back and forth. That's to break the traction on the track. They let them stick to the bitumen. They'll actually stall out and pull a wheel stand in the process. As we get set, KZ2 is away. Mills gets a good start. Bendo trying to go with him. Here goes Corey Minton up the inside. Jaden Pearce is going to go with him as well. Past Canteen Corner, and Ryan Bender gets absolutely shafted through the field. He's going to drop back a whole bunch of spots. Riley Traeger in that fight as well, it looks like. One of the barrel chassis sailing up the inside. We'll catch him as they come down towards the bus stop. A couple caught up together at the Patrizzi Dipper. But it's Mills, Pearce, Minton, William, Mackay, Sutherland, bringing them around as they come out of Chamberlain's. That's all I can eyeball on their positions as they come down the line. Blake Mills has a lazy check over his shoulder and spots the karts lining up behind him in your running order. Blake Mills in 1, Jaden Pearce in 2, Corey Minton in 3, muscling his way forward off the start here from Simon Gwillim on P4, James Mackay P5, Louis Sutherland on P6 from Bailey Mickler, Ryan Bender, Hayden Patrizzi all the way down in P9, Bailey Gretsch, Paul Pedrotti, Michael Priolo, Jacob De Jong, Adam McKenzie and Reese Friend rounding out your top 15. Louis Sutherland gets forced aside coming out of the bus stop corner, but it's Millsy coming around and down the line to finish off lap number 2 of 15. Jaden Pearce looking very quick here in the number 18 Praga kart. Having a good crack at it here for Leasing Services of WA. His sponsor for this weekend here at the Polmac Trailers King of the Hill. They're opening up a gap over Corey Minton. They were 0.3 of a second quicker than Minton, who's getting monstered up the inside into the Dipper. Simon Gwillim saying, I've had enough of you holding me up. And he goes past Minton for third. Here comes Mickler. Big move up the inside. I hope we grab that one. Bailey Mickler mounting a massive one up the inside of the bus stop. They're following along Simon Gwillim See what he can do. In the third spot, Nicola moves aside James Mackay for 5th and 6th. There's a big move on that a moment ago. Mackay won't be happy about it. You can see him bouncing in the seat as they make their way through the All About Hoses S's. And the huge pack of karts snarling their way through the Patrizzi Dipper. Louis Sutherland on the defensive from one of the other Ricardo karts. And it'll be the 29 of Hayden Patrizzi, leading from Bailey Gretsch. And the 56 of Paul Pedrotti as they bring it out of Chamberlain's Auto Electrics. We follow along with Bailey Mickler and Scott Mackay at the moment. Ryan Bender right behind them on track. He got shuffled around at the opening lap. It's really about that start here in KZ2. You want to maintain the tyres. You want to look after the rubber. So you can't push so hard in the heat races. And this is the tormenting thing in the back of the minds of the guys out front at the moment. Am I driving too hard? Am I using up too much rubber? Will I have something come the 25-lap final tonight? And you have no way of knowing. Blake Mills will be the man in that seat at the moment. He took a win in Heat 1 in the A versus B race to start off the day. He leads from Jaden Pearce at the moment. Simon Gwilliam is now the fastest on track, a 34.03. Corey Minton further behind in P4. Bailey Mickler P5 from James Mackay, Ryan Bender, Hayden Patrizzi, Bailey Gretsch, Paul Pedrotti. That's your top 10. But the battle's starting to heat up for first and second. We're following here between the two Birolart chassis, James Mackay. The meat and the sandwich between Mickler and Bender. Oh, and we've lost Louis Sutherland, it looks like. Louis, after a big comeback drive for his first meeting back in quite a while, something's gone wrong for the 76 Ricardo kart, so we've lost him out of this one. That will elevate a couple of the guys further up the order. Simon Gwilliam, once again the fastest on track. He's still making inroads on the battle pack of Mills and Pearce. He puts down a 33.85 that time across as Jessica Howe is about to go a lap down to your race leaders. That's a big closing speed here. Mills and Pearce going on through. Jess knows the leaders are coming up behind her. Simon Gwilliam fires one to the inside as they come round onto the main straight. The battle further behind. This might be an issue with coming onto the back straight. Mills and Pearce watching this battle starting to heat up, but look at the scramble behind as Jess Howe is trying to get out of the way of the lapping drivers. Hayden Patrizzi, Bailey Gretsch and Paul Pedrotti coming on past Jess. Across the halfway point, 8 down, 7 to go. Blake Mills continues to lead this one out. Jaden Pearce trying to stay with him. James Mackay has gone back to the 5 spot, moving aside Bailey Mickler. Mickler counters back to the inside in the Patrizzi course Dipper and has a crack at it. Mackay's out wide. Ryan Bender sneaks on through. Now Patrizzi says, I'll have one of those. Thank you very much, to the inside of Mackay at the bus stop. But the Birolart boys are going at it side by side, having a crack as well as they come through Chamberlain's. Bender pushing Mickler all the way onto the straight. The race is on between the two Birolart boys. Into the CE Bodybuilders sweeper, bumper to bumper past the canteen. Further behind is Hayden Patrizzi watching this happen. He's also the secretary for the West Australian KZ Series. And Hayden will have his work cut out for him here this weekend. Oh, Mills and Pearce getting into each other. Pearce threw it up the inside. Millsy fired one into the back of him on the exit of the bus stop. They managed to stay all cool and collected, but now it's getting antsy because here comes Simon Gwilliam in the Formula K / Paralympic kart. Millsy up the inside. Pearce has a check over the shoulder, sees Gwilliam and panics. 5 to go as they came across the line. It is on for Blake Mills, Jaden Pearce, and now Simon Gwilliam fires one up. He's right up alongside with Pearce, who looks across and says, oh no. Simon Gwilliam making inroads on this one, and check it out. Corey Minton wants to buy his way into this fight as well, saying, yes, boys, use your tyres, slow each other down, bring me to you. Blake Mills wants to get away from that. He checks over the shoulder as he comes down the line. Here's Jaden Pearce, now having to be on the defensive from Simon Gwilliam as they head up towards the S's. Corey Minton is right with them as well as Blake Mills has checked out from that group. Down into the Patrizzi course Dipper. Pearce still holding on to that second spot at the moment with 3.5 laps left to go. Into the 34 Motorsport bus stop on the run towards Chamberlain's Auto Electrics complex. behind them. The battle between Bender and Mikla has fallen the opposite way as Ryan Bender goes through to the P5 spot. Mikla down to P6, Hayden Patrizzi in 7, but we're still watching this. Jaden Pearce is managing to drop off Simon Gwillim now. This is a battle. Now shaping up for 3rd and 4th, as Pearce might have this one in the bag for 2nd. Corey Minton fancies a run at Gwillim, and they're still not letting Pearce get away with it either. Down into the bus stop once again. Our eyes glued to this battle as we're coming up to the final couple of laps. It's all about the points when you start to talk about the championship, but it's early days yet to discuss championship standings here at round 1 of the West Australian KZ Series. Of course, brought to you by Pro Drainage, and the man behind the Pro Drainage brand, Blake Mills, leads the way a long way ahead of this fight. You can see him just on the edge of your screen, but the battle is on for 2nd. Gwillim up the inside, almost into the side of Pearce. That bogged him down. Here comes Corey Minton, says thank you very much, and takes 3rd. Now, does he have what it takes to close the gap and put a move on Pearce for 2nd? Last lap board out to collect Blake Mills as he comes down the line. 1 to go. Pearce, Minton and Gwillim 750 metres away from securing their fate here in race 3 for the KZs. Brought to you by Pro Drainage. Across the top, watch a move at the bottom of the dipper. Minton looks like he's way too far back to make anything happen. He bogged it down coming out of the S's and couldn't make anything happen. Down to the bus stop for the final time. And that is going to be all she wrote for the WAKZ Series Heat 3 today. Blake Mills puts 2 W's against his name and goes into this one in fine form. From Jaden Pearce in 2nd, Corey Minton in the 3rd spot. Simon Gwillim goes P4. Ryan Bender recovers from an awful opening lap to go P5. Bailey Mikla P6. From Hayden Patrizzi in 7, Paul Pedrotti in 8. James Mackay in 9, and Bailey Gretsch rounding out your top 10. Checking out the replay of some of the action from Heat 3 of KZ2. It was a wild ride from start to finish, but Blake Mills has really made huge progress with his race fitness and the pace that he can maintain all race long over the last few months. I've heard whispers of how much weight is lost and how much time he's been putting in to build up the fitness, and it's paying dividends here as he picks up a win here in Heat 3 of KZ2, but the action was thick and fast all the way through the field. A big comeback drive from Ryan Bender, having a good battle with Bailey Mikla and James Mackay all the way through that one to claim P5 after getting shoved around at the start. Something chronic for the Birrellart driver. And the action still coming. Hayden Patrizzi had his hands full as well, firing to the inside at the bus stop there. And Jaden Pearce showed a wheel to Mills for just a moment. And this really defined the moment because they got into each other. Pearce tagged the curb, Mills tagged Pearce. And
Ryan Bender making a comeback. Ryan Bender making a comeback to 5th place. It was a tough charge. Run me through it.
Yeah, so the start didn't go to plan. Obviously had a racing incident first corner, so ended up back in the pack and just slowly through the race, through other people's mistakes and passes, we got back up to 5th.
Over a 15-lap race, it really has become a battle of attrition. It is just about getting to that last lap, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely going to be a bit tiring out there. It's definitely a workout.
And especially when you are dicing with some of the fastest guys out here, you still have to look after those tyres. Give me an update. How's it going?
Yeah, so tyres as a gain. Just try not to slide so you get tyre wear. Yeah, so see how we pull out in the final.
Doing a great job. Well done.
Thank you.
Well, KZ2 Heat 3 run and done. We're now getting into Cadet 12 to have a crack at it once again. Another 10-lap endeavour for these guys. Nash Ferraro has a perfect score coming into Heat 3. He gets the start on the pole spot here. And the number 16, Pinjarra Bakery OTK Kart, working the kart hard down towards the bus stop. Try and generate some heat in the tyres is the name of the game for these opening formation laps before they get into their starting order and get set to go. Starting from second on the grid will be the number 9, Bunbury Kartworks and Energy Course chassis of Jack Webster. Starting from P3, his teammate, the number 15 machine, Nicola Stardy. From Chase Wildman and the 77, Sabre Real Estate, Tony Kart, will start from P4. Toby Mayolo, the youngster from Bunbury, will start out of P5 alongside Connor Radford. Slowly moving his way through the field up to P6 here. He'll line up ahead of Jet McDonald and Sachin Smith-Way. That's a combination. One of the quickest drivers in West Australian cadet karting is Sachin, and Jet always there as well, parking themselves on the 4th row of the grid. Ben Hall and Ashton Sprague will line up P9 and 10. Good to see Ashton right in the thick of it after a DNF in race 2. From Orlando Piavitas in P11, Noah Byrne P12, Bailey Reardon P13, Cooper Lyle P14, Ethan Rowitz in the 15 from Nicholas Razzo, Max Duncombe, Rocco Kame, Flynn Booker, Ryan Warner, and Zane Rhodes will have to make his way all the way from the very back of the grid. They say the best ones are one from the back, and that BRM chassis number 26 machine will have his work cut out for him if he can get further up the field as we bring the Cadet 12s around and set to go again. Cadet 12 proudly presented by Redline Oil, Oil and Energy WA, putting on the promotion and helping out a lot of West Australian karters and motorsports variants as we go lights out and racing. Ferraro from the pole spot. Going to go side by side with Webster all the way through the sweeper. Stardy trying to go to the outside of Webster up to the chicane. They're going to fight over the same piece of real estate, and Starty makes it stick. Nicely done from young Nicholas. Now Chase Wildman fancies a run at Webster. Down into the dipper. But he hangs Wildman out to dry. Now here comes Toby Mayolo up the inside of Wildman. Wildman gets a little bit of a helping hand to run very wide at the bus stop. Connor Radford's going to pick him off. Sachin Smith-Way snuck through there as well. So young Sachin moving up. He started out at 8th spot. It looks like he's moved up to something like P5 on this opening lap as we come down the line. Nash Ferraro, Nicholas Stardy, Jack Webster, Toby Mayolo, Sachin Smith-Way from 8th to 5th on the opening lap. Connor Radford to P6, Chase Wildman to P7. From Jet McDonald, Cooper Lyle and Orlando Piavitas rounding out your top 10. So the Pinjarra Bakery OTK number 16 machine of Nash Ferraro, the youngster from Warnborough. Leading the way once again, but Nicholas Stardy wants something to say about this. The youngster really starting to come into his own in West Australian karting. Talk about big movers as well. Zane Rhodes from 21st on the grid is in 14th already at the turn of the opening lap. He's probably moved up another spot or so as they come down the line. Rhodes is now up to P13. So huge moves being made by young Zane in the Vulcan panel and paint. Number 26 BRM chassis. Jack Webster into the 3rd spot. Now putting pressure on Stardy and Ferraro as they come down out of the 34 Motorsports bus stop. Ferraro's a little bit slower off the corner. Stardy and Webster bunching up behind him here. They're going to slow each other down and let the rest of the field come to them. Toby Mayolo would be stoked if that could happen. Bring him to me, he says. Sachin Smith-Way wants that to happen as well. Here we go, Stardy up the inside of Ferraro through the sweeper. They're going to go bumper to bumper up towards the All About Hoses S's. Nick Stardy claims the race lead now. Jack Webster is the fastest on track, though, to a 40.01. Ferraro back to the inside. He counters on Stardy, who's going to get hung out to dry by Webster. Webster's on the outside down towards the bus stop, though. Stardy has track position. Darts back across and covers it off. Ferraro runs himself wide. Stardy to the inside. We're going to go side by side through Chamberlain's. Now here comes Webster, 3 wide through the top, and oh no! They bogged each other down. They clipped and went flying. Sachin Smith-Way picks them off. Toby Mayolo's in there as well. Ferraro getting swallowed up by a big gaggle of carts. Chase Wildman snuck through. Mayoli goes the wrong side of the curbing at the canteen corner. 1 moment is all it takes And the deck of cards and the house he built comes falling down. It's Nicholas Stardy leading the way by a country mile. How does this keep happening for this kid? He finds himself out front over Jack Webster in the second spot. Chase Wildman trying to fire one up the inside of Sachin Smith Way. They're going side by side into Chamberlain's. Connor Radford is right there in the number 21 machine, having a crack at it as well as they bring it out of Chamberlain's. Onto the main straightaway. Unbelievable stuff coming out of your Cadet 12s. Radford looks to the inside down the main straightaway. Has a crack at Sachin Smith Way, moves him aside. Now Radford goes to P4. He started out at P6. He's doing well so far. Chase Wildman from P4 goes to third. But it's Nicholas Stardy is going to be unassailable here, holding on to a 1.5 second advantage after the shenanigans that took place through Chamberlain's a couple of laps ago. They've gifted this one to him. Jack Webster is going to do all he possibly can to try and close the gap and see what can happen. Chase Wildman back there in the third spot is set for a comfortable remainder of this race, but it ain't over yet. 4 laps to go as we came down the line. This battle between Radford and Smith Way still going on for the flat-out Karts Arrow machines. 2 drivers that raced against each other quite a bit out of Cadet 9s. They find themselves in the same battles again when they both come of the same age and come into Cadet 12's category. Smith Way has a bit of a run, but doesn't get close enough to put a move on up the inside at the bus stop corner as they come on out. And Smith Way rocking the flat out prepared Paralyn Kart, of course. Shown off by the bright red chassis tubes. You can see as he comes past the camera. Fastest on track now is Nash Ferraro. Young Nash will be really hunting to try and counter back through the field after getting caught up in that race incident that really cost him. Mayolo dropping all the way down to P9. He's making a bit of a comeback now as well. Ashton Sprague making a comeback to 8th after starting out at P10 following a DNF in Heat 2. He has some work to do yet. He finds himself parked up right behind Jet McDonald. But we follow along Nicholas Stardy as they come onto the main straightaway. Stardy, look at the lead this kid is maintaining. They are catching him, but only by little bits. 1.4 seconds is the gap between Stardy and Webster. Another second back to Wildman in third. As you can see, the gaps of your top 3. Then it starts to get interesting, because it's Radford, Smith Way, and now Ferraro has arrived onto the back of Sachin. Having a look down the inside at the Patrizzi Dipper. Ferraro just makes nice work of him. But they're going to go side by side down towards the bus stop. Nash moves across to cover off the racing line. So Nash Ferraro mounting a comeback drive. This kid is a trooper. Just keeps on going. Oh, we got a couple caught up. Ashton Sprague facing the wrong direction. Toby Mayolo rolling his way backwards. We'll follow along as we are on the final lap here. Nicholas Stardy will be very happy to pick himself up these points. He came into this one just a couple of points behind Jack Webster, so he should move him aside and may even have enough points in hand to be your points leader heading into the final today for Cadet 12s. You want to peak at the right time of the weekend as the checkered flag comes out. Nicholas Stardy claims the race 3 win for Cadet 12s. Jack Webster home in second. Chase Wildman in third, Connor Radford in fourth. He's a happy young chap as well. Nash Ferraro mounts a huge comeback to go P5 with the fastest lap of the race as well as a 39.5. Sachin Smith Way makes it P6. Jet McDonald in the 7. Zane Rhodes, what a drive from young Zane. From 21st to 8th over 10 laps from young Zane Rhodes. Orlando Piavitas goes P9. Cooper Lyle rounds out your top 10. That is Cadet 12s, brought to you by Redline Oil for Heat 3. Checking out some of the action that came to us from Heat 3 of Cadet 12s. The start, relatively clean for most of the guys. Plenty of good racing from these youngsters. But then the squabble of karts making their way down towards the bus stop. Ferraro had the lead for quite a while, but got challenged and unfortunately had to mount a comeback drive later on in the race. This was a battle going on between Stardy, Ferraro and Webster down into the dipper. Nash mounting a great assault up the inside. Webster trying to capitalise on it as well. And you can see in Cadet 12, you have to have your head on a swivel, watching the other karts around you as they come on by. And this is where they all come unstuck. Unfortunately, Webster on Ferraro, and it wasn't a big bump together, but they lost so much momentum, they got swallowed up by the field. And Connor Radford charging his way through the grid as well, having great battles with Sachin Smith Way. That was Cadet 12's for Heat 3.
Zane Rhodes with a massive charge up through the field, proving that Cadet 12s is an incredible field to watch. When it comes to on-track battles, tell me, you were cutting through them like a hot knife through butter. How proud are you?
Very happy after all the engine dramas and stuff. Glad for Dad and everyone who helped out to get it going, and just excited for the final.
The Vulcan panel and paint entry serving you well. You feeling comfortable in the kart?
Yeah, very comfortable. New kart. Thanks BRM for giving us the opportunity to drive it.
Great stuff. Well done, mate.
Thank you.
Live. 125 Light brought to you by Snap-on Tools North Perth. Snap-on Tools, a leader in developing and providing diagnostic tools to its customers in Australia, New Zealand and all over the world. They've been in Australia since 1988, and the Snap-on Tools brand has earned themselves the respect they deserve. Everyone knows Snap-on Tools. If you want to get in touch for the services of Snap-on Tools from East Perth all the way to North Fremantle, call Troy on 0409 700 323. And it looks like we are sending them and getting ready. 10 laps on the board for 125 Light. Stephen Scoble has been the class of the field so far, and we are going to go. Lewis Reed wasn't happy about the start there. You can see he put his hand up thinking they weren't going to go. And then the universal hand gesture for what was that? How's the line from Tommy Shu, though, in the Cosmic Kart? Went the wrong side of the curb past Canteen Corner. Luca Nietzsche! What was that? Up the inside of the dipper, and that 55 is moving around like he's got the caster blocks around the wrong way. Tommy Shu fires one up the inside. Shea Thompson is getting monstered. Now is the meat and the sandwich between the two KF karts of Scoble. Sorry, not Scoble, of Foster and Nicholson as they come onto the main straightaway. Lap one is run and done, and Stephen Scoble making him look silly on the opening lap. Kieran Ellis back to second. Lewis Reed in third. Luca Nietzsche getting shuffled around to P4. Tommy Shu, though, into P5, and he leads a bit of a gaggle behind him as well. He's got Scotty Foster, Shea Thompson, Ryan Nicholson, and Jason Betts all lining up behind him here. Now he's opened up a bit of a gap down into the bus stop. The two KF karts together, having a crack at it. Betts has a look to the inside. He's trying to sneak through. We're following along with Lewis Reed at the moment, currently in third. As the gaps are starting to open up, Stephen Scoble, very quick. Kieran Ellis was quicker, 34.883 for their first flying lap under race conditions. Ellis finding more and more pace as the day goes on. We'll see what he can do and have a fight with Stephen Scoble about who wants to be on the top step today. This is Heat 3. They rack and stack their points. It sorts the grid out for the final. And then the 15-lap final decides how the podium will transpire today at the Polmac Trailers King of the Hill. It's all about the one race that counts. You can win all 3 heats, but if you're nowhere in the final, did it really even matter at this stage? I've got to say, a tip of the hat to Stephen Scoble, though. People talk about race fitness as Shea Thompson fires one up the inside of Tommy Shue at the end of the main straightaway. That's for the 5 spot. Shea got absolutely shunted around the grid on the opening lap of the number 95 flat-out karts machine. He was second on the grid, find himself way outside the top 5, but the battle is on for the lead. We'll pick him up. Here's Scoble and Ellis starting to get into it here. This is the discussion about who wants to be the leading of the KF karts out front. Scoble in the older generation X5 chassis. Ellis with a brand spanker, the Italian-made chassis. Now driving the KF kart brand forward, and it's impossible to miss the KF kart 10th way up the back of the racetrack across the back straight. But Kieran Ellis starting to make inroads on Stephen Scoble as they come down towards the bus stop. Lewis Reed is right there as well, trying to tuck in with him with the number 91 flat-out karts Arrow X5 chassis. Luca Nietzsche waiting in the wings with the 55 Ricardo kart. And a quite angry Shea Thompson will be the least you could say about this kid. Back into P5. Luca Nietzsche is now the fastest on track. You just see him just out of frame in the 4th spot with a 34.5. He's got 0.6 of a second to make up if he wants to put on a fight with Lewis Reed for 3rd. And for just a moment, it looked like Kieran Ellis was going to close the gap onto Scoble, but they stay where they are, down to the bus stop. Lewis Reed looks like he's making inroads on these two now. Last time across, he was marginally quicker than the lead 2. Differences of only 100th here or 100th there can make the difference of how these races fall for Tag 125 Light. We'll follow the battle down the line, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th on the road between Thompson, Shue, Foster and Nicholson as they head up towards the All About Hoses S's, jacking the inside tyre as they go into the corners. But it's Scoble and Ellis. Grabbing these leaders again. It's starting to heat up a little bit. The gap coming down to 1.5 tenths of a second. Luca Nietzsche is the fastest in the top 4 with a 34.398. Starting to close the gap onto these leaders here and put on a fight. Might just be experimenting with the kart setup to see what they've got as far as long run pace. Of course, the final today that decides the overall standings is an extra 5 laps. It's 50% longer than the heat races they've done, so nobody really knows. You go into somewhat uncharted territory, and who can select the best kart setup to be on song for the entire race, and then who drives the smartest race. Track position is everything when it comes to Tag 125. Stephen Scoble having a look over the shoulder to check on Kieran Ellis as they come down the line. 2 laps to go here in Heat 3 of 125 Light. Nietzsche is too far back to make anything happen. Looks like he's buttoned out of it and decided to have a breather. But Lewis Reed is starting to make ground on the back of Ellis as well. 1.5 laps left to go. Out of the bus stop corner. Scoble, Ellis and Reed really starting to monster the back of Ellis now. 1 to go. Who's it going to be for race 3 of Tag 125 Light? Kieran checks over his shoulder and sees Lewis right on his bumper as they come into turn 1. Through the All About Hoses S's for the final time. The gap is just too large to get to Scoble out front. It's going to take something big from Lewis Reed, and you wouldn't want to risk it at this stage of the day and put yourself off the back of the grid for the final. So they're going to stay where they are through Chamberlain Auto Electrics for the final time. Checkered flag out and awaiting. Can you believe it? 3 from 3. Stephen Scoble picks himself another win in the heat race as Kieran Ellis home in 2nd. Lewis Reed hangs with him for 3rd. Luca Nietzsche goes to P4. Shea Thompson, a great recovery from him in the number 95 flat-out karts entry. He goes to P5. Tommy Shue in the OTK WA Cosmic Kart, he goes to P6. Scotty Foster in 7 from Ryan Nicholson in 8. Hugh Maguire in 9. And Ashley Morrissey rounds out your top 10. That was Tag 125 Light, brought to you by Snap-on North Perth.
Flag to flag in P2, Kieran Ellis, a tough race. Everyone still trying to get onto the back of Oakley.
Yeah, really, really tough out there. Just a bit of tyre conservation towards the end there, just trying to help myself in this last race coming up. But I feel like I've got the pace there. Lewis behind me had mega pace too. He had me worried for a few laps there. But I believe if I get the start I need in this final, I should be able to bring it home. But otherwise, it was a brilliant result for the KF team. 1 and 2 out there, and yeah, we're looking strong for the final. I can't wait for it.
Let's talk about those starts. What's the key to a blinder of a start?
Oh, just you got to have a pinch the line. I do. Just get as lean as possible, and as soon as you see the smoke coming out the exhaust of the guy in front, just go all guns blazing and give him the push he needs. And that was really it. And really, it just got me through on that start, and it just worked out perfectly. With the move down the dipper there, that really also helped me out get back in front of Shay. And yeah, just got to keep pushing.
Great stuff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we are racking and stacking the grid here before we get going. Cadet 9 up for Heat 3. Coming into this one, Chase Webb and William Kalik Chen. Equal points with a win and a second, each to their names. They will line up on your front row. Riley Curry has the third on points coming into this one from Josh Thompson. Campbell Thompson has some work to do from P5 with Leroy Toon on the 6th spot. As we are not getting a start just yet, we'll send the field around once more. Jaden Razzo will start out of P7 from Lucas Kalik Chen in the 8th spot. Xander Edgington in P9. Joel Blackman P10. Diago Stewart on the 11th spot. Zach Medham on P12. And young Declan Arambasic, son of Tall Tony, of course, starting out of P13. If you want to know where we're talking about Tall Tony from, it's Tony Arambasic in the 125 restricted mediums. Had a great chat with Shane Laurie from Behind the Sport during their podcast earlier in the week to promote the race this weekend and get the word out there that we have some really wicked karting going on here in Western Australia as the lights go out this time by Chase Webb from the pole spot. Going to take the inside line. Young William will slot into second here. Looks like Riley going to the 3rd spot as they head up the hill. Campbell Thompson already making up a spot here. Out of the Patrizia course dipper. Down towards the bus stop once again. Chase Webb on the opening lap. Trying to lead the field around. Campbell Thompson has some work to do. Had a quick chat to Tish between the races, and Campbell unfortunately lunched a motor in Heat 2. Had to throw in the spare to go racing throughout the rest of the day. The easy comment you can make back to Campbell: slow motors make for good drivers. And a few choice words to the youngsters, gets them fired up and rearing, ready to go. He's charging up onto the back of William Kalik Chen in second as they head across into the Patrizia course dipper. Chase Webb in the West Coast Civil and Flat Out Karts number 33 machine has it all his way at the moment as they bring it out of the dipper. Down towards the bus stop, Campbell Thompson goes for an inside move for the 51 KF kart. Checks it up on the apex, slides back in across and gets it done. Now Campbell into second. And I put this to the Thompson family. Are you sure that was the slow motor you put on? Because this thing's moving. Campbell Thompson on a charge from 5th on the starting grid into second. And trying to chase down Chase Webb out front. 41.7 for Campbell last time across. New fast lap of the race. Webb with a 42.03. Half a second sits between them last time they came across the line. 2 laps completed and 8 to go for Cadet 9's Heat 3. Say nothing about slow motors. Campbell Thompson closing up the gap onto Chase Webb as we watch Leroy Toon come through your screen, and the battle's further back in the field. But check this out, the race for the lead is on. A 41.4 for Thompson last time by. He closes the gap to 3.5 tenths at the line. Now it's less than a tenth, and he shows a nose to Chase Webb. He's going to catch young Chase by surprise here. I would say young Webb is not aware that Campbell is monstering his rear bumper as they come onto the back straight. He's going to have a little peek up the inside, under brakes into the dipper. And now the race is on for the lead. William Kalik Chen is right there in third as well. He hasn't been dropped off by these guys by much. They're going to charge on out of the bus stop. And Campbell Thompson, how's this for a change of fate? Struggled in qualifying, went out on brand new sticker tyres and didn't set a lap. Started rear of field, made his way through. Had issues in race 2. Starts 5th here in race 3 and now leads at the halfway point. 5 down, 5 to go. Young Campbell Thompson having an up and down day, riding the wave that is Cadet 9s here at the King of the Hill, brought to you by Polmac Trailers. Now Cadet 9s, proudly presented by CE Bodybuilders, WA owned and operated company. Their core group of long-term employees will give you the vast knowledge and understandings of the requirements of today's modern and vibrant transport industry. They can sort you out for all your bodybuilding needs. Proud sponsors of the Cadet 9s, and of course naming rights for the epic Turn 1 we carry here on the 11 turns of Hurricane Go-Kart Club's Wundowie Raceway. Down the line we go, 4 to go. Campbell Thompson and Chase Webb, first and second. 2.5 tenths of a second between them last time across the line as they come up past the canteen, up into the All About Hoses S's. We're going to follow on this little battle here between Razzo and Toon. Young Jaden and Leroy going at it through the S's. They are fighting over 5th and 6th on track. Jaden Razzo has the measure at the moment of Leroy Toon. Leroy relatively puts on a bit of a show at club days up here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club, I've been told. Throws on the 4-stroke cadet motor and has a crack at it. And has a good time battling with the other Cadet 9s on a regular basis. Of course, open meetings aren't always everything. Club racing is where you get your start as we go back to the battle at the front. These two have had their fair share of club racing. As Campbell Thompson and Chase Webb. Now Chase has found some pace for himself. A 41.08 last time across. He's closed the gap back up to 0.2 of a second. The race is on for Cadet 9s as they come down the line. 1.8 tenths between them, and again, new hot laps from both of them. A 41.069 for Thompson, 0.60 for Webb. With a lap and a half left in it for our Cadet 9s. Into the Patricia Course dipper once again. It's all about making the least amount of mistakes in these final laps. Thompson will be a sitting duck if he bogs down the Mini Rock engine, providing the power for that 51 kF kart. Webb just has to stick behind him and capitalise on anything. Bumper to bumper through Chamberlain's Auto Electrics as the last lap board gets brought out. 1 to go here for Thompson and Webb down the line. Thompson checks over his shoulder and says, I got to get a move on. As they come out of CE sweeper, past the canteen, up towards the S's for the final time. That time across, Chase Webb was faster again, a 40.96. Thompson with a 40.98. Nothing between them, 1.5 tenths of a second. At the line, is Chase close enough to dive under brakes though? No, he's not, as they come through the 34 Motorsports bus stop. Out of Chamberlain's for the final time. It's just a run to the line. They're coming up on some traffic here. This could get antsy, but the checkered flag is out. And Campbell Thompson mounts a challenge and says, I am here now. 5th to 1st in Heat 3 of Cadet 9s. Equalises the point standings. Thompson with a win. Chase Webb with a fast lap of the race right at the end as well to claim 2nd. William Kalik Chen comes home in 3rd. Riley Curry home in 4th. Jaden Razzo picks up P5 from Leroy Toon in the 6th. Lucas Kalik Chen in 7th. Xander Edgington in the 8th from Joel Blackman in P9. Diago Stewart rounds out your top 10. And we'll pick up Joshua Thompson and Zach Medham reigning at 11th and 12th. Checking out some of the actions from what was Cadet 9's race 3 of the day. Watching that blue and orange KF kart, the 51 of Campbell Thompson, picking his way through the field, put on a bit of a show for us up the inside of William Kalik Chen, down into the bus stop. A great battle had between Jaden Razzo and Leroy Toon as well. Joshua Thompson got in there as well, but this was the battle for the race lead between Chase Webb and Campbell Thompson, and seemingly on track. They are actually still racing. Thompson up the inside of Webb at the Patrizzi course dipper, sealed the fate of Heat 3 for Cadet 9s. Razzo and Toon had a great battle all the way to the line as well. And fun had by all from the youngest competitors here. Cadet 9s, Heat 3 in the books. Campbell Thompson picking up some precious positions. Congratulations out there. How hard was it to fight through the pack?
Well, it wasn't pretty hard because I got a pretty good start to start off, and then I just worked my way through the field.
A cool head on some young shoulders out there. Did the kart feel good?
Yeah, the kart felt a lot better.
A lot better. What can we expect in the final heat?
A good battle between me and Chase.
Looking forward to it, mate. Well done.
Thank you.
Marking the halfway point through Heat 3 here. We'll get set to go. KA4 Junior Light on deck in their formation laps. Can anybody stop the hard charge of Noah Lyle at the moment? Shows a perfect score coming into Heat 3. And if you can pick up another one, he will be on the pole spot. Heading into today's final to decide the overall order. James McCucci-Allen in second. From Deckers, Benitez, Davey, Traeger, Adams, Hobson, Parson, and Rosenauer as the lights go out. Whoa, that was a bit wild off the start. Lyle decided he wanted the left-hand side of the racetrack as much as everybody else. Darted across, and we'll filter him through here. One of the KF karts getting a great run of it as well. Up the inside, the 33 of Aiden Deckers, showing Lyle a wheel here. This is the first time he's had to race for it. Up the inside into the bus stop. They're going to check up. Lyle goes back to the point here now. Deckers in the second, Makuchi Allen in third from Davey Traeger. And then we grab Benitez and Lockie Adams from Jackson Mitchell Rosenau behind him as they come down the line on lap 1. Deckers, where does his kid come from? Up the inside of Lyle down the straight, and now Lyle is getting monstered by Makuchi Allen. He's going to fight back to the inside. He doesn't want to fight over this. He just wants to get run and done. Slows down Makuchi Allen on the exit of the chicane. That lets Kay Davey go through up the inside of the Patrizia Course dipper. But Aiden Deckers leading the way into the 34 Motorsports bus stop from Noah Lyle into the second spot. And Davey in third, Makuchi Allen fourth. The battle is on behind him as a big gaggle of karts coming on through. Check it all out. Someone drops a wheel there coming through Chamberlain's. That was Kay Davey. And now he's under huge pressure from James Makuchi Allen. As we'll catch your lead battles. Down the line they go. Deckers, Lyle, Davey, Makuchi Allen. Past the canteen once again. We're watching this battle for third. Davey and Makuchi Allen having an argument about who wants to be third here. Ethan Traeger behind them in the 5 spot, somewhat clear of the rest of the field of Lockie Adams, Darcy Benitez, Jackson Mitchell Rosenauer, and Wesley Hobson lining up all behind him as they come out of the bus stop now into Chamberlain's. This battle still going on for third. The NASA panel wobble, indicating the bumps on the track here for KW. Oh, Makuchi Allen, got to watch where you're going, buddy. Ducked the head down to get into the slipstream of Davey and just drove himself straight off into the gravel on the main straightaway. Straightest piece of racetrack you have, and he finds himself touching up the gravel as Aiden Deckers continues to lead this one from Noah Lyle in second. They've found some pace in the Deckers camp, lit a fire underneath young Aiden's backside, and he's putting a fight to Noah Lyle out front. Hot lap of the race at the moment with a 39.132. Lyle with a 39.17. They come down. We're watching this battle at the moment between Lockie Adams and Jackson Mitchell Rosenauer. They're fighting over 6th and 7th, going side by side down into the CE Bodybuilders sweeper at turn 1. Rosenauer gets the move done. Puts Adams back down a spot as they head into the S's. And the race lead switches around again. Noah Lyle gains the spot back over Aiden Deckers. Says, I've had enough of this. Might have been just a cold setup on board the number 4 Flat Out Karts and a Rise Racing entry. Take a couple of laps to come on song. And he gets back to the point now. Eyes forward. Little check over the shoulder. Tap of the brakes and bring the back end around into turn 1 through CE Bodybuilders sweeper. Aiden Deckers slots in a second. Going to have to settle for that. Cade Davey into the 3rd spot with a 38.7. Cade is now the fastest on track in the Weet-Bix number 75 machine, but he is 0.6 of a second off the race lead. Through Chamberlain Auto Electrics across the halfway point last time by. As we bring it around, we watch Davey in 3rd and pick up Jackson Mitchell Rosenauer. He's into P6 trying to close up the gap. Up into the All About Hoses S's once more. This battle for 3rd, still not run and done. Davey and Makuchi Allen having an argument about it. Noah Lyle sets a hot lap of the race now, 38.54. As he continues to stretch that lead, you can catch him at the bottom of the screen here, streaking away from Aiden Deckers, who's slowly but surely backing into Cade Davey and James Makuchi Allen. Last time across, he was slower by about 0.5 of a second on that lap to the 2 behind him. Three laps remaining here in our KA4 Junior Light Heat 3. Of course, the KA4 Junior Light's proudly presented by Chamberlain's Auto Electrical and Air Conditioning. Putting on a good show for the youngsters. But Lyle, nobody can stop this kid as he sails on down to the 34 Motorsports bus stop. Decker's in second, slowly getting reeled in by Kay Davey and James McCucci-Allen, but they might just run out of laps to put on the pressure. 2 laps to go as your leaders come down the line this time by. Deckers checks over his shoulder. Davey just buries his face into the dashboard, trying to gain as much aerodynamic as he can. McCucci-Allen hanging back there in P4, just hoping that something happens and brings the race to him. There's something to be said about staying cool and calm and collected to drive your own race, especially in the junior ranks where things can get a little fiery sometimes. But the last lap board is out and waiting. There's Noah Lyle and Aiden Deckers bring it down the line. 1 to go for Lyle this time by. Deckers in second. Looks like he has enough of a gap to hold on to that spot ahead of young Cade and James. Around the final lap, down into the bus stop for the final time. McCucci-Allen is close enough for a move, but Davey makes that 75 nice and wide. And there's going to be nothing there. Checkered flag is out and awaiting them as they bring it down the line. Noah Lyle makes it 3 from 3 for this youngster. Dominating the day so far. He takes a win here in Heat 3 of KA4 Junior Light. Aiden Deckers home in second. Kay Davey in third. James McCucci-Allen in fourth. Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer has a great race for himself to go P5. From Darcy Venetis in 6, Lockie Adams in 7, Wesley Hobson in 8, Jack Parham in 9, Connor Payne rounding out your top 10. Some of the highlights from KA4 Junior Light here in Heat 3 of the day. Noah Lyle didn't have it all his way at the start. Bit of a cold setup on board, I would suspect. Held him up in the early stages while the rest of them all got to battle out and have a fight over it. But eventually, Lyle getting hung out to dry there through turn 1. He put the fight on and had a race of his own. The battle behind there was Kay Davey dropping a wheel. That was about the only action we saw from the front end of the pack. Davey and McCucci-Allen chasing each other around exactly like that for the entirety of the race. Aiden Deckers bringing it home in Heat 3 now, I think it is. Second place. You must be very happy.
I'm really happy with that considering how bad our qualifying was.
Mate, it was a tough field out there. How are you feeling in the kart?
Kart feels pretty good, just a little bit more and we'll be there.
How do you prepare for an event like this? This is a lot of racing, a lot of laps, and it's a very physical track out there, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty hard track out there. Once you get used to it, though, it's not that hard.
So it's all about finding yourself in that zone and maintaining that crest all the way through the day then?
Yeah, pretty much.
Job well done, mate. Good job.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's all happening at the pointy end of 125 restricted light. Thomas Bauscher fires one up the inside of Daniel Clark down at the dipper. Josh Healy is getting a helping hand from Eli Tunstall back there in third and fourth. And is that Shane George in P5? Someone's lit a fire under the backside of Shane George today. He's really running super well at the pointy end. Having his battles always in and around the top 5, but it's Tom Bauscher two-time King of the Hill winner, coming into this race, a couple of points behind Daniel Clark, who is your points leader. And Clarkey really coming into an element of his own today as well after a win in Heat 2, second in Heat 1. Boucher with a first and a third. Looking to capitalise on that one and charging forward. As they come down the line, we'll check on this battle at the pointy end. Boucher, Clark and Healy. Young Josh is the quickest of the top three at the moment to a 37.108. Josh Healy, fastest on track. This kid has got plenty of bright days ahead of him. He's at a second and a third so far in the heat races today. He finds himself third on track. He was at the pointy end in 125 restricted light. 12 months ago here at the King of the Hill. Had a great battle with Ryan Nicholson until the final few laps where it all went wrong. So Healy will be looking to make amends for that one this weekend. And race onwards. Sporting the KF Kart brand on these karts in second and third at the moment. He sits third. Daniel Clark in second. Tom Boucher, though, wants to reset the lap pace once again. A 36.7 that time by for Thomas Boucher down into the Patrizzi course dipper. This battle's starting to heat up, though, between Clark and Healy. Josh got shuffled around at the start. And Clarkey running himself very wide at the bus stop. Healy tags the back end of him and helps unload the back of the number 50. Now the battle's on for 125 restricted light. Brought to you by Meridio Solutions. The workplace health and safety professionals who consist in unlocking your business and personnel's potential with a wide range of services. Safety system development, risk management, on-site training, leadership training, auditing, investigation, hygiene monitoring, and labour hire. Go hit up Meridio Solutions. Or just go find Tall Tony. He's the tallest dude you've ever seen in a big blue suit. He's out there in the pits somewhere with the BRM crew. He's the man to talk to from Meridio Solutions. Or if you want to talk about getting involved in karting here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club, he'll be the man to talk to as well. If you're out there in the stands and you've got a young one on your lap, looking like, yeah, I want to go do that, and go talk to Tall Tony. He'll help hook you up. Or if you're one of the elder people, not elder, but you want to get inside a go-kart as well, go talk to Tony. He can hook you up and get you inside a go-kart for one of the come and try days and having a crack at it here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. Four laps to go for Tom Boucher as he continues to lead the way here in 125 restricted light. Stretching out the gap. 0.8 of a second over Daniel Clark in second, who just reset the hot lap of the race, did Daniel, a 36.306. It leads out from Josh Healy, now by 3.5 of a second. Healy just can't quite make up the pace at the moment. Through Chamberlain's Auto Electrics, Tom Boucher just loves to get out front and chip away at the gap. Earn that race gap and never looks back with the Rotax-powered Arrow chassis, prepared by Flat Out Karts, and his wife, of course. Clarkey again, fast lap of the race, a 36.25 that time across. He's laying down the hot laps, but he's still 7.5 of a second adrift. It's that early race pace that hurt Clarkey this time by. Although he had the lead on the opening lap, he gave that away very quickly to the Rotax-powered Arrow of Boucher, who's breaking away out front. Further behind him, Josh Healy in the third spot, Eli Tunstall, P4. Shane George having a great race of his own in P5. But this is your top three. Stretching out the gap from George, you can see back there, or Tunstall, sorry, back there in 4, and even further behind to George in the Ricardo kart in P5 in your 125 restricted lights. 1.5 laps left to go in Heat 3. And Tom Boucher came into this one. Now, if my mental math is correctly, if Daniel Clark finishes second here, he will go to second in points. Tom Boucher will claim the points lead heading into the final with 2 wins and a third. Beats out 2 seconds and a first. Onto the back straight for the final time. Down into the Patrizzi course dipper. Thomas Boucher just looking to wrap up heat 3 with a strong finish. A little check over the shoulder as he comes down the hill towards the bus stop corner. Daniel Clark just doing what he can to hold on in second. Josh Healy coming around for third. Checkered flag is out. Thomas Boucher claims heat 3 for 125 restricted light. Brought to you by Meridio Solutions. From Daniel Clark in second, Joshua Healy in third. Boucher with a great run there in that heat, nipping at your heels as the rest of the field. How's the fitness level so far?
I feel old, so old. These young guys keep me honest, that's for sure.
How are you finding the abrasiveness of the track on these tyres?
Oh, look, I do love this track. It's an amazing track, but I think we've got the duration on the tyres. I think we'll go the whole distance, but just flat out 100% of the way.
Conditions looking pretty good. It's slightly overcast at the moment, but there's good latent temperature in there. You think it'll keep it all the way through to the final?
I can't wait for the cold weather that Wundowie's used to, and some big horsepower changes, some underlights.
Can't wait to see what you do with that extra fraction of power there. Best of luck.
Thank you so much. Cheers.
Taking the moment just to settle in and get ready before we get stuck into 125s. Well, we just came out of 125s actually. KA3 Senior will be lining up at championship weight on the outgrid, ready to go for their third heat of the day. The WA Kart Championship coming up in a few weeks up at Midwest Kart Club, 25th to the 27th September. Should be a fantastic weekend of racing. We get to crown the West Australian champions in all the classes. Of course, it's also carrying the West Australian KZ Series going the next gear up at Gero. And man, that track lends itself to the KZ so well. Big moves, big personalities, and big action due to come your way. Plenty more action yet to come here from Hurricane Go-Kart Club. Thanks to your broadcasters, 4Style Media, bringing you all the action here. J-Mac doing the work down on the in-grid. And everyone involved here at the Polmac Trailers King of the Hill 2020, the 10th anniversary of this event. It's been fantastic so far. Still plenty more to come at you. We're in race 7 of the third round of heats. This is KA3 Senior at championship weight break. Jake Sawyer has a pair of wins against his name so far today. He'll start on the pole spot here for heat 3 alongside Luca Nietzsche on second. Michael Jones though, this man found some pace as the day's progressing with the number 40 flat out karts machine. He'll start from P3. Jason Betts rocking the blue plates as the West Australian state champ. Loves to turn it on for the big meets. He will start out of P4. Zach Needham will start from P5. Ryan Nicholson out of P6. Don't count either of those guys out. They are very quick in their own right and will have something to say about the action in front of him. Matt Davis from P7. Holly Patrizi showing them how to get it done in the 8 spot. Toby Hobson in P9. Brandon Duncombe starting from P10. Then we go to David Priolo in 11. Trent Mann in 12. From Jaden Hyde in the 13th spot. Good to see the party boy back and racing. Lucas Gaelic in P14. From Bailey Reynolds-Stevens in the 15th spot. Marty King in 16. And Regan Hayden rounding out your 17 starting order for KA3 Senior at the championship weight. Watching the lights and they extinguish, we get to go racing. Nietzsche looking across, he's going to have to go side by side with Sawyer all the way through turn 1. Jonesy slots into the 3rd spot here as they head up towards the All About Hoses S's. Jake Sawyer trying to break away at the start here. Jonesy going to fire one up the inside on Nietzsche on lap 1. He's going to be careful to not get challenged by the guys behind him. That slowed them both down. Now Nietzsche goes to the race line. Betts sails one up the inside. Jason Betts says, I'll take you. Thank you for coming. Ryan Nicholson slots in behind him here from Zach Needham. Right up his bumper as they come around Chamberlain's Auto Electrics on the first lap. Down the line, Jake Sawyer leads lap 1 from Michael Jonesy Jones into 2nd. Jonesy's such a great bloke to have a chat to. Knows what's going on all around him and will be relishing the opportunity to race at the pointy end here in KA3 Senior. They've found something good with that Arrow Kart and is soldiering on forward. Betsy, though, has a peek over the shoulder in the 77 Cosmic Kart and checks on him. You can see him jumping in the seat, trying to boost some momentum off the corner as well. Jason Betts in the 3rd. Luca Nietzsche struggling to turn the tyres on in the early stages of the race. Drops back a couple of spots after starting 2nd on the grid. He's now getting a huge challenge in the form of Ryan Nicholson right up his rear bumper. And Nicholson doesn't have much of an opportunity to breathe either because he's got a rear bumper full of the old school Arrow X1E chassis of Zach Needham. Now Nicholson up the inside of the bus stop. They're both going to turn in and fight over it. Nicholson squeezes through. Nietzsche losing another spot. Next in line is going to be Needham. He's going in some sort of alphabetical order. Drivers' surnames starting with N. Hurting your focus and concentration up here. But it's Nicholson, Nietzsche and Needham. From Patrizi, Davis, Duncombe and Hobson. That goes from 4 through 10, but it's Jake Sawyer and Michael Jones out at the pointy end as Needham fires one at the inside of Nietzsche, who's fiddling with the jets on the way down the bus stop corner. He counters and maintains the spot. Patrizi is right there with him now as well, putting pressure on Needham as they come through Chamberlain's. This battle, though, Luke and Nietzsche just can't catch a break at the moment. Has a look left, has a look right, peeking around. Duncombe fires one up the inside of Matt Davis. Brandon Duncombe moving aside Davis for the 8 spot. And the gaggle of karts makes their way through the All About Hoses S's. Onto the back straight, into the Patrizi Dipper. Nietzsche covers off an inside line challenge from Zach Needham as they come down the hill. Betts and Nicholson having a fight over 3rd here. Nicholson fires one up, just missing it on camera, but it's all happening with Nietzsche and Needham. Patrizi, now Needham's getting shuffled back. He's going to go side by side with Duncombe, and he loses that fight. So Zach Needham loses a few spots. Now, oh no, Jason Betts. Jason Betts, the 77 Cosmic Machine. Something has failed mechanically on that kart. And he has lost out. He got into some sort of altercation with Michael Jones, I believe. And Ryan Nicholson has dropped off the back there as well. The battle pack, we're going 3 wide. There's a 4th kart in there somewhere down the hill into the bus stop. Davis, Patrizi, Duncombe, Nietzsche, Needham and Hobson. Oh no, it's coming to grief, and oh my goodness, we survived somehow. Holy Patrizi, I tip my hat. Young lady, you have done an awesome job, and Matt Davis doing his sprint car driving, putting him to shame here as he gets sideways down the main straightaway. He's got a Priolo in the mix now as well. These guys are taking no prisoners. Bump drafts first, ask questions later. Luca Nietzsche getting shuffled around. He's going side by side. A couple caught up together at the back end of the racetrack, but Duncombe up the inside of Nietzsche. That's the battle for, what is it, 5th and 6th at the moment? Can you believe it? They're fighting over the minor placings here. But Nietzsche is just got the 55 Ricardo kart stuck in reverse gear. He is backing his way through the field. Really struggling to get up to speed, and every time he gets monstered by another kart, just kills the momentum again. Picking up with Holly Patrizzi, currently running 4th on the road. Now just checking on that, Holly started in 8th on the grid. So a huge move for Holly to capitalize on the battle pack in front of her and charge through the field. Behind her at the moment, Brandon Duncombe has made a big move as well. He came from P10 to go to P5. Zach Needham in P6. Luca Nietzsche from 2nd on the grid all the way down to P7 in this battle pack past the canteen into the S's. Picking up with your race leaders. Jake Sawyer coming into Chamberlain Auto Electrics through the right-handers as the last lap board gets prepared to pick him up. It looked like it was going to be a challenge for a moment, but a race incident between Jason Betts, Michael Jones and Ryan Nicholson somewhere around the track a few laps ago brought that race unstuck. Now your top 3 spread out pretty evenly as they go into the chicane for the final time. On the final lap here for KA3 Senior. Heat 3 today here at the King of the Hill, brought to you by Polmac Trailers. Jake Sawyer looking to make it a perfect score heading into the final race today through Chamberlain's for the final time. The battle is not over behind them for 4th and 5th at the moment, but it's going to be Jake Sawyer charging home to take the flag. Sawyer makes it 3 out of 3 for the number 96 Transcode Engineering Sarah Kart. Michael Jones goes to 2nd, Ryan Nicholson in 3rd. Holly Patrizzi claims the 4th spot in a big move for young Holly from 8th on the grid. Brandon Duncombe from 10th on the grid up to P5. Zach Needham in P6. Luca Nietzsche P7. Matt Davis in the 8 from Toby Hobson in 9. And Jaden Hyde rounds out your top 10 in a frantic KA3 Senior Heat 3. That's how they stacked up, and unfortunately we lost Lucas Gaelic, Marty King and Jason Betts all out of the race there. But another clean sweep for Jake Sawyer, and the replays for the highlights from what was KA3. Let's check on this one. The start was relatively clean and processional. Down towards the bus stop corner is where all the action started to happen though. Here was a move from Ryan Nicholson. Hard on the brakes. Nietzsche tried to shut the door, but Nicholson was way too far up the inside for that to happen. And here's Zach Needham on Luca Nietzsche at the bottom of the Patrizzi dipper. That bogged them both down as they come back towards the bus stop. Brandon Duncombe up the inside of Matt Davis, making moves happen into the CE Bodybuilders sweeper. But then the action just kept on coming from there, all the way down to the bus stop. Nietzsche on Needham. Holly Patrizzi giving Nietzsche a serve under brakes into the bus stop. And then this was the issue for Jason Betts, who almost actually cleaned up Hobson as he was rolling towards the in-grid. Unfortunately, a DNF for Jason Betts rocking the blue plates. Patrizzi got a helping hand up the inside of Luca Nietzsche from Brandon Duncombe there at the dipper. And we're going 4 wide on the run down towards the bus stop. That's how we love to go KA3 racing. You cannot blink, you cannot rest, you cannot breathe in this category at the moment. Hobson going for a wild ride on the way into the straight and got into the side of Davis, who just kept his boot into it and stayed on the black stuff. Great racing. That was KA3 Senior for Heat 3 at championship weight for the Polmac Trailers King of the Hill.
Holly Patrizzi bring it home in 4th place. There was action galore in the KA3 Seniors Heat, wasn't there?
Oh my gosh, that's an understatement.
Toe-to-toe, wheel-to-wheel, what does it take to run with the front runners in this category?
Really, it just takes a bit of guts, I guess is the word I'll use right now. But
I think all of you there inside that top 8 really showed some great skills and some cool heads, even under some incredible pressure. You happy with how you've gone?
yeah, I'm pretty stoked. We got from 7th to 4th in that race, and we're hopefully just getting quicker and quicker, so we'll see how the final goes.
Thanks for the time.
Cheers. Thanks.
Hurry getting down inside on turn one. Josh Merritt in the 2 spot. Yeah, he does. King, oh! It's a wild ride and King in the dirt. One and a half laps in to KA3 Junior for Heat 3. And it's all on. Sawyer leading the way from Sumich and Byrne as they come down the hill towards the bus stop corner. Sumich to the inside. Now, it's a little bit too late, though. Sawyer's going to get hung out to dry. Drops a wheel off. Now Robbie West sneaks in there. How about that? For good measure, the number 9 KF Kart, Robert West, just slipping on through to third. Caleb Sumich to the race lead here. 2 down, 8 to go. Josh Byrne, though, wants a piece of the pie at the pointy end. Noah Lyle trying to sneak his way through there as well. Sails one far from up the inside, from way back on the inside of Sawyer. Sawyer throws a hand up, says thanks for that, as they come down towards the bus stop corner. Noah Lyle's pretty antsy to work his way through this field. Copped a couple of, I think he copped a penalty earlier in the day, actually, for indiscretions on other drivers. And that put him deeper in the pack. And looking for a way forward here on Sawyer. We'll follow along with Bree Rhodes and Thomas Lawton, 6th and 7th. This battle pack happening as they head across the back straight, though. We follow this here between Sawyer and Lyle into the Patrizzi course dipper and having a crack at it as they come down the hill. Your leaders, Sumich, Byrne and West, and Sawyer. Lyle, Rhodes and Lawton as they come into Chamberlain's Auto Electrics. Down the lines, Caleb Sumich trying to stretch the gap and open things up over the rest of the field as they come onto the back straight. Josh Byrne starting to peak at the right time of the weekend with your points. And coming into this race, Josh Byrne was equal third with Aiden Deckers on points. Deckers has been shafted through the field and dropped all the way down. So Josh Byrne sitting pretty to be second, maybe even third, maybe even second actually on points going into the final. Put yourself on a decent grid spot and go for it for the 15 lap to round out the day. Here's Thomas Lawton showing a move, trying to put pressure on young Noah Lyle. Tags the inside curve going past Canteen Corner. And they stay where they were. But Lyle, under pressure from Lawton, down in the Patrizzi course, dip up. Bree Rhodes is right there as well, checks up the steering. And Lyle's going to counter back to the inside, under brakes in the bus stop, runs it deep under the brakes, so drops a wheel. It really hurts you in the runoff there. And you've got to be careful not to drop a chain if you drop a wheel off there. It's quite a pronounced height difference. It can really grab the sprocket and throw the chain off the kart. Luke Sawyer, fastest on track that time across, a 35.6. as he sits back in there in the 4th spot, just languishing behind your race leaders at the moment. Caleb Subic leading the way. Josh Byrne in 2nd, Robert West in 3rd, and Sawyer in P4. Sawyer started 2nd on the grid, got monstered off the start in a wild opening lap for KA3 Junior here in Heat 3. Coming into the back of Heat 3 before we get underway with Heats 4 and 5 for KZ. This is the odds and evens. We're going to run 2 KZ races coming up in a minute. The final 2 of the KZ Heat races due to go down very soon here once we've gotten through the remaining heat races before we start the finals. And the last race of the day will be the final, the feature race for the West Australian KZ Series. As Caleb Sumic comes down the line, 2.5 laps to go. He leads by only 0.3 of a second over Josh Byrne. Chasing him through Chamberlain Auto Electrics in the setting sun here in Hurricane Go-Kart Club for the Polmac Trailers King of the Hill 2020. Last time across, Byrne brought the gap down a little bit further, 2.5 of a second as they go past the canteen. Up into the All About Hoses S's and onto the back straight. Sumic just trying to hold on, but Byrne giving him everything he's got at the moment. Down the hill towards bus stop. 1.5 laps left to go. It'll be less than 0.2 of a second the gap as they come into Chamberlain. Byrne will be looking to try and size something up. But I'm going to say it, I don't think he's quite close enough to get it done here. New hot lap there from Thomas Lawton across the line, the number 3, Tony Kart Machine. Behind Sawyer on track in P4 and 5. Robert West is going to have a lonely drive to 3rd here for the number 9 KF Kart. West started out of P5 on points. A little bit behind the equal 3rd and 4th of Byrne and Deckers. He's going to earn some points against Deckers, who's dropped off a few more spots behind him. But the checkered flag out to collect him. Caleb Sumic down the line to take the win here in Heat 3 of KA3 Junior. Joshua Byrne in 2nd. Robert West will claim 3rd. Luke Sawyer 4th. Thomas Lawton rounds out your top 5. So there's your results as they are from Heat 3 of KA3 Junior, wrapping up their final heat race before they'll get stuck into their final later today. Caleb Sumic with a race win to make it a hat-trick and the highest points he can possibly garner before the final. Josh Byrne in 2nd, Robert West in 3rd, Luke Sawyer P4, Thomas Lawton rounding out your top 5. From Noah Lyle, Bree Rhodes, Jack Kaolo, Alex Stefanovic, Aiden Deckers rounding out your top 10, followed by Mason Fraser, Gabriel Belanca, Tegan Mellor, Billy Duncombe, Tyson Sadler, and it looks like a DNF from James McCucci-Allen rounding out your order there. Here's the highlights from Heat 3 of KA3 Junior. Sumic with a decent start. It was pretty wild there, and that's what went wrong there. James McCucci-Allen getting shuffled out wide on the opening lap. Sawyer challenged early, but Sumic fought back valiantly, and dropping a wheel off for Sawyer really brought him undone as he dropped back through the field. Josh Byrne trying to tuck in there, ended up 2nd overall in this one. Robert West with a good drive to come home P3 here in the 3rd heat. It's a good battle and shoot for Noah Lyle in there. Battles with Sawyer and with Thomas Lawton all the way through the race. Lyle trying to fight his way back after starting a bit deeper in the field than he would have liked. Copping assaults from all angles here. Copped it there from Thomas Lawton and from Bree Rhodes into the side of him. And that was KA3 Junior. Wrapped up the Heat 3 here. Of course, KA3 Junior brought to you by TuneTech Auto Service Centre. Change your race. Joshua Byrne coming home in 2nd place. Tell me, are you happy with your performance there, or do you think there was more that you could do to improve?
Yeah, it was the car was much better that race. We had a few engine dramas the previous races, but yeah, the kart came on well. It held on for the whole race, and it was good.
An event like this really does test not just your mechanical ability, but also your ability to stay in the zone and keep focused. How do you think you're going with that?
Yeah, I think I'm going all right with that. I think a lot of it's got to do with the fitness as well. You got to go for whatever it is, 12 laps. It's pretty harsh on your body out there, but yeah, it's good.
Great stuff, mate. Thank you for your time.
All good. Thank you.
125 restricted medium on track and getting ready. 29 of these absolute lunatics set to battle it out to decide the final of the heat races before we get into the finals. Damon Nickley from the pole spot. Whoa, he got one facing the wrong way on the lane straight. That's not a good start. Nickley from the pole spot, going to try and lead things out. Aaron Chivers has been the quickest of them so far in the heat races, just a third place in race 1. Puts him second on points coming into heat 3. Jay Bunton in the third spot. Here comes Graham Westling though. Check this out. Defending King of the Hill. The man himself in the 13 Paralyn Kart. Slots it into P4 on the opening lap here from Mark Redmond in P5. Paul King in the 6th spot as they bring it around onto the main straight. Nickley and Chivers trying to break away from the field already from Bunton and Westling. Now Westy getting shoved one aside by Mark Redmond. Redmond really developing his racecraft in the last year or so. Getting better and putting on the pressure. Bit of Formula Ford action will be good for him. We've got a big slider and a big pile up at the S's. 5, 6, 7 karts all caught up there and one come flying across the racetrack. Practically head on to the other karts on the run back from the Patrizzi course dipper. We missed all that, but out the window of race control here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club, it was easy to see clear as day. It was Damon Nickley leading, but Aaron Chivers right on his rear bumper. Jay Bunton starting to come to life here in Heat 3. Mark Redmond has a check over his shoulder. This is really starting to heat up here for 125 restricted medium. The battle is on to decide who wants to be the king of the hill. Westy would love to go 2-time for the defending champ, but he's back there in P5. We could see a new king crowned today here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. Thanks to Polmac Trailers, your title sponsors, of course. Nickley leading the way. Chivers and Bunton hot on his heels though as they head up into the All About Hoses S's. Out of the Patrizzi course dipper, bumper to bumper, down towards the bus stop. Chivers a lot later under brakes. He tags the back of Nickley. Says, hello mate, I'm here. Bunton right behind him wants to have a crack at it as well as we're working our way towards the halfway point here. Big gaggle of karts further back in the field. You see him panning across. 29 drivers in our 125 restricted medium field. The body language on Jay Bunton says it all. He's happy to sit back there in third and just wait for the race to come to him at this stage. But Mark Redmond is one of the fastest drivers on track. He's lapping quicker than your leaders at the moment for the number 11 Epoxy Groutworks machine in P4. Graham Westling back there. He's a little bit slower. But Paul King in the number 2 kart is the quickest on track at 36.940 to be the fastest man on the racetrack at this point, but he's all the way back there in P6 and languishing half a second off the back of Westy. But now Damon Nickley says it's go time. Puts in a new hot lap of the race, 36.7 for Nickley. He was backing him up just a moment ago. And that's allowed Redmond to close up on the back. But Bunton now fancies a race with Chivers. Under brakes into the Patrizzi course dip, but Chivers tucks in behind, and here's Mark Redmond. Mark and Aaron, good mates on and off the track, but they will fight it out like it's a final lap of a world championship if they have to. Bunton goes to the 2nd spot now. This man's starting to come to life here. The number 9 JB Patios and Fabrication entry. The Esprit kart down the line in 2nd. Trying to hot off Chivers and Redmond. The 3rd and 4th as they head up towards the S's once again. We're across the halfway point. 3.5 laps left to go for your race leader, Damon Nickley. Again, a new hot lap of the race at 36.6. But the battle is on at the dipper. Now Redmond moves Chivers aside and fancies having a run at Bunton. Mark Redmond really coming to life in the late stages of the day here with the Redhead Rotax power machine and the number 11 Epoxy Groutworks entry. into third now as we come up onto the main straightaway. 3 laps to go for Damon Nickley down the line. The Rotaxes proving their worth here in the 125 restricted medium category. With the exception being Damon Nickley, the lone X30 out front, being chased by a whole bunch of the BRP power plants down through the bus stop. Paul King closing up the gap to the back of Graham Westling in 5th and 6th into the bus stop here as we follow the battle of their little race going on at the moment. Graham Westling, the defending King of the Hill, in the number 13 Paralyn Kart. We go back to the battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Just a little bit further up the road at the moment. But again, another hot lap from Nickley, 36.65, as he drops in, continuing to get faster and faster in the late stage of the race. Bodes well for his long run pace. The last lap board is out. One more time around for Damon Nickley, who's looking pretty good heading into the 15-lap final. That time across, though, Carlos Del Toro, who really got shuffled around at the start. From P6, he's down in P7. He resets the hot lap of the race, but he's a long way off the battle for the lead. Just flashing through the frame, the battle between Westling and King. King up the inside of the Patrizia Course Dipper on the final lap, trying to make it to P5 here. But it's Damon Nickley bringing it around through the Chamberlain Auto Electrics right-handers. And down the line for his 2nd heat win of the day. He will be your highest point scorer heading into the final. Nickley claims a win here in Heat 3. Jade Bunton, his best finish so far in 2nd. Mark Redmond, his best finish so far in 3rd. Aaron Chivers in 4th. Paul King in P5. Graham Westling P6. Carlos Del Toro makes it P7 from Paul Hughes in 8th. Nathan Medham in P9. And Bradley Stewart rounding out your top 10. That's your full results there. Brad Dean goes P11. Adam Gandossi makes it P12. Troy Stewart in the 13th spot from Benjamin Bondon in the 14th. Jake Solomon 15. Then Nickel, Jack, then Brooker, Harvey, Kayon. We catch Joe Burgick coming across the line in 21st. Josh Hunt in 22nd. Ben Harvey in 23rd. That's your full running order. We had a lot of drivers, unfortunately, out of contention. And here's the action that was the replay. Watch this. Someone facing the wrong way at the start here in 125 restricted medium Heat 3, and the action that went on all the way through the field. 29 karts, all trying to occupy the same piece of real estate, can sometimes end in tears, as proven once again here in Heat 3 of 125 restricted medium. Jay Bunton grabbing a precious spot and coming home in 2nd place. Tell me, how hard fought was that result?
I'm huffing and puffing. It was good fun, but I think setting myself up on the front row outside can be a little bit dangerous, but we've got to see what happens.
That final race of the day, long distance, everyone's putting it all on the line. There is no follow-up to that. What's your strategy?
I'd like to get off in front off the start, beat him on turn 1 and hopefully drive away, but it doesn't always go that way. But King of the Hill's a big meeting and we all love it, so final only counts. We'll go hard.
Finding your way to that final lap, it can be a bit of a balancing act between staying abreast of the field and maintaining your tyres. How do you think you're going to handle that?
We're pretty lucky with this tyre. It lasts a fair way, so we've actually been posting faster and faster laps as the meet goes on, so I think it's just go hard the whole way.
Well, we saw the proof. You posted your fastest lap there on the final lap of that heat then, so congratulations and a job well done.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
Well, it's that time again to go the next gear. KZ2 on track, and now if you do seem a little confused as to what's going on, this is Heat 4 and Heat 5, which is technically one round of heats. So we'll call them Heat 4A and B. Basically, we take the results from the first 3 heats completed, which each driver has only actually raced twice from the ABC format they developed after qualifying. We rack them and stack them in their points order. We take all of the odd number drivers and we drop them into this race. So we have Blake Mills starting on the pole spot, Ryan Bender from 2nd, Simon Gwilliam from 3rd, Ronnie Traeger from 4th, Louis Sutherland from P5, Damas Arthur Sergio from P6, Bailey Gretsch from the 7, James Mackay from 8, Mason Harvey from 9, Daniel Curry will start P10, Courtney Goff from 11 with Jai Parham on 12, Daniel Sugar on 13, David Priolo, P14, Shannon Elliard in P15, Jessica Howe on 16, from Tommy Sparks all the way down in P17, and JD Dack in P18. The way these stack up is all of the heat races they compete, they accrue points, and then we'll take the top 32 point scorers to set the grid for the 25-lap KZ2 final. This is round 1 of the West Australian KZ Series, proudly presented by Pro Drainage. For anything you need to do with drainage, go hit up Blake Mills. He's starting on pole here. You can't miss him. He's a tall dude with a Ricardo Kart suit, and he'll be happy to sort you out. So this is how we're going to do it. 15 laps of KZ2. If you're watching on the live stream, it does say Heat 3. It's actually the 3rd time these guys have driven, so it will be Heat 3 for many of the drivers. As we set the grid, 18 starters. We've got a hand up in the back of the field and a non-starter from Shannon Elliard will send the field around for a false start. So they'll roll around once again, and Elliard will try and push the kart off the track to clear the grid for us to get going. So as it stands so far, Blake Mills is the man to beat through the heat races. Took the pole spot during qualifying this morning. But man, one guy to watch so far. He has had the best and the worst of it from qualifying through to the heat races. Tommy Sparks was making such big inroads during the heat race, and the fuel pump came off. The fuel pump belt came off the kart. He no longer had any power for the number 21 Charles Leclerc kart. So Millsy will bring the field around again and will be set to try and get a start for KZ2. Drivers reaching back to break the stickiness of the tyre. As we get set, Red lights are on. We are off and rolling. KZ2 Heat 4 is go. Mills from the pole spot going to lead him down to turn 1. Traeger trying to turn in. There was a cart already on the apex in front of him. He got shuffled back a spot. We've got 2 drivers, unfortunately, didn't make the start. They got stalled at the start. That's Jessica Howe and Shannon Elyard, both getting stuck on the grid there. But Blake Mills leads the way out of the bus stop for the first time. Ryan Bender in hot pursuit. Damon Papa Sergio dropping a wheel further back there. Simon Gwillim into the 3rd spot. Riley Traeger P4. Papa Sergio in 5. Daniel Curry, the series champ, back there in P6 on the number 3 Marinello kart. Rocking the blue plate. Bailey Gretsch in 7 from James Mackay in 8. Daniel Sugar 9. Mason Harvey in 10. The results of this race do not heavily impact the starting grid for the feature. It's all about the points accrued through all the heats they've raced today. But Bender wants a piece of the lead. He slides to the inside at the bus stop. Millsy goes back to the inside of counter. Side by side we go. Simon Gwilliam will be loving this now. He fights his way to put a battle on. We've got a 3-kart battle pack. Mills, Bender, and Gwilliam. Gwilliam, the cooler head and the senior driver of this trio, will be watching the youngsters in front of him fight him out. And Ryan Bender, we need to really have an old head on young shoulders to put a battle on with these couple of guys. He's further behind. Daniel Curry sails one up the inside. He's battling with Bailey Gretsch. Now Gwilliam up the inside, checks him up on the apex. Bender gets checked up. Papa Sergio getting caught up as well. It's all starting to happen here in KZ2. Curry dropping a wheel at Chamberlain's. Papa Sergio's caught up. Look at the back end of the Tony kart. It is all kinds of loose, and here comes Tommy Sparks making his way through the field. He's trying to fight his way forward because he needs as many points as he can possibly muster to make the grid, let alone be far up the grid for our 25-lap final. He'll be one to watch if he can make it to the starting grid here, but Ryan Bender's being dropped off. Big move from Bender down to the bus stop, up the inside of Riley Traeger. Gets the job done here. Back to the 3rd spot now. It's Blake Mills leading the way. Simon Gwillim in 2nd. Ryan Bender 3rd. Then Traeger and Gretsch down the line. 4 laps completed. 11 to go. The battle for 3rd between Bender and Traeger at the moment. Up into the All About Hoses S's and onto the back straight as Mills takes it down the Patrizzi course dipper. Just behind them, lurking, is the 55 CRG. Bailey Gretsch is the fastest on track right now. The bright orange and black just behind this battle. They'll be waiting for them to slow each other down some more. Damon Papa Sergio is behind him on the track as well. Daniel Curry just languishing and collecting points as Tommy Sparks finds himself up onto the battle back of him. Oh, it's on at turn 1. Traeger goes for it again up the inside of Bender. That really slowed Ryan down. Now Bailey Gretsch is right on his heels. Bender with so much pace earlier in the day now seems to be struggling and getting mobbed by the karts behind him. Starting to bunch up in the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th. Papa Sergio up the inside of Bender at the bus stop. Bounces across the curb and settles into the race line. Gretsch loses a spot now. Dan Curry and Tommy Sparks are right there. Sparksy's got to be really careful here in the 21 Charles Leclerc kart at the battle of that group. He needs to finish, but no, that's going to be a big move. Dan Curry gives in the what for and expresses his displeasure at that move. Sparksy is taking no prisoners. Theoretically, he has the freshest tyres of anyone in the grid, and now Curry fights back. Sparksy wants a piece of him. The series champ and the young hot shoe are going to go at it here from the minor placings. They need points, though. Their teammates and their crew, if they could, would go wrap them over the back of the ears. Stop it, you two. You need the points. Down the straight we go. 8 laps remaining here in Heat 4 of KZ2. It's settled down now because Sparksy managed to build a couple of karts over Dan Curry. Blake Mills is having the absolute cruisiest day he could ever imagine out front here. Looking to pick up a 3rd heat win to give him maximum points heading into the final. In the number 2 Ricardo kart. But here comes the arrival of Thomas Sparks. He's right onto the rear bumper of Bailey Gretsch as they come down the line. Go back to the battle for 4th. Go back to 4th. You there? Yep. Watching this battle through the S's. It's Bender, Papa Sergio, Gretsch, Sparks and Curry. Sparks sends one up the inside. Catches Gretsch by surprise. Dan Curry goes for one as well. Bailey goes, just losing out. Unbelievable. Tommy Sparks wants to put on a show. If there's ever one guy who's going to put on a show, on track or off track, it's going to be Thomas Sparks. Given a right day, he'll break a leg for you even. Not bad for old and unfit, out of practice with a bung leg. Tommy Sparks making inroads onto the back of the 77 Tony Kart at Damon Papa Sergio. Onto the back straight and down to the Patrizia course dipper. We catch up with Simon Grilliam, having a comfortable race in second, and the panning shot there catches Traeger. Bender, Papa Sergio, here comes Sparksy up the inside. Oh my goodness. Now Dan Curry goes with him as well. Curry's loving this because Sparksy's making the hole and he's just firing through the center of it. What a race we have on our hands. 5 to go for KZ2. This isn't even the final, ladies and gentlemen. We got plenty more yet to come. Sparksy moves up to P5. Can you believe it? From 17th on the grid, Thomas Sparks to P5 here in Heat 4, gathering as many points as he possibly can. He's making inroads onto the back of Ryan Bender now. What can he do with the youngster in the Burilat chassis? Bender, they're on practically identical chassis right now. Through the Chamberlain's Auto Electrics right-handers. Sparksy gonna go for a big speculator on the brakes and he gets it done on Bender. Every time he goes to pass the kart, I think he's deliberately leaving it later and later to make the move up the inside. Tommy Sparks to the 4th spot here. Making moves. Surely that's all he's got here for Heat 4 with 3.5 laps left to go. Mills in the lead. Grillim in second. Traeger in third. Sparksy's going to get him as well. Look at the lap speed difference. Sparks at 33.9 last time. Traeger at 34.2. Coming down the line, we'll check on the gap here. Sparksy 33.7 with the move last time by. He's 0.4 of a second quicker than Traeger. Only 6.5 tenths behind him on track. A lap and a half and he will be on the back in the number 60 Ricardo Kart of Riley Traeger for 3rd here in Heat 4. Blake Mills is just on a Saturday afternoon cruise with the boys. Simon Grillim's with him as well. He's happy to conserve rubber and not be fighting. This is what Sparksy has though. He has rubber. He DNF'd one of the heat races. He doesn't have to fight and use too much of the tyre. He's still going to have more tyre than these guys coming into the final. He just needs as many points as he can possibly gather to move him further up the starting grid in the 32 grid final later today here at the Polmac Trailers King of the Hill for 2020. Last time across the line, Sparks 6.8 tenths of a second. He might have actually given up. No, as I say that, he just makes up 3 kart lengths under brakes into the bus stop. We follow Blake Mills out of Chamberlain's onto the front straightaway. 1 to go for Blake Mills to make it a clean sweep of his heat races. Willem in second. Traeger in third. Tommy Sparks in P4. We're going to watch this. Sparksy's going to make something happen. Into the All About Hoses S's. Look at the closing speed. Sparksy has a new hot lap. 33.7 from Sparks. It's going to happen in the bus stop. If it's going to happen anywhere, it's got to happen here. But Sparksy can't do it from that far back. No way, no how. Riley Traeger may just hold on to 3rd here. But a huge move and shake from Tommy Sparks. Checkered flag is out and waving. Blake Mills makes it a clean sweep. Simon Gwillim home in 2nd. Riley Traeger in 3rd. Thomas Sparks, what a drive from 17th to 4th here in Heat 4 of KZ2. That was the odds final. We still got one more yet to go, folks. This is the Polmac Trailers King of the Hill here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. Check the replays, or as I'm going to have to call it, this is going to be a Thomas Sparks replay montage here. Daniel Curry up the inside of Damon Papa Sergio. Traeger sideways, trying to gather it up behind. And this is where Papa Sergio and Curry got into each other. There's so much to unpack after that KZ2 race. The big speculator from Ryan Bender up the inside of Riley Traeger early in the race. Traeger countering back to it and having a crack at turn 1. We'll start to get to the Tommy Sparks bits very soon here. So much action. Papa Sergio firing up the inside of Bailey Gretsch. Just completely holding off the brake pedal. Here was Sparksy on Curry, and this was upsetting for both of them. Curry wasn't happy about it. He gave him the what for through the middle of the corner as well. And now we start the Tommy Sparks montage. Late on the brakes on Bailey Gretsch into the dipper. Curry said, I'll have that one too. Thanks for giving it to me. And here we go. How far back do you want to leave it, Tommy Sparks? Up the inside of Damon Papa Sergio. And again, Curry capitalising on here. And here we go on Ryan Bender. Up the inside at the end of the main straight. Sideways into the corner. The Thomas Sparks montage happening here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. If anything, the guy knows how to put on a show. That was KZ2 for Heat 4. That was the odds race. We're going to have the evens grid coming up next with Jaden Pierce starting on the pole spot in just a moment. Thomas Sparks making up an incredible 13 positions in that heat for KZ2s. Tell me, you knew you had to go big, but did you have to go that big?
Oh, you can't have anything in the bag with these boys. They're out of control. Just gave it all we had. A few big sends, bit of entertainment for everyone, so why not?
Entertainment is one thing, but we've had a really terrible start for yourself throughout the course of the day. You've managed to find yourself well and truly up the order for the final. How do you feel coming into that long race?
Well, after the last heat, we got a bit of a big chassis, so we're going to give it to old Johnny Nastis and try and straighten her out a bit for the final. But it is what it is, you know. It's been one of those weekends. We'll see how we end.
Bench chassis aside, tell me about your tyre setup.
Well, my tyres are good because I keep DNFing, so we're all good.
You must surely rate yourself pretty well against the competition on the tyre front.
I think we got better tyres than a lot of people, but whether I can hang on to them is a different story.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, it ain't all over yet. We got the second group of KZs here for their final heat race. This is the even drivers based on points from the heat so far, and they will find it out. Jaden Pierce with the number 18 Praga Kart starts on the pole spot here. The 94 BRM chassis, and Nick Middick will start from second. Corey Minton, the round winner from this event 12 months ago, will start the number 13 Ricardo Kart on P3. Paul Pedrotti will start from P4. Hayden Patrizzi, WAKZ Series Secretary, will start P5. From Bailey Mickler on 6, Darryl Henderson from OTKWA on P7, Adam McKenzie on 8, from Reese Friend on 9, then Scott Mackay, Jason Priolo, Melinda Sully, Michael Priolo, Jacob De Jong, Alex Rollo, Paul Dean, Jacob Parsons, and Marty Dack, your starting order. So just to let you know, there is a 20-minute break after this race. Here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club, there is a break after this race, so don't get too anxious about getting on the grid for the finals. Red lights on. We are go. Oh, and it's a horrible start for Paul Pedrotti. He got swallowed up by the field. But Jaden Pierce breaking away here. It looks like Minton into the second spot. Nick Middick into P3 as they bring it on across the back end. Middick has actually gone to P4. It's one of the Birrell Art karts. Bailey Mickler into the third spot as they come down towards the bus stop for the first time. Middick has a bit of a look and a big send from Pedrotti, the Ricardo kart. Jacob De Jong turned around at the bus stop corner. He's facing the wrong way and out of the kart. Jacob's race is done. We got another one off coming out on the Patrizzi course, Dipper. But down the straight, we follow. Hayden Patrizzi and Nicola Middick fighting it over. 4th and 5th on track up towards the All About Hoses S's. Patrizzi having a decent race for himself so far today, but the battle at the pointy end. Here comes Mickler up the inside of Corey Minton. Minton gives him a little love tap on the exit, but Bailey Mickler parks the Birrell Art chassis into second. Minton with the Ricardo into P3, then Patrizzi, Middick, Henderson, And then one of the Mackay karts has gone very slowly through the Chamberlain's Auto Electric section and looks like his race might be done. We follow Mikla leading out from Minton down the straight past the canteen. Is Jaden Pierce out front though with a 34.8 last time across the line. He's trying to stretch this one out and win this in the same fashion that Millsy has. Pierce was looking to try and collect enough points to start on the front row of the grid for the final, if my mental math is correct, as he comes down the line. The 18 Praga kart leads the way. We follow along with Patrizi and Henderson at the moment. Henderson said his body is shattered. And that was after qualifying. He said that to me. So Henderson is just going to be hanging off the back of the cart for the rest of the race meeting here. We've got the remaining 12 laps of this race and then a 25-lap final for KZ2 to wrap up the event here at the 2020 King of the Hill, brought to you by Polmac Trailers. But it's Pierce out front, Mickler in second, then Minton and Middick out of Chamberlain Auto Electrics onto the main straight. So I have been informed the final is meant to be 20 laps to wrap up the day. Still a long one, and it's going to be a wild one to wrap up the day here. But Pierce continues to lead this one out, and we won't be expecting any big moves and shakes like we saw from Tommy Sparks a few moments ago. But these guys still fighting at Minton. Oh no! Minton on Mickler. Minton facing the wrong direction in the dirt. Mickler rejoins, but he's got a bent NASA panel and possibly some damaged steering components on the 97 Virula chassis. That's not what Corey Minton wanted to start off his day. The battle is still on for third and fourth though. Henderson putting it up the inside of Hayden Patrizi. Daryl Henderson from OTKWA bringing the Cosmic Kart to the party here. He goes to third in this one. Patrizi down to P4. Paul Pedrotti, who got swallowed up at the start, he goes to P5. Mickler just trying to hold on in P6 as they come down the line. Nick Middick, though, in the second, a 33.9 from Nicola Middick. Starting to prove he's got plenty of pace in the late stage of the day. He might have something for him for the final here. I put him down as my wild card coming into the final today. The 94 BRM chassis just working nicely around the 753 metres of Hurricane Go-Kart Club. Down the line, Jaden Pierce continues to lead the way. Last time by, though, Middick reeled him in by 0.4 of a second. The gap sits at 0.7. A couple more laps like that, and we're going to have a big challenge for the race lead in the hands of Jaden Pierce. So we have had a couple of DNFs from this one. We lost Scott Mackay, we lost Corey Minton, and we lost Marty, Jacob, and Adam out of the order here. We're left with just 13 remaining drivers in this KZ2 heat. Battles all through the field at the pointy end. This time by Nick Middick brings it down. 0.4 of a second is the gap now for Jaden Pierce. We follow along Pedrotti and Mickler having a fight over 5th and 6th. That's starting to heat up as they come up into the All About Hoses S's. That battle through the chicane onto the back straight down the Patrizi course dipper. Mickler from a long way back sails up the inside. He's going to draw alongside and drag race down to the bus stop. When you go back to the race lead, it's on between Pierce and Middick as they come around Chamberlain's Auto Electrics. Jaden Pierce will be sensing there's a cart right up his rear backside at the moment. Has a little peek up the inside into turn one, but Pierce shut down any thought of that pretty quickly, darting to the inside and covering off the inside line. Into the Patrizi course dipper. Is Middick brave enough to sail at the inside? Pierce makes the 18 cart nice and wide for him. Middick, though, has a look at the inside of the bus stop and sails it through. Pierce does the over and under on the curve. Side by side into Chamberlain's. Middick tries to do it again. Pierce is going to cover it off. No, side by side again. Nicola Middick in a masterclass of how to get the job done. Class dismissed for Jaden Pierce. Middick claims the race lead here and is going to set his sights forward. How's this, though? Daryl Henderson has monstered right up onto the back of Jaden Pierce in the last half a lap or so. finding himself in third. He might have a run on for second. And Pierce is going to be left floundering. If that happens, we're coming up to 5 laps to go. Henderson is monstering all over Pierce. Pierce might have a problem, actually. Jaden seems to be really struggling here. Look at the gap he's given away to your race leader already. You can't even see Nick Middick in the frame on the camera anymore. So Pierce, with some sort of issue hampering his pace at the moment, has a rear bumper being absolutely assaulted by the 51 Cosmic Kart of Darrell Henderson, who looks to the inside of the dipper. Henderson up the inside and takes second. He's going to try and drag race down the hill. Pierce can't get across the racetrack, though. Henderson covers off the line and defends nicely into the 34 Motorsports bus stop. Darrell Henderson goes to second. This is a surprise drive from Darrell. It looks like he checked up through Chamberlain, so has he given away a bit of pace down the straight? He's lucky to hold on to that one. Hayden Patrese is going to line up next in line to have a crack at Jaden Pierce here. And Pierce could lose another spot in this heat race. 2.5 laps left to go. Nick Middick stretching the legs out front, almost a 2-second advantage. Then Henderson, Pierce and Patrese down the line towards the 34 Motorsports bus stop. Henderson runs himself wide. He don't want to do too much more of that. And open the door for Pierce to park the kart on the inside, because he will park it on the inside if you leave the door open like that. Down the line, 2 to go. This is a battle for second. Darrell Henderson and the Cosmic Kart holding on to it at the moment from Jaden Pierce in the third spot. Hayden Patrese just picking him off as the time comes. He's right on the rear bumper of Pierce as they head into the Patrese course dipper. Pierce is late on the brakes to deter any challenge from Patrese as they come down towards the bus stop. Now Pierce is mounting a charge onto Henderson again. They're bumper to bumper on the way towards Chamberlain's. Henderson's running out of tyre, or it is running out of fitness to pull the kart up in the corner. Last lap board is out. 1 to go for Nick Middick. Half a lap to go. Darrell Henderson is surviving this battle, but it's Nick Middick down the line to claim the win here in the final heat. And a good points haul for Middick as he comes across. Darrell Henderson surprises us all with a second place finish in the heat. Jaden Pierce survives to go P3. Hayden Patrese goes P4. Bailey Mickler rounds out P5 from Pedrotti, Rullo, Parsons, Priolo and Reese Friend, rounding out your top 10 here in the final heat of KZ2. So there's your overall results from KZ2. That was the evens final heat of the day. And their results and points will all be racked and stacked to decide who's going to make the starting grid. 32 karts deep for their 20-lap final for the West Australian KZ Series, presented by Pro Drainage here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club for the Polmac Trailers King of the Hill 2020. Nick Middick claiming the win there. And the replay and highlights from that race see Paul Pedrotti in the 56 Ricardo kart in centre of screen, just getting absolutely monstered by the field at the start. He managed to fight back though, and this was the move. Mickler up the inside on Minton at the dipper. More of that coming. This was Nick Middick up the inside of Patrese, I believe, and Minton on the side of the racetrack on the 13 Ricardo kart calls himself a DNF for this one, and that will put him deep in the field come the final. He'll have slightly fresher tyres though, and will be making the most of it here. This was Henderson up the inside of the 29 Ricardo of Patrese. A great move at the Patrese course dipper. Plenty of action happening at the bottom of the dip at that time by. The lead battles between Middick and Pierce. Some great action right there. Nicola Middick soldiering on to claim the race win, but Pierce fought valiantly, and this was a battle that went on for 3 or 4 corners that gave Middick the win, ultimately dropping off Pierce to second. So much to unpack from KZ2 Racing. The final will be one to watch later today here at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. Nick Middick picks himself up a win here in KZ2 for their final heat.
Nick Middick, you are well and truly into the final in a very nice position indeed. Your best finish of the day, how are you?
Yeah, good. Try to save some tyres at the end there, but it was a hustle to get up to where I was, so we'll see how they are for the final, but pretty stoked to be where I am, so yeah.
There was a great stoush between yourself and Pierce. How did it feel to make that one pay off?
Yeah, that was awesome. I haven't done a whole lot of passing in these karts, so that was good fun. He's a hard racer and fair, so yeah, that was a lot of fun. I was really glad to make that stick.
How do you feel this track lends itself to your skills as a driver? Is it easy to go on the attack, or are there a lot of defending opportunities out there?
Well, both really. There's a lot of good spots you can pass. Yeah, mainly like bus stop and down in the dipper at the back. I've raced here for since I was 7 years old, so even though I've had a big break, I know my way around pretty well. So yeah, I love this place.
Give us a rundown. What's your plans going into that long final?
Probably, I'm not too sure where I'll be starting now because I qualified pretty averagely and had a couple races trying to hustle forward. So biggest thing will be to see how long my tyres last basically and try and nurse them the way home.
Great stuff, mate. Job well done.
Thank you. Cheers.